said sheep fucker multiple times.
And the only reason that I debated the Raging Atheist is because he put out, I think, like 10 videos calling me a sissy, calling me a little cat, basically.
I double and triple down that the Jews are sheep fuckers because it triggers you, Smokey.
I couldn't honestly stand Nokosuchi because the second he starts off, it was so cocky, I had to turn it off.
Yeah.
But I'm wrong for saying that this is the claim, this is the evidence, and this is why I believe it.
So it's a false position. It's a nothing burger.
This is high caliber, big brain moments happening. I mean, this much rage.
Unmute all the buttons. What's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, blasphemous bastards. I am running a lot on OBS, a lot of new stuff on OBS. I'm getting some drop frames. I think I needed to reset my internets, so hopefully it's not going to buffer too bad tonight. I do think turning off my camera might help. So I am getting some drop frames. We might be dealing with that as I am tinkering with OBS and all of that stuff. Like I said, I think I really needed to reset everything after I added everything into this crap. But what's up, chat? John Peterson is here. I usually work Friday nights. It's not often when I'm not at work on a Friday night. But I'm not at work tonight, so fuck it. Why not have an open room? And if you missed it earlier, we had somewhat of an open room, it turned out, with some Trumpers, or a Trumper anyway, which was great. But John Peterson is here. He's looking at his phone. What's up, John Peterson?
Hey, what's going on? Just checking out the chat since I can't see it on the screen. Because for some reason when I go full screen, it makes it real blurry. I think it has something to do with my cheap-ass 10-year-old Chromebook here. But Matt Powell, Cupcake, the words pussy.
That has always been one of my favorite clips, always.
I mean, like, it's a pussy, dude. Like, you don't have to say kitty cat.
It's not. You're not going to go to hell for saying pussy, Matt Powell. Oh, shit. Gotta love it. But yeah, it looks like it's coming through clear. Let me actually get to the stream.
No, like I said, it's me. It's not you.
Well, I know, but I'm always worried about this shit. So let me see how it's looking. Yeah, it's like looking pretty decent. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, and then
I'm happy.
But it's only like I said earlier. Yeah, like right now, if I blew it up to full screen and it was just you and me on a screen, it looks crystal clear. But when I blow it up,
we definitely got some buffering going on.
I mean, but when I blow it up, when you have your OBS screen up, that's all fucking blurry to me. Well, we stay crystal clear on the left-hand side.
All right, so hopefully me turning my camera off will help it run a little smoother. But yeah, it does look like it is buffering a little bit, maybe.
AB family, hello. I see you said hi in the chat there, and I just don't have time to type it out in there. Hello to you. Sunflower says John Peterson is a legend among men. I'm sure he means that so sincerely.
And it does look like maybe turning off my camera is going to help. No, like once we get up here and we've got 10 people in a room, that's going to be the true test to see how everything's going to run. And, you know, I might end up having, you know, this is a trial and error process. Like I said, I should have reset everything, but I was doing this right up to the moment John hopped into the room. So, yeah, we might just have to put up with a smidge of buffering, but not too bad for tonight. And hopefully next time after I reset everything, it'll run a little smoother. I got a lot of stuff running up in OBS right now, so. But I think turning my camera off is going to really help it a lot.
You might have to get like a external drive or something for your computer.
Yeah, I might need to look into it. And I'm always expanding the office here, making things better. Like that's the goal. The goal is to make the show look great. And I think I will. And it does seem to be working a lot better since I turned my camera off. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. The more people come in.
So I just got a notification for a David Pakman video. It's titled LOL, Hannity wants election do-over.
Yeah, that's funny. Not surprising. It's going to drive me crazy with these bufferings, but the show must go on. So I'm going to throw the link in the side chat. We're going to see, we're going to try to see how this is going to work out tonight. I might have to run a simpler thing until I can add. But I'm hoping, more than likely, I know like my daughter was getting disconnected from Among Us, and I do have modem issues. I still haven't bought a new modem, so that's probably the gist of my issue is my modem is going bad. So I think if I get a new modem, I'll be fine. So yeah, we'll hopefully things will run better. I'm going to throw the link in the side chat. It is a bring your topic night, so we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Feel free to come in.
Well, and I do have a question for any, I mean, I guess not any Christian that comes in, but any Christian that made this claim in the last election. I've heard from many Christians in the past 4 years that God himself was who facilitated Donald Trump becoming president. So I just want to know why he didn't do it this time. What,
Yeah.
What changed in the last 4 years that
We survived the flood. That's why.
okay.
That was Trump. He tried to kill off all the people and start over again. It didn't work this time because we're a lot smarter than the first time. We didn't build a fucking big ass dumb wooden boat. So we survived this time. And he was like, you know what? They were good. They really, really went through this hardship. I'm going to let them survive.
You know what? I am surprised. I guess I shouldn't be. But I am surprised that we have so many fucking idiot people in this country that this race is this close.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that too.
Well, you got to figure, though, it's this close, right? But that's with Russia interfering on his behalf. Like, that's what the whole country...
You got evidence of that?
in.
Since we talk evidence on this show,
Yeah. It's called 14 or 15.
It's called conspiracy theory.
No, stop.
No,
Stop.
let him finish,
Puff.
Let him finish, Puff, and then Messenger, you can respond. I'm glad you're here, Messenger.
It's 14 or 15 briefings that have been given by the DOD in the last 3 months alone. That's the facts, Jack.
No, it's still your opinion. It's still your
No,
hope.
that's
what it is.
facts, bro. That's
facts.
That's tables that they have already. They laid them out. They gave them to the senators. They waited the time where the information was no longer sensitive, and then they released the reports.
Yeah, well,
They've been doing that all year, and they've
By the way-
been going on about it the whole time, dude.
By the way, Rage, I'm gonna have to go backstage, and you have to bring me back in so my camera turns on.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Somebody
It'll
that.
bring you back in automatically. I've just got to pay attention and make sure I have you on the screen so people can hear you.
Alrighty.
Come on, man. You talk about dumb, man. That's his voters who are on one side of the country where he's in the lead but losing the lead because they're actually counting all the votes. Stop counting the votes. And then where he's not there, but he hopes, just beyond hope, that he's going to close a gap that he's not been closing in the last day and a half. Oh, keep counting those votes.
The whole context behind stop counting the votes, just so you guys don't continuously say it to mislead people, is stop counting until we can observe you counting.
They're counting in votes.
Stop interrupting me. Stop
There's
interrupting
already
me.
observers there.
He's not saying on one hand. Hold on, let me finish my point, John. Let me finish my point and respond. I'm responding to Puff.
Wait, let him finish.
Yeah,
and then we can
I was
give him the
responding to
truth.
Puff. So please don't interrupt me like you did that guy earlier today all day.
Oh, come
Fucking
on.
ridiculous.
The dude never
I know,
stopped talking,
John,
Messenger.
I will listen to you, I promise.
Victor never stopped talking. Come on.
At times, but John overtalks people all the time and then accuses them of
No,
doing
just
it.
you.
You rage quit when Jay kept interrupting you.
I
So
didn't
come
rage.
on.
Messenger
Yes,
came
you
back to the
goddamn
internet
did.
with
How
John
did I
Peterson
rage
and his
quit?
sites, man.
Because you're like, all right, I'm tired of this shit. Bye. And then you're
That is wait a minute. That is not what I said.
well, let's go watch the clip. It's on.
Let's
It's online
watch
still.
it, but see where I said, have a good morning, fellas. Have a good morning. I got to
You
go.
were pissed. Don't act like you were nice. You were
I'm
pissed.
not saying I wasn't.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but you're
Okay,
putting
let's
words
get
in
back
my
to my response to
mouth.
Puff.
No. You just
I'm-
lied. You just lied.
I don't lie
You did
ever.
not say-
So
yes,
don't call
you
me a
did.
liar.
You
Yes, you did.
No.
You just lied because of the fact that in the video that Doc showed yesterday, where they were chanting "Stop the count," they were counting in a glass in a room in a facility.
That's not the law, dumbass.
With a wall of
That's not the
fucking
law.
glass.
The law says within 6 feet in those states.
It doesn't
so
fucking
they're
matter,
asking,
bro. This ain't
they're
fucking-
asking them to stop
isn't street
counting
magic on the
until
field.
they can follow the rules, which the court
They are following the rules.
because they were ruled out by Democratic
That would be a
judges.
good.
Actually, no. A lot of the rules that were written.
Get your
for counting
heads
mail-in
out of your
ballots were
butts and
passed
just
by
say,
Messenger,
the
all
hey,
right, Messenger, we let you talk. You gotta let people
Everybody-
respond.
But my
talking
point is
over
this:
each
in
other.
Arizona, they're allowed. Both sides are allowed to witness, and in the states that they said stop counting, it was only because they weren't
Arizona.
allowed to witness it.
Bullshit.
That's it.
They are
Bullshit.
witnessing it.
Bullshit.
Oh my god!
I call bullshit
You guys are
on that.
delusional. You
No,
guys are all
No, it's
delusional.
just that
are
you're
delusional.
making baseless claims that are demonstrably false by literally everybody involved in the process.
The issue here is because of COVID, a lot of states moved to 10 feet away. Trump is having a hissy fit saying, no, we want to do it the old way, 6 feet away. And they're saying, no, we have new rules because of COVID. So Trump is saying, well, then you have to give us binoculars. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, Messenger. You're the one being disingenuous about this shit, not
I'm
anybody
not.
else here.
I use my words.
No, I'm
And
using
I'll-
your words, and I'm telling you
and
straight
then-
up, you are the one being disingenuous.
I'm not being disingenuous. I'm just saying that when there's the message of stop the counting, they're not asking for the votes to be not counted.
Yes,
They
are.
literally
Oh,
are.
yeah, they are.
No, they're
Maybe
not.
you might not
That's
believe
what,
that
that's what you
messenger,
guys
but the
think you
rest
hear the
of them
propaganda.
do.
No,
bullshit.
his
speaking
people
for yourself
literally,
right now.
messenger,
Well, that is
messenger.
bullshit.
His people literally said,
That is bullshit. So
Lisa,
therefore
can I
it
get
is.
1 second?
One at a time, please.
Including you.
So, oh God, is that
All right. Everybody's muted. Except for Nia Knock right now.
You know,
I didn't mute
I
Messenger.
think I can do that myself now. I believe I have like an all mute button somewhere.
Oh, do you?
Or I
Well,
think I do somewhere. I haven't
but-
found it yet.
Check it out. Okay, so we got a lot of people in here right from the get-go. I'm going to, despite how much this will probably anger everybody, I am going to let Messenger have a minute to finish what he was saying and then start loading up the private chat with hands. We're going to do the hand thing. So everybody's getting unmuted now. Just let me remind you, and I'm guilty of it as much as anybody else, is when we talk over one another, it sounds like total complete shit to the audience. So just try not to do that. Can't unmute your guest because, okay. So somebody I tried to unmute can't unmute because they muted themselves. Red Fang and Free Spirit. But go ahead, Messenger, finish your point, and then whoever wants to respond.
Well, I think I got the point out, and I think that's why there was so much pushback coming, is because I think that people that are pushing back just don't get it, and they just want to drink the Kool-Aid when people say, "Oh, they're saying stop the count here, but count here," and they're realizing, not putting it in context for the specific instances of why. And if you don't understand the why of what somebody is doing, then that's when misunderstanding can come out and misinformation can get produced when you parrot that shit. And I'm just saying, stop parroting shit. Stop going, oh, he's saying stop the count. If he stops the count, then Biden wins the election. And they're just making it colloquially across the United States. I'm like, put it in context. What was the state? What was the circumstance? And then just let people make their own judgments of whether it's a conspiracy or it's bullshit or whatever. That's all I got to say. Whoever wants to respond, go ahead.
All right, Puff, you're next.
No, that is not at all what they're saying. That is, you yet again just said you don't lie, and then you just, if you have any knowledge of the situation, lied because you know that you just presented false information. So what I'm talking about is that Donald Trump's own people have said that any vote that is brought into the counting building after or is counted is received even after the day of the election of the live vote should not for any reason be counted. But guess what? That's not the law. The law is that if the vote, even if it's a mail-in vote, if it is postmarked November 3rd or before, they have to count it, which means that we may be counting votes for up to 2 weeks from now. But his people actually said if that vote is not in that building today, they should not count it. But that's not the law.
Okay, when you're talking about the votes that are not postmarked, you realize that there's a lawsuit and there's an investigation for fraud going on for post office workers who supposedly predated and pre-postmarked mail that came in late. You realize that's going on, right?
Nobody has done that because the
nobody's filed that lawsuit
automatically.
Nobody's filed that lawsuit. Nobody's made those fraudulent claims.
Filed the lawsuit doesn't mean the lawsuit's justified or well founded.
You cannot
that's the point I made. You can't change my statement to sit there and try to bring any support.
But what
to
I'm
your
saying
own.
is, lawsuits have been made, but you know they're frivolous, Messenger. Like you're trying not to crack a smile.
Actually, no, I'm not. No, I'm laughing because I like it when you talk and you smile when you talk about it. So that's why I'm laughing. The whole point is, in the end, and mark my words, Trump's going to win Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and the presidency.
Are you fucking insane,
bro?
That's my bold claim.
Where do you get your meth from? Because I need to talk to them. They're making a lot of money off you, bro. They're making a lot of money off you because you got
that. You got that fucking Breaking Bad blue shit, dude. That was what must be what you're.
You must be.
You want to see me river dance?
Like, how far into the bench are you?
All right, so Leo, you're on deck.
So first things first, they're not just chanting "Stop the count." In a lot of places, they're chanting "Stop the steal." You might be speaking for yourself, but you're not speaking for all Trump supporters. I live in Iowa, and I have an innumerable amount of them on my Facebook page. They're literally saying that these are not legitimately cast votes, that this is fraudulent, and there is literally not a single shred of evidence to support that. Most of the lawsuits that have been filed have already been thrown out. Oftentimes, by Republican judges, because even the Republicans know this isn't a fraudulent election. This happens in almost every election. Now, it is happening a little bit more in this one because of the fact that we're dealing with a viral pandemic. However, why is it that it's only in this election, the one in which Donald Trump is running for re-election, are we so concerned about the mail-in ballots? I also wanted to talk about Georgia. Show me anything. I want to see actual, literal mathematics put in the side chat or displayed on the screen showing that it is even possible that Trump will take the lead in Georgia when there's I think less than 10,000 votes to count, and they're all coming from places like Clark County, which have gone 65+% for Biden, who is already at an almost 2,000 vote lead.
Yeah,
it's literally
you have some military overseas ballots coming in. That's
possible for Trump to win Georgia. It's not. Straight fucking.
And dude, I called
forwardly.
Georgia
It's
from
not.
the very beginning, Messenger. I have people that
You were hoping.
No, I actually had real information. I have really good friends within the Michigan Democratic Party who were getting their information from Biden. Biden's people were really good, a lot better than Hillary's people. They were spot on with their analysis of of the votes that they had, and they haven't been wrong yet. Georgia is going to go. It's going to be really close. I'm hearing within 20,000 votes or within a couple thousand votes, I think. But Georgia's going to go blue, and Pennsylvania's going to end up being a fucking blowout, dude. It's not even really going to be that close.
Yeah, Biden's up by almost 20,000 votes.
Hold on. We're using the hand here. Hold on.
Now, I do think that maybe Arizona does have a real chance now, and I'm going to end up eating crow if it does. But there is a chance Arizona does end up going red. But that's the only one you really got working for you.
Yeah, there's 197,000 votes. Trump only needs to win 60% of them to tie.
Well, and the thing is, though, is Messenger would say to Leo's talking, he wants the math. Messenger would probably say, well, how can you do the math if there's so many illegitimate votes out there?
Well, I mean,
That's
if
how
there,
much
if there is,
pride
if
is up in Georgia, and it keeps growing.
yeah, I know the votes that are being cast and counted right now are growing, but are they legitimate ballots?
Well,
you don't know.
And you,
That'll be determined in the courts.
No,
right, wrong, or
it's already
indifferent,
been
fair or
determined.
unfair.
Earlier today,
got
a Georgia
scrutiny.
Chill out.
Red Fang's
Messenger, finish your point. I was going to
The
cut
only point I
into,
want to finish with,
but
the only point I want to
think Red
finish
Fang's
with the
next.
courts. Here's the thing with the courts, okay? In 2000, which many of you were far too young for, there was a court battle from the district courts all the way up to the state Supreme Courts, all the way up to the federal Supreme Court. Do you realize that Al fucking Gore didn't concede that race until almost mid-December? Almost mid-December.
Right.
I can't say you as a whole. The whiny bitch Democratic community as a whole is going, why doesn't Trump do the right thing and concede? Al fucking Gore didn't for a month over one state. And now we're talking about 4 or 5 states.
I said earlier that I do not think Trump should concede until after the recounts.
He shouldn't concede until after the court battles.
That doesn't mean
There probably
that
won't
Joe
be court battles.
Biden can claim victory once he has 270, though, right?
He can claim victory now, but it doesn't mean anything because the votes aren't certified till December.
But I mean,
Okay.
it would be a legitimate claim for Joe Biden to claim victory once he has 270, just as legitimate as Donald Trump not conceding until after the recounts.
George Bush didn't claim victory.
Okay.
Well, that was a different situation, though.
It was one state instead of 5.
George Bush
Wait a
didn't.
minute,
What I'm saying
wait.
though is, if Biden gets the electoral count, George Bush never got the electoral count because he didn't have Florida. That if Florida was contested.
Do you realize that Gore conceded and recanted his concession the next day?
Yes, and Gore should not have conceded. Do you realize that we have counted those votes and Al Gore
But I'm saying
won
he didn't
back?
officially.
He won
he didn't
Florida?
officially. Yes, no, he didn't officially win Florida.
Yeah,
Fuck
no,
no,
we recounted
he
the votes.
He blocked 40,000 military. He blocked 40,000 military votes that year. You don't remember that?
Okay.
I do remember that. When people block votes, and that's what the Republicans want to do. They want to go in and not just be there while they're counting. They want to recount all the votes again so they can say which votes are legal and which votes aren't. That's clearly in one of their lawsuits, Messenger. But it is Red Fang's turn, I do believe.
Wait, hold on. I want before Messenger or before Red Fang goes in. So you just brought up, Messenger, that Al Gore didn't concede until mid-December. And then you went on to say, which I had forgotten when you said your first statement, that actually he did concede the day after the election. And then
No, not the day after.
Did you say you
not the day
I said the night of. He conceded the night of.
Yeah, he conceded the night of. Yeah.
No, it was the night of, but it was the next day.
And he didn't do it live. He didn't do it live. He just said that he called George Bush to congratulate him, but then in the morning said, I'm recanting my concession. I think all the votes need to be counted. We're going to take this and file some lawsuits to make sure these votes in Miami-Dade County continue to get counted. And a lot of Republicans at the time believed that they were casting votes, not counting them.
At first, he went out and did the right thing, which is what people have done and what the presidential candidates have done.
Do you think Trump should have conceded the night of the election?
No.
If I was Trump, and I wouldn't want Biden to concede if the shoe was on the other foot until after the recounts. Too many close races, legitimate recounts.
The problem with Trump isn't that he should concede; it's that he's obviously falsely claimed victory already.
Yeah, he did do that.
That's the problem. Not
They both have done it. They both have done it.
I played it earlier. Biden did not claim victory. Trump did.
Not once has he claimed victory. Biden has said it looks like he's going to win, but he hasn't said, I have won. We're
going to win. We're going to be at 270.
Stop right there, Red Fang.
Man, I totally forgot where I was at. Let's see. Do you think all votes should count?
Are you talking to me?
Messenger? Yeah.
I believe all legal votes should count. 100%.
Okay.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on.
Don't you agree with that? Why would you not agree with that statement?
Do you believe that the election's been
I'm
rigged?
saying what I believe. I don't give a fuck what
Do-
other Trump people think,
do-
or you think, or anybody.
Do you believe that the election's been rigged?
Sorry, Eric.
I'll say in my own heart and belief system, there probably hasn't been a legitimate voting contest since the beginning of this country. They've been
if it was if it was rigged, we would have seen more Democrats win. Right now, we're seeing
why are the Democrats the only cheaters?
Seats in the houses are lost to Republicans. So if this was supposed to be rigged, why is it just for the presidency? And why didn't they go for the Senate and the House,
Exactly.
where they could
That would have
actually
given them
do
way
stuff?
more legislative power. Yeah, they would not have let Mitch McConnell get reelected if the Democrats were.
That's what cracks me up about these goofy ass Republicans.
That's what should make you question a lot of things. You're like, you guys actually believe that the country that was voting for those Republican candidates for the Senate and House actually just happened to hate Trump, and that there's such a disparity that way.
Mitch McConnell won. He's the most hated senator in the country.
Like
and
Arizona. Arizona is the only state. I'm defending the process. I'm defending
there's nothing wrong with the process.
And guess what? Do you want an echo chamber in here? Or do you want to actually have some pushback?
No, but that's why you get to respond, because people seem to be going at you. So you're getting most of the talk time here, because you got to respond to everybody that's coming after you.
It's okay if I get talk time. I'm not proselytizing anybody right now.
At least the truth.
Well, of course, they're a bunch of followers, and they're a bunch of people consumed by confirmation bias. They're drinking.
Right.
Your chat is not smart. Come on.
Oh, come on, Messenger. Come on.
Messenger, you spend an awful lot of time in the chat, so you just disparage yourself.
Hey, Lisa, is me.
Yo, Lisa, you're up. You're muted.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, Messenger. I like how you said legal vote. So you know what? Fuck you, because even if Biden wins, you're gonna say it wasn't legal vote.
Why would I say that? Why would I say that?
Because that's what you just fucking said, you idiot.
Oh no! One, I'm not an idiot, so you're wrong
Yes,
there. You can say "fuck
yes,
you"
you
because
are.
you're welcome to behave poorly, like you always do. But in response to what you said, I said every legal vote should count. Every legal vote should count for Biden. Every legal vote should count for Trump. And I would love an election I would love an election where the American people, and all of them on all sides, felt 100% confident that when they cast their vote and others cast their votes, that everything came out legitimately. I think every human being would want
you
that.
realize, like, this is the most transparent election we've ever had. We had live feeds going. I mean, everywhere there were live feeds. You could tune in to as they were counting, as they were processing. Here in Michigan, dude, you put the fucking when you go in person, you put it in yourself. I don't know how they do it in other states, but like, do you understand that this election, because of technology and the advancement of technology and utilizing it and instilling it into the process, has probably been the most transparent election the American people has ever fucking had?
I think that's a poor choice of words, and I'll explain why.
I usually put it in myself, but
like, you can literally go online and look at the shit yourself.
I'm not talking about that you don't have more technological advancement to be able to view certain things, but as far as transparency, absolutely not. We the American people do not have a crystal ball to be able to see into these counting rooms and to be able to see what's going on in there. We don't have that. So to say that we have transparency is an unfair statement.
They're getting watched by cameras. There's cameras everywhere in those buildings watching what they're doing.
Cameras? Do you get to see
No,
those cameras?
but
or are you just carrying
the people that are watching
yeah.
over and making sure nothing's being done wrong is being watched.
Live report if anything
That's
goes
what
to
that-
court.
I do believe that Leo is.
And we're talking about Republican states.
All right, yeah, chill out. Yep, Leo's up next.
All right.
With
say turn
with
it up.
political conversations, we have to do the hand thing because talking over each other, nobody can hear nobody. And Messenger, please don't be Victor. You gotta take a breath every once in a while. Let somebody respond to you before you go into more bullshit.
He's not been Victor this whole time. I'll give him credit. He's
Okay,
doing a hell of a lot better.
Here's what I want to point out too is that what people are forgetting too is there are representatives from both parties in every room in the country
Literally.
counting votes.
Yep.
So to say that it could be rigged by one side or the other is complete and utter bullshit.
That's where you're wrong.
No, that's not wrong. But
You can
anyway,
have representatives from
Leo,
both sides.
Literally, Republicans have the fucking power, but Leo.
the
Yeah.
floor is yours,
People
Leo.
be corrupt.
And whoever wants to go after him better start throwing their hand up.
So you think that every
The only thing that I
Democratic
wanted to say is that
I wanna
having
respond to John.
confidence in something, there's a lot of people that are never going to have confidence in the system because it's their side losing. The Trump supporters don't have confidence not because it's legitimately justified. It's because their side is losing. There is literally no way that Biden could have won this election where the vast majority of Trumpists would have said, "Oh no, this is legitimate." There are a lot of people. You might be one of them, Messenger. I don't know your personal position on this, but there are a lot of people, almost exclusively religious people, who have no confidence in the truth of evolutionary theory, but it's still 100% demonstrably true. So the fact that whether people feel confident in something has no bearing on the actual truth that's there.
You know it's a theory because it's not a fact, right?
No, that's not what theory means. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated, repeatedly tested, and confirmed explanation of some observed phenomenon. Are you saying that gravity is just a random guess and we haven't verified it?
1,000,000%.
So gravity's just a guess.
So you still believe in Newtonian gravity?
I wonder why this falls. If Einstein's general theory of relativity is just a guess and hasn't been experimentally verified in
And
literally
it's been
every
experimentally debunked when it comes to black holes.
No, it hasn't.
Yes,
No,
it
it
has.
hasn't.
Yes,
No,
it
it hasn't.
has.
No, it hasn't.
They've already proven that it doesn't.
Which aspect
You want to just keep
of
making things and talk over me when I'm trying to rebut
of
it?
Einstein's field equations is wrong? Which aspect?
The Einstein's theory of relativity supported how the planets traveled around the sun that Newtonian gravity couldn't support.
Nope.
But when it comes down to black holes and quantum mechanics, his theory is still incomplete.
Yeah,
No, sir.
incomplete, not wrong. Those are two
Incomplete.
completely different
Incomplete means that it's not fact. It's just
Leo,
better.
No,
than-
can I get a?
It's like an
It means
upgrade.
the math
I know.
is not
It's
finished.
hard for you to understand.
Yeah.
I
When
know.
you're doing a puzzle,
Do you have a bachelor's degree in
the
anything?
puzzle is
Do
wrong.
you have an
That's-
education in anything?
Dumpster
You
fire.
have an
Obviously, I have
education.
an education significantly
Google you.
All right.
in this subject. Yes, I fucking do. Obviously.
Hey, don't unmute. If I mute you, don't fucking unmute yourself. All right. Now, here's the thing. Let me try and explain this one more time. When you guys talk over one another, the audience can't hear shit. It sounds like the fucking Peanuts parents. Wah, 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 wah. All right. So I'm going to unmute you, and Puff is next. You get 30 seconds, Leo, to say your last thing. And you get 30 seconds to respond to a messenger, and then we're going to Puff. But hold on. Go ahead, Leo. Oh, wait. I'll try to mute you.
Einstein's field equations aren't wrong. They're incomplete. We don't know how to use them within the framework of quantum mechanics. That doesn't mean it's wrong. That doesn't mean it's not a fact. It means it's incomplete. There are numerous areas of science where we do not have a complete description of things. That doesn't mean it's wrong.
that's the
We don't
opposite of
fully
that.
understand how galaxies form, but we have a pretty good idea. That doesn't mean the formulation, that doesn't mean the whole of the standard model of cosmology is wrong. We don't know what dark matter is. That doesn't mean the whole of the standard model of elementary particles is wrong. You literally don't know shit about
All right,
the
you're
whole
right.
of
You go and respond, Messenger.
That's a whole lot of word salad to basically
course,
say
you don't understand
I'm
the subject.
right that you don't have facts. You call theories facts, and that makes you look very ignorant. And you can
I never
continue
called
to
it.
do that.
Wait, Messenger. I can verify that what he just said was not word salad. Okay.
Well, it
And-
worked for him because he doesn't
You don't get to
understand
defend
the
him.
subject.
Let me finish.
You know my statement?
Wait. And you are guilty of an equivocation fallacy because you keep conflating scientific theory, which is not a hypothesis, with the colloquial usage of theory. You're just
No, that's not true.
100% wrong on that, dude. Scientific theories are not theories, quote, as far as a guess, as a hypothesis.
That's
They
exactly
are
what they are.
models of the,
No,
they're
no,
models.
they aren't.
They're assumptions made on the
Nope.
limited data that
Nope.
they have.
No, they're not.
No,
All
that's
right,
not hypothesis,
get in,
sir.
get in here.
Call them anything you want. They're assumptions
All right,
based on
all
Should
limited
I
right.
give you the
data.
definition from an actual
All
right,
dictionary?
Okay,
no,
I got you. Anyway,
John, yeah, it's Puff's turn.
so anyway, quick one. No, a theory in science, just like in mathematics, or I'm in HVAC, right? So if I say conduit, right, it doesn't mean that I mean something I'm going to transport something through, right? Conduit is, or I'm going to go move through it, right? No, it means that I'm going to run electrical wire through it, right? So everybody has terminology for the field that they're in, right? And in terms of science, when you're doing science, a theory is the highest level. It stands above laws. It stands above everything. And theory has to be supported and verified by multiple
Repeatedly.
laws
You can shake
over and over and over. And it has to withstand any scrutiny or any test of it over and over. There cannot be a situation where it fails. The only exception
you will get-
being
you will
that
get
we
to
cannot
respond.
tie. Give me 1 second. We cannot.
Oh, no,
we cannot tie. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Anyway, so we cannot tie directly the quantum world to the macro world, right, or the microscopic world, right? So
So
that
we can, just not general relativity.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So quantum relativity, general relativity, we're making an inroad. We're actually almost there, and we do believe that's going to be string theory.
Well,
but
not exactly.
What you said when you
Leo,
said,
stop
"Oh,
doing that.
wait a second," you said that black holes somehow refute Einstein's theory of relativity. When Leo Filius's
funny.
chuckle is all I need to verify that the black hole merger that the first one and all the ones we have subsequently observed since then, not only absolutely verified all of his predictions and his theory of relativity, it's sound. They allowed us to do away with any of the uncertainties that we had regarding whether or not his theory was actually completely sound. So now we've moved into a whole new realm of territory, and Leo can tell you that now if you were to able to refute his theory of relativity, like you would have
be more famous
Nobel
than Hawking.
prizes for every day for the next year. Like you would be your neck be so full of Nobel prizes, man. You have the Mr. T spinal
All
syndrome.
right,
going
well,
on.
let's let Messenger respond. And Messenger, like I said earlier, since people are going at you, you get a chance to respond after every interlocutor if they're asking you a question or going at you. So go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
then it's Lisa, and then
Yeah, I got-
Free. Yeah.
Yeah, Lisa and Free. I got that written right down here now. Yep.
Okay. My main issue with Puff, it was the ignorant comment that he made where he said theory is the highest level of truth.
It is.
To paraphrase.
No, I
'Cause
said it's the
would-
highest level of of something in a scientific sense. So if there's a theory of relativity, it's the highest explanation you can find. Period.
So laws aren't a higher explanation than theories?
No, they're not.
Exactly.
Theories incorporate laws.
Leo,
That's what
no,
makes
no, no,
theories
no,
so
no, no,
strong.
no, no, no.
Put your hand up.
A
in the
law for what it's a law of. What law for what is it a law of is the highest because
Right.
it is fact.
Nope.
It is provable.
no,
That's wrong.
Yes,
Demonstrably.
wait a second. I thought you were a teacher.
Scientific heads up your scientific asses or what?
Have you been to a middle school in the contiguous United States in the last 20 years, 35 years? 30 a middle school, like or Leo, maybe an elementary school in the last decade, I think.
All right, so let me
What?
interject real quick. So when we go to the hands, we haven't done the hand thing in a while. So when we do go to the hands, don't interject. Let the people finish. The people that are responding to each other. If you have something to say, mark it down. Put your hand up because it might take a while to get to you. But that's the only way to keep order within these dumpster fires.
And right now, as Doc had said, it's Lisa and then Free Spirit after that. So start throwing your hands up in the chat after that because that's the only two I got on the list now. If you want to get back in, sure.
You might want to
Hand
grab
up.
some pen and paper just so you don't forget your points as you're waiting to be able to get in and tell Messenger how stupid he is.
But
But so anyway, Messenger, you were responding. Oh, I think he's dealing with fam right now.
Yeah, no, I was getting some candy.
Oh, yeah, that's what you need, more candy.
Hey, listen, you fat fuck. We both eat a lot of shit we shouldn't.
You got that right, dude.
Let's go get some cheeseburgers together.
Yeah, that cheeseburger. But anyway, did you
my
have
point in responding to Puff is that Einstein's theory of relativity did not hold up when they watched how gravitational fields worked around black holes.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
That's how we can predict the movement of black holes.
No, that's where you're wrong.
But we've done it. We literally did it earlier this year. Oh my god.
You're wrong.
I mean,
Einstein's theory of relativity is incomplete. It doesn't support those things. That's why they know it is incomplete, because of black holes. So I know you're welcome to chuckle. It doesn't bother me because you just look like an idiot.
Well, look, I mean, he's
Or
not
maybe you
the
do.
only-
But
he's not.
go ahead,
He's
Jay.
not the only one chuckling at you. Everybody's chuckling at you because you're so wrong. You're not even up to the level of merely being wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but I do
Really,
want
how do you get up
to. I
to a
need to
level of
point
being
out.
merely wrong?
I feel the need to point out that this started on how your stupid election claims, and now we're on
Science. Oh,
the theory of relativity and gravity.
Good
job, Messenger.
Theories being like so special.
Knoxville.
Theories are so special.
Lisa, you're up.
Thank you. First of all, Messenger, citation fucking needed.
I'm not writing academic papers. I'm sharing my opinion.
Second of all, well, then you need to get citations
No, I don't.
for your
You may want me to.
for
I
your
don't need to.
fucking yes, you do.
I don't see you guys bringing citations with what you're talking about.
If you want us to take you seriously, you need to bring in fucking citations. Second of all, I don't like you, and I've never made a point of hiding that fact. And the reason that I don't fucking like you is that you are a fucking idiot who is pushing pseudoscience. And
No,
I don't like
not true.
pseudoscience. Yes,
Just because you lack knowledge about what I share with, in regard to psychology and clinical counseling does not mean I push pseudoscience.
you claim you have a fucking cure for PTSD. And
I believe that's off the table, right?
Yeah,
We're
we're
not.
not, hey, I'm sorry, Lisa. I love you, girl, but we're not going down that rabbit hole right
Thank you. Especially with
No,
people who don't have an education.
seriously, I have an education.
Really, you have an education in psychology and clinical counseling?
Yes, I do.
You are full of
moron.
shit. You are full of shit.
This
No,
is
I'm
too
not.
glorious. This is too glorious.
You might have an associate degree in something, but you don't speak as even you have a bachelor's degree in psychology.
I have a bachelor's degree from the University of fucking Alabama. You
I'm not surprised.
Okay,
I'm not surprised
is
that
it in
you think.
psychology?
I'm not surprised you think that you can fucking tell somebody's degree from the way they speak.
in regard to a subject, I sure can. Do you think I have a degree in physics the way I talk?
I have two requests here. One, could you chew with your fat fucking mouth a little more while you're talking to us? And Free Spirit is up. Free Spirit, you had your hand up.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. It's kind of my my second time being on the show.
Yeah,
Well, please,
don't be nervous.
Okay.
Go after Messenger with both barrels.
And I have a little bit of a speech impediment, so I apologize for that in
I think you
advance.
sound fine. You sound fine.
Okay. Messenger.
Yes.
So you're a supporter of Trump, correct?
That's not true, but we can
Yes?
pretend I am.
Well, that was a question.
Everybody that's been here the last 3 or 4 days knows I don't support Trump.
I'm not quite.
But
I'm
you
not
do.
convinced. I'm not convinced. I
Okay.
think you say you don't, but I'm not convinced.
I'm convinced because we've talked on Jay's channel. So
All right.
Say that you're convinced I do support him or don't support him, my thing?
that you
I
don't
just
support him.
wanted to clarify. I just have a couple questions, so I just wanted to clarify.
Yep, go ahead. It's you, Messenger.
Now, when the riots were going on in the streets, has Trump ever once said "knock it off"?
I don't think he used those words. No.
Any iteration of that sentiment.
He did, because he talked about it being unlawful and that governors should take more control of their cities with their police forces, that they should accept help from National Guard or even from reserves and army and military. He was wanting to send in federal troops. He wanting the governors to bring in the National Guard, and city mayors were rejecting that military aid to bring order to those streets. So I believe that Trump was in. I think if Trump had some level of total autonomy, I think he would have sent military in and put an end to it, just because I think he's just that brazen and bold.
And fascist?
Whatever term you want to give him, narcissistic.
Do you think that he shows fascist tendencies?
I guess I don't really understand the definition of fascist the way that you use it. So tell me, like, when you say that Trump's a fascist, what are the qualities that you believe encompass that fascist?
Here, check it out. Just so you know, he literally did a video where he went through the actual definition of fascism and showed in every facet of the definition where Trump met the standards of that definition.
How does that help me right now to understand?
I'm not just telling you. So I mean, but he'll.
All right.
I'm asking. I want Rage.
So
to give
fascism is uber nationalism.
But here in Rage, real quick. I don't want to get too far away from what Free Spirit was asking, because I answered her question and we have a follow up too. So
she had more than one question.
I'll be quick. Fascism is uber nationalism, which Trump is and admits brazenly to being a nationalist.
Nationalist?
A nationalist is somebody that sees nation over world. Is a broad term. Now, I'd have to break out definitions to give you the actual definition, but it's an extreme ideology where you are uber nationalistic, and Trump is that. Make America great. I'm not going to get into the dog whistles, but also a theocratic government, which means that the ruler has absolute power. Trump has repeated that sentiment that as president he has absolute power repeatedly. You demonize the other. He has done that with brown people. What am I forgetting, Leo? The most important one.
Opposition to liberalism, Marxism,
calling
socialism,
for the
communism.
imprisonment of your opposition. That's the main one. That's the sticker right there, Messenger.
And strong regimentation of society, protection of corporate power, all these things.
Yeah, he exudes fascism. And you being as smart as you claim to be, I'm so shocked that you don't understand what fascism is.
Well, and if there's any mod in the chat, if Dave is here, if you could find that video, it was like, what was it, like a month and a half ago, Knock, where he showed the actual terminology of what fascism is, and then he pointed to exact incidences of where Trump portrayed those ideals or those whatever freaking word my old boomer brain's trying to think of. All right, hey, Free Spirit, if you had other questions for Messenger, go ahead, and then after you, Leo's next.
Okay. So you're saying that he would have used military forces against citizens?
100%, he would have.
Isn't that against the law?
No, it isn't against the law. Not if they're.
I thought that you could not use United States military forces.
It has been
and
done.
Use.
It has been done. I can't remember
upon them. I
can't.
forget where I read that from.
That's why we established the National Guard.
I have too many mute buttons in too many places. It has been done, Free. It's considered atrocious when it happens, and it usually will destroy a president. But I can't remember the president's name. But during one of the wars, a protest, a president actually did bring in army and massacred American citizens. So it has happened. But I would agree with you. If it's not illegal, it should be. But again, like it's about how much power presidents, not just Trump, but presidents over the course of the past, I'd say 40 or 50 years especially, have taken upon themselves. They've taken more and more power with each administration. It's not a Trump thing. It's something every president does.
No, the active duty and the Guard belong to the president. They're federally controlled military. The National Guard is state-controlled military. They belong to the governors, and he's the one that orders them. He's their chief. So when you hear National Guard people doing stuff, the governor's giving an order. When you hear when you hear active duty and reservists, that's the president that's ordering. He's the commander-in-chief of that military. So I think that
yes, I understand he's commander.
No, I'm just saying he's commander-in-chief of the active duty and reservists, but not the Guard. Yes. I was trying to differentiate.
Yes, that is actually correct.
So I think that he would. I still think he's going to use federal troops to quell these riots before his presidency's up. I really do. Win or lose, I think he's going to put an end to the riots. That's what I believe he's going to go do.
That's just going to make it worse. It's not going to end it.
Red Fang. Hold on.
I don't think it's about it's going to make it better or worse. I think that's what he was going to do.
He's not saying that. Well, I don't even think Messenger is saying that he agrees or disagrees. He's just saying that's what he thinks he's going to do.
Okay. Did you have anything else? Free?
I was just going to end on this. I did vote for Trump the first time.
Okay. Why did you vote for Trump the first time and not the second?
Because I was sick of the politics, and I thought maybe a businessman who isn't into gossip and politics would do some good. And his behavior, how he treated a human being, and just mocking people, and this whole COVID thing on how he handled it really shifted my choice.
Okay.
Just, laughing about wearing a mask. And what happened? He came down with COVID.
Yeah, I always kind of doubted those that said, COVID is the reason Trump would lose. I think that COVID changed a lot of people's minds, especially how close it's turning out to be. I think COVID is probably the deciding factor for a lot of people. It's why a lot of new people voted, and it's probably a lot of people are like you, Free, to where it ultimately just changed their mind. They couldn't deal with the bullshit anymore because of COVID.
Yeah,
he was very immature. And he did not listen to the officials, and he instead was saying, you know what, I was wrong. I should have listened. And he would not fess up to it. His ego is so freaking big. He's like a 12-year-old boy. He's spoiled.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's that way because that's the way he was made.
Here we went. We passed the ball. We passed the ball to COVID, and COVID dropped the ball. Or this would all be moot. But go ahead, Leo.
So, and I apologize for consistently interrupting, but I mean, when it comes to science with Messenger, everything he said was so goddamn stupid. I don't understand. No. So from both the National Academy of Sciences and the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which is a peer-reviewed philosophical journal, a scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results. Where possible, theories are tested under controlled conditions in experiment. And according to the PhD geologist Stephen Schaefersman in An Introduction to Science, quote, established scientific theories have withstood rigorous scrutiny and embody scientific knowledge, end quote. Also from the National Academy of Sciences, the meaning of the term scientific theory, as used in the disciplines of science, is significantly different from the common vernacular usage of theory. In everyday speech, theory can imply an explanation that represents an unsubstantiated and speculative guess, whereas in science, it describes an explanation that has been tested and widely accepted as valid. These different usages are comparable to the usage of prediction in science versus common speech, where it denotes mere hope. And that is the thing with general relativity. It has literally never failed any test we have ever subjected it predicted too. It predicted the expansion of space-time, which we verified almost 20 years after it was developed. It predicted black holes, which were discovered like 40 years after it was developed. It predicted gravitational waves, which weren't discovered until 100 years after it was developed. Every single prediction that has ever been made by general relativity has been observed repeatedly in reality. Literally every single observational, experimental, or mathematical test we have ever subject general relativity to, it has passed. It is the single most well-verified scientific theory that humans have. And I want to pose a question to you, Messenger. Do you know what the mathematical basis of general relativity is?
Okay, is it my turn to talk?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer that question.
I'm not going to answer your question until I'm done making my statements to the shit you said.
No, you're going to answer the question
first. You're going to answer the question first. No, because that's going to determine whether it's worth having a conversation.
Hold on, both of you, hold on. It's Leo's time right now. He waited very patiently, albeit that he jumped in a few times when he couldn't help himself. And he asked you a question. It is your turn to respond to him, but first you must answer his question. It's a yes or no question.
John.
It's a yes or no question.
He can't go on for 4 minutes about other shit and then we'll ask one question that has nothing to do with all that other shit.
You're going to get the same amount of time or more, but he just asked you a closed question, a yes or no question. So either say yes, no, or I don't know.
No.
Then that's your answer to the question?
That's my answer to the question. Can I go on with what I want to say?
Yeah, but I just want to say it's differential
I just want to say more.
It's differential geometry, which is the usage of aspects of linear algebra and calculus
I can't help himself.
In the framework of geometry on geometric manifolds, measuring their differentiation or change. The fact that you didn't even know what differential geometry was, yet you're going to sit here and ramble on about general relativity, the fact that you've been wrong on literally everything that you said tells me that there's no reason to continue engaging with you. But you're free to say whatever the fuck you want. I'm probably not going to be listening because in 4 minutes I got to watch my guy Aaron Rod.
An explanation is not facts, okay? A theoretical explanation doesn't make it fact. So when you say it's an explanation, blah 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 blah, it's not a fact. Okay,
never said theory was a fact.
That's what we're talking about.
Messenger.
That's not what I was talking about.
Messenger.
I know.
Messenger, you should just stay out of the science game, dude. Like you got no game in science.
The theory of relativity
is
game in science. Awesome. No, it's not that I don't have no game in science, but neither does this guy. And here's the biggest.
Wait, but you didn't know what differential geometry was.
You're going to shut up for 5 minutes, just like I shut up for 5 minutes.
Do you know what
I know it's hard for you because you listen with your mouth, but you're going to listen just like I listen to you. The biggest problem with Leo and all that, how many times in his diatribe did he use the term we as if he's part of that scientific community? Because that guy has no academia behind his scientific claims. He is the greatest Google researcher that I've seen in this channel.
Wait, Sean Carroll's books are...
I'm not done talking. You got to listen for 5 minutes now. So basically, he says, you, Leo, until you're a professional, until you're academically trained, you can't say we. You can't say we this. You can't say we that. That's the whole point of this. People who aren't the experts shouldn't be saying we blah, 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 blah. We blah, 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 blah. This is what we blah, 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 blah. You don't get to say we. You're not part of that expert community.
Wait a minute. I'm not understanding. Why are you saying he doesn't get to say we?
Because he's not part of that expert community. It's a manipulative tactic to try to get credence.
Why are you saying he's not part of that expert community? Then?
It's an appeal to authority, is what it is.
Thank you. He's not part of the we.
Whose authority did I appeal to?
No.
To number one, when I say we, you think that when I say we, I mean we as in the scientists. That's not what I mean. When I say we, I mean we as in. When I say we, when I say we, I mean.
All right, you guys are muted. Just shut up for a minute. All right, you can't talk over one another. Leo, just stop. First of all, one thing I want to say, though, Messenger, is that so your claim is that because Leo doesn't have a degree that you doubt everything he says from a scientific perspective? Is that...
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that part's true. But I'm saying don't act like you're part of the fucking we when you're fucking giving your explanation. Shannon Q did that shit, and I called her ass out too. If you're not part of the we, don't say we. Use they or them.
That's what I'm not following. You're saying he's not part of the we. If he has the scientific knowledge, if he has studied this, does it really matter if he has letters 100%. After his name? Does he have to have letters after his name? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he does. He either has to work professionally in the field or he has to have letters.
He has to have letters after his name.
If you're going to say we, yes.
Well, but we could mean humanity.
No, it doesn't. Not the way he's using it.
Yes, actually, that is the way I was using it. I was trying to explain that.
Peterson, come on.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
Yes, you are.
He said we mean collective humanity.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
No, he doesn't mean that.
Yes,
because
I did. You don't get to tell me what I meant by my words, buddy.
You're not speaking for humanity.
That is
You're not
extraordinarily
speaking for humanity. You're such
yes, I am. Because theories describe things independently. Dude, do you even know what it means to take a derivative? Do you know what it means to take a derivative? What does it mean to take a derivative?
Own your shit.
So you don't know, but I'm the guy that can't say anything.
Yeah, you can't own your shit. 100%.
You don't even know basic calculus, and you're trying to lecture me on what I can know about science.
Handle any type of
Talking to a
correction.
man in a $5,000 suit. Come on.
You can't even take any corrections.
Because how can you correct me on things when you don't even know basic fucking calculus?
All right, so anyway, hey guys, we're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this in a cage match. We're gonna finish this in a cage match. I want to welcome our two newest panelists, Saxy Calzone, one of the greatest names on the internet. How's it going, Saxy?
What's up?
So, was there anything that you particular came in here to talk about?
No, I kind of came in right between the part where we were talking about the election and then it suddenly switched to fucking evolution and cosmology and physics. So I'm not sure exactly where I should weigh in.
Well, it's a free flowing thing, and then I don't know if how long it's been since you've been in here. When we have this many people in the room, what we do to keep order of people who want to get in is you just type the word "hand" in the private chat. So
Gotcha.
Anywhere along the way here, if you want to jump in, just type the word "hand" in the private chat, and I'll mark you down on the list right here. Also, Victor is back. He was here when we streamed earlier today. How you doing? Guys. How you doing, Victor?
I'm all right. How about you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Did you have anything particular that made you jump in here that you wanted to bring up?
Just because I would be here, and you guys seem so anxious to see me again, so here I am.
Well, yeah, I mean, and Victor came in and he took the brunt of our shit for quite a while. I commend him for that, even though I disagree with most of the words that came out of his mouth. If either of you had anything you wanted to go on about, Lisa was next. She had thrown her hand up. Also, I want to point out there's somebody trying to get in the room. We are at 10 right now. So you got to wait until you see somebody disappear from the screen, and then you can try and pop in again. But Lisa, what did you have your hand up for?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to Leo for a second. Leo, I do have letters after my name, and Messenger still doesn't listen to me, so he wouldn't listen to you even if you did have letters.
Exactly, and it's funny, I cited a PhD, and he doesn't have a degree in English, but he's using words. That's essentially the argument he's making. It's fucking ridiculous.
Can I take a crack here?
Who was that?
That's Victor.
Well, look, yeah, that's fine, but somebody's in there before you. So, like I said, you got to go to the private chat.
I'm away from my computer at the moment.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I'll mark you down. And actually, whenever Lisa's done, Free Spirit's next, and then you're after that, Victor.
He can go before me. It's okay.
All right. Go ahead, Victor.
Okay. I just wanted to say, it's like it seems like a semantics thing, whereas one party is saying a theory is has the strongest explanatory power in the scientific community, and the other person is saying that in the rest of the world, a fact is stronger than anything that's a big combination of facts cross-referenced and made into some kind of a explanation about some great big phenomenon. It's just an engineering philosophy. Nothing is stronger than any one of its parts. So in reality, a theory isn't really stronger than a fact. In science, that may be the what you're aiming for, the pinnacle of your achievement in science. But in the rest of the world, a fact is much more reliable than a theory.
No, because a theory literally incorporates facts. Like, dude,
You're equivocating those
incorporates
terms.
them.
Stop
It
fucking
uses
doing that. You
facts.
sound stupid.
It uses facts to build off. Okay, but think about a fact.
Theory is an explanation for something you don't understand fully. God damn it.
Yeah, but you didn't know what
Hold on.
differential geometry was or what it means to take a derivative. But tell me about how wrong I am.
You are wrong. You're an idiot.
Hold on.
Yeah, but
You don't know calculus, so
Can
you're
you
wrong
hold on?
about not understanding what
yeah,
I'm
you're
saying
wrong about
theory.
shit that involves calculus heavily when
right,
you try
guys.
to talk about it.
Let me say one little thing here. I'll be done. Think of each fact like a building block, and each fact may be completely true, but it also has to be attached to another building block, and that attachment, that association, that reliance has to be just as strong as each fact, or the theory is not as strong as the fact. It's engineering.
All right, Leo, respond to that.
I wasn't really listening to what he was saying because I was trying to talk to Jungle Jargon in the chat, because he's saying that the Lorentz transformations, which define length contraction and time dilation, they because lengths change and time changes, that therefore C isn't constant. But he's another fucking dumbass, pseudo-intellectual, scientifically illiterate
You're
fucking
really
moron,
defensive,
because
man.
the Lorentz transformations have C in those equations, and in order for those equations to apply properly to our reality, that constant must be constant. But here we have another completely fucking ignorant person who has no fucking clue what they're talking about when it comes to advanced physics.
You can't
in
take
general.
JJ seriously, Leo, because
Yeah.
we're talking about the guy that in a debate I had with him on Modern Day Debate told me that his evidence for dinosaurs living with man was some YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Shit,
Yeah.
you know.
Power comes
Look,
from greater power.
Free spirits on deck as far as being next. But I do want to ask Lisa. So, Lisa, you said you have letters after name. What's your field of expertise?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Psychology. I'm also about 6 credits short of finishing my MAC in counseling. So, fuck you, Messenger.
Well, I do have to I want to preface Messenger. We're not getting into a goddamn psychological discussion.
Yeah.
We're talking about academia, not specific issues.
Free Spirit had her hand up. What did you want to say? And again, people in the chat, we don't have room to bring anybody else in.
I'm sure spots will open up as we go through.
Modern day Aaron Ra is going to be just absolutely fucking obliterating Nathan Thompson on MDD shortly, so I will be hopping out for that whenever.
Thanks for doing that. You seem to do that with quite a bit of frequency, Leo. Thank you again for mentioning a much larger channel than ours.
I'm sorry, he does that often.
I did forget about that, though, and that is going to be brutal. So.
They do the same debate over and over again on that channel.
This one's going to be
So
funny, though.
done.
It's Nathan Thompson. He's
Free Spirit, you're next. What did you
Yeah,
have?
I was just going to let everybody know that I'm going to go ahead and leave the chat so somebody else can get in.
Oh, okay. Well,
Thank you for the question.
stopping by, and you're welcome anytime.
All right. Yeah, it was a good talk, Messenger.
I appreciate the questions, and I appreciate you listening to my answer.
All right. Take care, everybody.
All right.
Have a good
one.
Again, there's one spot open. so
I have a feeling
fantastic.
JJ is going to be coming in.
Which one's JJ now?
Jungle
Jargon.
Oh God.
I don't know.
Power comes from greater power.
We'll see. Gur might be able to make it.
Tolerant.
Gur is trying to get in. So Gur Mania, if you can get in, go for it. Hopefully you still have the link. If not, I'll throw it in there in a minute. But I'm going to try to give you a chance to come in.
Now, Knock had said earlier today, and now we have, and Mr. Parker's got in. Well, that's awesome.
We still have one open.
So we've got Messenger here. Now we have Victor here. I'm not sure how much their worldviews coincide, but they both are Christians, both theists. And Knock had said earlier he was hoping we could get into, not be all politics tonight. And of course we haven't been because we got into the science. But is there anything that like either of the believers wanted to bring up and maybe lead us into a religious conversation, or is there any other people in here that had questions for either of the Christians?
That's a good way to try to get somebody to grab up the burden of proof, but no, I'm not really interested in doing that right now.
Okay, I was offering you the floor if you wanted it.
Jesus is Lord. There you go. There's my piece.
You just gave a shout out to Jesus as Lord. That's so wrong.
No, but that's funny though, because it only took me like an afternoon on one of your streams to become like a villain, where people are bringing my name up and they're going, "Oh yeah, no, don't be like that guy." So I just like to say that you guys have a very low tolerance for people that don't agree with you.
No, we don't. Why did we tell you to come back then?
Because it would be fucking boring if we weren't here.
I mean, and the thing is, you were on this channel.
It doesn't bother me today. It doesn't bother me. I mean, mind you, it's just it
should bother you because it's not true.
I come in here at 8:05, and the first thing I hear is, "Oh, don't be a victor."
Who said that?
You fucker.
Two people said it.
I said it. Well, I definitely said it. But like, I don't see you as a villain. You just talk a lot. You don't stop. So it was.
I
like
have an opinion on everything.
I didn't use your word in a villain way. I just used it as an adjective.
No, I know. I'm just messing with you guys anyway.
Yeah, I can understand when you said villain. Like I wasn't getting that. Right,
in a playful villain kind of a way.
Jesus
Christ,
Christ,
I don't get that. Like Sunflower in the side chat is like, John and Knock definitely don't have a low tolerance for people that disagree with them. Now I will give you, like, John gets angry sometimes, but like I literally go into rooms where I'm surrounded by people that disagree with me. Like, what the
all right,
fuck
my
you
main's
talking about?
live. I gotta hop out. Peace out, everybody.
Go enjoy your other stream, bitch.
Run and hide.
Yeah,
I did put the link in the side
Why
chat.
do you keep inviting the guy back that keeps dissing you for the Modern Day Debate channel?
Hey, if you like debates, I'm not gonna knock you for liking debates, dude.
Yeah,
it's the same goddamn thing over there all the time, though.
100,000th time.
I mean, is there any new content on that channel at all?
Sure, there is. They have really good debates over there.
But they had neo-Nazis on there
and it's
like a month ago.
It's like 5 days a week on the weekdays.
They just
you
had
get, like,
two
reruns of Full House.
tenured
They do the
professors
reruns
on to
of
have a
the
debate
Flat Earth
about
debate.
economics.
And then on the weekend,
we do have.
something new.
We have. Let me. Oh, just a second. We have one spot open, so let me move some things around here, because Mr. Parker is here. So let me get him into the stream. Where are you at?
He is in the stream.
Oh, somebody just
No,
came in.
he's not.
Oh, you booted? Mr.
All right,
Parker's
so
been there.
we are full. Just a second, guys. Let me,
Yeah, I thought you were doing something else, man. So I ended up slapping that button at the same time you did.
What is going on? God damn it! All right, just.
Why? What's the matter?
John, I've got a whole different shit than anybody in this room has when it comes to StreamYard, and I'm trying to figure it out. So just let me figure this shit out. All right, so let's move that back here. We'll go up here. We'll move. God damn it!
Yeah, because it doesn't look like what you showed me before the stream with everybody underneath us and us.
All right, I'm getting there. Damn it!
Did somebody just fucking fart?
No. Well, I don't
No,
know.
that was me rubbing my microphone.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Everybody's in the stream now.
It wasn't with my finger.
You're trying to do. Oh, jeez.
Everybody's in the stream now. We are full again. So, yeah, just because you guys are in StreamYard does not mean you are in my stream, right? I had to move stuff around and get the windows right, so that's what I was trying to say. John will, like, I've explained this to John 1,000 times, and he will never understand that what he's seeing in StreamYard is not what's relating to the to the stream.
Yeah, I can see that now. I got my phone open. But wait a minute. There's only 9 people.
It's the 30-second delay. It's good now. Just let it catch up.
All right.
All right. So
Okay.
we can talk politics. I don't want to. You were not going to really escape
Yeah.
politics as long as this shit. But I'm just saying, like, we can talk whatever y'all want to talk about. The
Yeah.
room is full now, so let's talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Messenger.
I got a question for Victor.
I don't think you believe half the shit that you say. I think that you like getting reactions from people.
Which specific part?
All of it.
I don't
All of it,
think
really.
theories are facts, and I'll never concede that they are.
All of it, really.
And
Like,
I
you
believe
weren't trying to trigger
people-
Leo.
No, Leo needs to stop pretending he's an expert on shit. Okay,
Leo's
he
a
uses
smart
we.
kid that knows a lot.
He uses we as if he's an expert, and he's
we
not.
tried to explain it to you. That's not what he meant, and it doesn't matter whether you understand.
It is no, that is
no.
That's exactly when people say we this and we that. They're
No.
Yes, they are.
When he said we, he meant humanity.
He did not. He meant that scientific community. Goddammit.
He did not mean we, as in me and my
Yeah,
fellow
but John,
scientists.
there would still
He
be
didn't
an
mean
appeal
that.
to
He
authority.
did not
That's
mean
exactly
that,
how
and I
he
knew
used it,
exactly
John.
what he meant.
Are you unable to comprehend English? That's exactly how he used it.
No, it isn't.
If you say we don't believe that this blah 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 blah,
Right.
You're saying you're part of that
Right.
group.
No, yeah, he is part of the group of humanity. You're absolutely right.
No, you're using it colloquially yourself now, and you won't accept that you're wrong.
No, it's not that I'm wrong, dude.
You
It's
are
that
wrong in
you-
this case.
No, it's literally.
None of us
that
have
you
an
don't
English
understand.
degree.
Hold on, will you please stop? Look, it's that you don't understand English. You don't understand that certain words, certain phrases, certain idioms have more than one meaning, have more than one usage, and we is not. It can mean any group of people.
It's
It could
still
be
an
the
important
scientist.
field
You're
authority.
right. That's one of the meanings it could be. It could have meant he could have meant the group of scientists. But what he was doing, because I've talked to him many times about this, he was meaning like the royal we, like we, all of us.
Wrong.
The knowledge that humanity has. I'm
wrong.
telling you, I've
It's
talked to him
not-
times, I know that.
You're
Isn't it
wrong.
irrelevant because either way, that if it's the royal we, then he's making an even larger appeal to authority because he's saying it's just like widely understood and known by everyone.
Right.
It's a way to push your argument into a corner.
Because people that are scientifically minded, whether they have letters after the name or not, know that what Leo was saying earlier is true.
Wait, clarification, Messenger. What did Leo say that you disagree with?
He says that scientific theories are just guesses, basically. Is
that what you meant, Messenger?
No, it isn't. That's just,
Oh, okay.
if that's John's
please
interpretation,
elaborate.
he fully comprehends.
Yeah, go ahead, elaborate. But,
But
but after you hear his explanation, you'll realize that I found that before you point out.
If you claim to have the superior technological understanding of the situation, then why boil someone else's argument down to something so inaccurate? And
It wasn't inaccurate. It was a thumbnail sketch of his argument.
his argument was just
It's
like
an ad
saying
hoc.
his mind. A fact is stronger than a theory.
Messenger, what was his argument, and what is it about his argument that you disagree with?
When we were talking the specifics of things, we were first talking about Einstein's theory of relativity, and that it was factual for exactly how space, time, and matter work together in regards to gravitational fields. I said that Einstein's theory of relativity was incomplete because it didn't specifically account for how black hole gravities worked around black holes. And he said, yes, it fucking does. And I said, no, it fucking doesn't. That's how they know that it's incomplete. And he just went on, well, the theories in this, and then he talked about theories being facts. And I'm like, theories aren't facts. He's like, theories are the most strong thing in the scientific community. And then he goes on to tell an explanation how a theory is an explanation. I said, an explanation is not a fact. He's like, well, theories have facts. And I'm like, that doesn't matter. A fact is still stronger than a theory.
So what's your response to that? Like, do you have an answer?
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to go help mom deal with a 3-year-old meltdown.
So there are holes in general relativity.
Hold on, Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker, hold on. You got to put your hand up in the private chat. There's a bunch of people before you. Lisa had her hand up. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah. I wish Messenger was here because I really want to. I really want to.
Well, if you want to wait till he comes back, I'll come back to you.
Oh, and sorry, I did not mean to interrupt. I did not realize the hand waving thing.
Oh yeah, it's in the private chat when you want to get in. Yeah, you just put your hand. But no, you were fine. You had just got here, so I'll come back to you, Lisa. Saxy, you're next.
All I was going to ask, it was when Victor came in. I'm unfamiliar with Victor, so I was just going to ask what his stance was on the topic at hand before I started, throwing tomatoes and shit.
I'm not sure what it is anymore.
Yeah.
At the time I heard him talk, it seemed to be the whole theological thing, but we were still, one person was talking about cosmology, next guy was physics, third guy's election. Like
Yeah.
I know we're all struggling.
It's free form. But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who can bring us back on course, and that would be Puff. Who's next? Go ahead, Puff.
Oh, I said that Mr. Parker could have my turn because he was about to explain that there are subholes in the theory of relativity, but I'm pretty sure he'll still explain the theory of relativity clearly explains how gravity works around a black hole.
We'll go to Mr. Parker, but first we'll let Lisa, because she was waiting for Messenger to get back. So, Lisa, what was it that you wanted Messenger to hear? Are you going to tell him? Are you going to tell him "fuck you" again?
No.
Okay.
But I'm close to it. Okay, so Messenger, I really, really wish that Aaron was here to whoop your fucking ass. And second of all, I don't have a low tolerance for people who disagree with me. What I have a low tolerance for is people who act like they're a fucking expert on things that they have no clue what they're talking about.
You have a response for that, John?
He doesn't have his headphones in.
Oh, fuck. Oh, did you even hear her?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. No one heard me.
What do you mean I hear her? I'm listening to a 3-year-old meltdown. Are you kidding me?
Oh, you did hear.
You know what? I'm not even going to waste my breath again.
All right, then I guess I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Parker. Tell Messenger where the bear shits in the woods, will you?
So I wasn't here when Leo started talking about that. I think I might have heard half of it, but not much. And I guess what Messenger's point is, I guess I don't think Leo would clumsily say general relativity is able to explain everything. I think it can explain the planetary objects like the moon, the sun, and all this stuff. And I need to read more about black holes and relativity and that. But we do understand black holes pretty well to understand what they would look like, how they would interact with other stars and whatnot. The problem with relativity is quantum mechanics, which is why it has holes, is because it can't explain why quarks and electrons. Yeah, that. Well, I don't think you brought that up. I don't know.
It's not my area of expertise, but I know enough to sit there and say that it's not the be all fucking end all, and neither are theories.
I understand it, but wait a minute, Messenger, hold on. But the point is that that was Leo's whole point to you that you weren't saying. He wasn't saying that the theory was complete and encompassed everything, but he was saying what we do know about the theory of relativity, everything that it has predicted has come to fruition.
Not everything.
The black hole, yes, everything.
Everything. Theories don't explain everything, so don't fucking say that they do.
I'm not talking that it explains everything. What I'm saying is all the predictions that were made under the theory of relativity, the predictions came true. I'm not saying that the theory covers everything in the universe.
It's not about their predictions. Back and forth between
it's not their predictions. It's the explanation for how space-time worked supported the revolution of planets around our solar system that Newtonian gravity didn't substantiate. That Newtonian gravity fell short. And I said, and then when it came down to gravitational fields and black holes, the theory of relativity fell short. And that's where the guy went to die in his sword, saying that the theory of relativity absolutely predicted how black holes function. And I said, no, it doesn't.
He listed several things. I'm sure Mr. Parker could list too. That about gravity, about black holes, about whatever that list was. He said, because I'm not an expert in it like these guys are, but he named several things that are escaping me right now that actually came out of that theory down the line. Like there was one he said was 100 years before it was proven. The black hole thing was just proven recently. I mean, that's what he was saying. He wasn't saying that theory encompasses the entire universe of scientific.
Do you know what the theory of relativity predicted? Let me interject. The theory of relativity predicted black holes before we ever had observation of black holes.
Yeah. All right.
No, don't say yeah like you fucking know. I'm giving you information.
It would predict how the gravity worked around there.
No, Puff. No, fucking
yes,
goddamn no.
Yes, it
no.
does.
No,
because oh my god, yes, it does. It does. It does predict it because that was one of his predictions. That was how he predicted how a gravitational merger or what gravitational waves would look like. That's how he was able to predict it.
Now you're pulling like shit out your ass. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Have you ever watched a documentary on Einstein at all and about his theory of relativity and how it was so fucking amazing and how he came up with it?
Yes, his theory of relativity, where he had the constant for in the theory of in his equation for just. In his equation for relativity, right? He had the cosmological constant in there, but then he took it back out, right? And he realized later, oh, well, I should have never took it back out. That was in his theory of relativity, right?
Well, I'm talking about how it predicted something he had never observed or seen or even heard of.
Right. So when he predicted it, he took it back out and they actually observed it. He was like, well, let me go ahead and put it back. He's like, that does belong in my theory. Then the things he predicted what a black hole merger would look like, right? What gravitational waves would look like if we were able to observe them. He predicted that, right?
Real quick, let me jump in there.
Wait a second. During his time, they did not say that his theory explained how planets moved around, how solar systems moved around a galaxy, because they actually already knew that there was a problem with the amount of gravitational or amount of matter or mass that's in a galaxy, that the solar systems that are moving around it are moving too fast at the edges for it to be just gravity. They already knew about dark matter at that time.
Real quick before we get too far past that, I want to ask Messenger. You said a moment ago that that the theory and Einstein predicted things that he had never seen. And you're saying that the fact that those things that he predicted using his scientific theory, and he predicted things that he had never seen before that actually came to fruition down the road, you're saying that's a bad thing, that disproves the theory? I'm not following why you bring that up as if it's a pejorative point.
Yeah.
I was bringing up the only real relevance when it came down to his theory of relativity and black holes. But to say that it supports the gravitational wells around fields around black holes, it doesn't work.
So, okay, can I explain like black holes and what Einstein actually predicted? So Einstein predicted there would be gravitational waves due to these large, massive objects would collide and they would produce gravitational waves because they were just so massive.
And real quick, I need to jump in. Lisa wants to go.
Oh, yeah.
She wanted to plug her channel real quick before she left. Go ahead, Lisa. You're muted, Lisa. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go, but thanks for having me on. And I do welcome differing views on my channel, and I'm actually pretty respectful. It's just on other channels I kind of, let my hair down and all that.
And speaking of that, and your channel is Lisa for Truth, correct? Just like the name that's on screen now?
That is correct.
Yeah. And would you like to tell Messenger fuck you one more time before you leave?
No, I think he's had enough of that.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming by, Lisa.
Yeah.
Alrighty, bye.
Thanks, Lisa. Always great to have you on. Long time supporter. Thanks for showing up.
Thank you.
Oh, look who filled the empty spot. I don't even know who we lose. Who did we lose before Lisa? Somebody left before Lisa. I always get confused.
It was Saxy. Saxy left.
Oh, okay. Saxy. Sunflower. What's up, Sunflower?
Well,
just a second, Sunflower. You're not in the stream yet. Let me get you in the stream.
Oh,
So
okay.
just a
I
second.
can hear
John.
him.
Yes,
Wait,
I
he's
know.
in the
God
stream.
damn it! Stop it,
Behind you.
messenger. You know what the fuck you're doing. All right, so
I
just a
can hear
second.
Sunflower.
Actually, Sunflower, you are in the stream now. So let me get let me get.
You've been in the stream, Sunflower. Don't listen to
Well, I
Knox.
just have to point out one thing. Iron Charioteer has made in the chat an explicit accusation about me that is 100% false. He has said, Sunflower says that alcohol lowers inhibitions. It means he gets girls drunk to sleep with them. Absolutely false, and this person should be ashamed of themselves for creating a complete lie that I've never said. So I had to come on and just point that out.
Why couldn't
Yeah,
you
to
just
point
point
out
out
what-
in the chat? We didn't see it. You guys in the chat.
Oh no, I don't care. The chat is
point-
immortalized by the stream, whether or not you guys are. If anyone watches the stream, I believe they'll see the chat. I have to just point that out. That is a complete made up lie with nothing to back it up. That's a shameful thing for that person to say.
What'd they say?
I didn't even see it. I didn't even catch
Yeah,
what you
like
said.
nobody here saw it.
No, but people on replay can see it.
People definitely will be able to see it in the stream, even if they're not looking. The side chat is in the stream, showing on the stream. So yeah, no,
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else do you have to say, Sunflower?
I honestly primarily came on to address that because I can't believe that someone would actually. This is the first time I've ever been someone has fabricated a complete lie with nothing to back it up, and Levy did that.
Why do you care what they think?
Because what people say about other people, whether or not it's completely made up, does sometimes have.
All
an
right,
impact, and I
everybody,
wanted to
everybody, shut up now. Tioga's here.
Ooh.
No, but I did have a question for you, Sunflower. You know, like those apps that you can get where, like, you can take a photograph of yourself and it'll make it cartoonish and make an avatar out of it for you. Is that how you got your avatar? Do you look like that in real life?
No comment.
All right, that means yes. All right, Tioga, what brought you by?
Oh, I came by because I wanted to back up Sunflower a little bit. Like we were talking about like explaining how alcohol works to Messenger, and then other people were like, oh, Sunflower's a date rapist, which is not what we were talking about at all.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, it's insane. Like, I literally, I saw where he was trying to go with it, and I was like, I don't get girls drunk, but generally drunk people are more willing to engage in sex that they wouldn't if they were sober. First of all, even Messenger agreed with that. I think everyone in the world agrees with that. Then, after I said that, Iron Charioteer's response was, hey, Tioga, Sunflower says that alcohol lowers inhibitions. It means he gets girls drunk to sleep with them. Yeah, fuck you, Iron Charioteer. You're
Yeah, I
an
mean, it
absolute
literally
clown.
hasn't literally about 85 or 90% of every first date been going somewhere. And then going somewhere.
Why let-
Can I finish the goddamn sentence, for Christ's fucking sake?
Are you gonna rage quit? I usually talk on my own channel, but go ahead, John.
Well, I'm not saying you can't talk in your own channel. I don't even know it was you that was interrupting me. All I
I know,
know is
you just yelled, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Don't rage quit.
All I was going to say is
Don't rage quit.
Literally every first date to go somewhere to movies or dinner and then go for drinks. Like, it's just, yeah. Doesn't mean that he's getting women drunk to have his way with them.
He might, though.
He might.
Hey,
that might be your first date. My first date was a trip to Popeyes, bro. Come on now, like
Feed 'em and
other
get them
people have
biscuits.
different dates. Me and my wife were very broke. We went to Popeyes. We used coupons. We bonded. It was. We were very young, very broke, bro. So
Well, anyways, the
I
point
want to
is not
say though,
necessary.
I want to interject because I was trying to say something too.
Before you're so rudely interrupted.
Why get so fucking butthurt about somebody you don't know and you're never gonna meet and what they say in a fucking side chat?
Because unfortunately, that comments like that can have impact, whether or
It's
not.
like people troll, man. Like I go into some side chats, you won't believe the things Christians say to me. I don't get all butthurt about it.
Trolling. Look,
Same.
There's something.
Hey man, some people have their line, dude, and his line is he doesn't want
your girlfriend got upset.
date raping chicks.
Accusations of something like getting girls drunk to sleep with them is different than sort of like gaslighting or trolling. I mean, there's overlap there, but I'm sorry, I felt the need to address that. That's fine. Yeah.
Anyways, we were talking about how Messenger doesn't know how alcohol works. So
You guys are both.
can we go?
you don't think I
Can
know
we
how
go
it
back
works.
to that? Can we go back
Well,
to that?
it is embarrassing that I had to teach Messenger the master.
You didn't teach me shit.
You didn't
were
teach
completely
shit.
wrong.
Wait.
Thank you, Red
rage
Fang.
quit, Messenger. Don't rage quit.
Messenger,
I never did.
So to be clear, you still think that alcohol intoxication, the GABA receptor, is not the primary neurotransmitter that affects the lowering of inhibitions? You think it's dopamine and serotonin?
What I told you specifically is it inhibits motor function, it inhibits your speech, it slows your central nervous system down, but it's not the thing that lowers your mental and emotional inhibitions to go fuck somebody.
Well, actually, yes.
I said
it is.
that was dopamine and serotonin, and that's where you're wrong.
Well, you're absolutely wrong. The central nervous system is the brain. The peripheral nervous system is
Oh my gosh.
Wait, so you're saying that dopamine lowers your inhibitions? Is that what you're saying?
Dopamine is the pleasure sensor, so that's what draws us to do the things that we find that are pleasurable, that we enjoy, kind of like Sunflower getting girls drunk and going to have sex with
But
them.
if you're already
Sunflower, I don't believe that. I don't believe you do that.
I don't do that.
And then the serotonin, I said, lowers your fear because it creates a calming effect.
No. Messenger is so fucking dumb. Depressants work via the GABA receptor. This is what a depressant is. A depressant is not something
We had
that
this conversation
uses dopamine and serotonin. But I'm sorry, it bears repeating. Look it up.
It bears repeating.
Yeah.
You're an
you
amazing
pseudo-intellectual
You know what else
fucking
bears
idiot.
repeating, Messenger? Reading fucking modern scientific literature. You should
Really?
probably do that once in a while.
Messenger.
Did
look
you
into
have a
it.
master's degree in clinical mental
Fuck
health
your
counseling?
master's degree is shit. It's probably from
And
an
you've taken
online.
classes in
It's
alcohol
probably from an
dependence?
online for-profit fucking program.
Can we ask where you got it from? Then
Where'd you get it from, buddy?
I said I'm not going to talk about where I went to school.
Wait, remember when you got mad at me for
Place
not?
can't hope and get his.
Messenger got mad at me.
Sunflower, you don't like giving out your own information.
Exactly. That's
either.
why.
No.
Okay, but I'm
Yo. Everybody's talking. I do believe that Messenger's credentials did check out by somebody that this channel trusts, Jay Pasick. But yes, Messenger has always been consistent that he didn't want to share his credentials publicly. That being said, we have had a lot of shitstorms when it comes to psychology on the channel involving Messenger. We want to stay away from those topics. And stay towards theology. I'm not saying we can't talk about this. This is something that I don't know about. I'm not going to be able to combat Messenger if he's wrong. So what I'm saying is, though, we're kind of skating the line with something that happened about a year ago, and
No, but the point is they're trying to say that the GABA receptors, the inhibiting of the GABA receptors is the thing that causes people to do things they normally wouldn't do with another person. Or
Look, let me interject, bro. Let me interject. Hold on. Let me interject. Hold on. I wouldn't question your bona fide, Messenger, because I don't have anywhere near the education you do. But like one thing that just doesn't ring true to me is that alcohol. Are you claiming that alcohol has no part in lowering inhibitions at any time in any place?
I didn't say that. I said that
He's
alcohol.
claiming it's
Can I speak?
He's claiming
Can I
the
ask
lowering
one
of
question?
inhibitions.
Well, let him
is from-
answer.
All right, Messenger answer.
Yeah,
and
I would like to respond to John instead of Sunflower.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
then, if you're gonna do that-
here's the thing. Everybody start putting your goddamn hands up in the private chat.
We've got
or
to go
you're
back
not
to
gonna
that.
get caught.
But real quick, I do have a donation. So before you respond to John Messenger, I want to thank James Hogue for his $10 donation. Consider this a vote for you, Knock. Please run for a state office. I live in Michigan, and I'll vote for you, felony or not. I always did want to run for public office, but when I got my felonies, that dream was crushed. I have dabbled in politics through other means without running for office. But please, thank you so much, James Hogue. I don't know why I didn't hear. I might not have heard the notification because everybody fucking talking at once. So Messenger, you respond to John, and then yes, if you have something to say, like I said earlier, get a piece of paper and a pen, write it down, put your hand in the side chat. With these types of conversations, everybody talking over each other, we have to run it this way. We can't just have it open because nobody understands anybody when everybody's talking at the same time.
So my response to John is alcohol can increase inhibitions, or I should say lower your inhibitions to do things you normally wouldn't do, but it doesn't do so via the GABA receptor so much as it does it through how it affects dopamine and serotonin in the brain. That was my response. And that's
so
what I'm
wrong.
saying.
It's so
because you've been to school, right?
Yeah. It's so
because you study case studies.
Messenger.
Because you work with clients, right?
Messenger. Do you think benzodiazepines and drugs like Ropanol, the date rape drug, roofies, do these increase dopamine and serotonin, or do they amplify GABA or inhibit GABA? And this is why it's a date rape drug, because your inhibitions are lowered. You're not increasing dopamine and serotonin when you get roofied. You are fucking stupid. You embarrass the shit out of yourself. Look up GABA and glutamate and how these lower inhibitions. Anyone can look this up. Please look this up.
You're losing your mind.
It's just so insane.
Well, honestly, though, but Sunflower, though, like,
maybe
if you're trying to equate alcohol to a gateway drug, or a date rape drug, that's
doing that.
Well,
first he said it was a gateway drug for other drugs.
No. Alcohol lowers inhibitions not as nearly as intensely as Ropanol, roofies, the date rape drug, but it does act on primarily the GABA receptors.
Yeah, but a date rape drug is kind of like a surprise that comes out of nowhere.
No, what?
Wait.
How does that have anything to do with what I'm talking about? I'm talking about how these drugs interact with the brain. I'm not
Calling alcohol a date rape drug.
I say we
No,
do.
it's not.
Okay,
Stop. Everybody stop. Knock. Use the fucking nuclear option fucking mute code. No, look, you gotta fucking put your, 10 people can't just free flow fucking talk, man. It doesn't turn into anything. It's just like a fucking mess. Now,
Hey,
somebody did point out in the private chat, they didn't put their hand up to speak, but they're asking, can we get back to talking about Trump, and all that shit?
Red Fang.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, because this is a dumbass argument.
So, Red Fang, if you were going to start talking about the election of Trump again, what would you say?
What would I say? I say, hey, aren't we glad that Trump's getting kicked out of the office and we can watch him go to jail?
Well, I think Messenger would have
the White House 4 more years.
Messenger. So who's going to win the election?
Accurate.
Trump will be in the White House 4 more years.
Biden will be announced
Wait,
the winner.
Not gonna happen.
Trump would be in the White House 4 more years. I'm
100%.
sorry.
Biden will be announced the winner, and Trump will
he
not
smiles
leave
as he says it. Like, can you not
Right,
see him
smile,
trying to
right.
hide that fucking smile?
You seriously think Trump is going to be reelected?
I think Trump's going to win via the courts.
Yeah, I'm
Exactly.
sure.
Exactly.
All right. Somebody
He is
take
totally
a snap.
trolling everyone.
And then the liberals are going to burn down the cities more than they have already.
Victor might believe. Victor might believe it, but Messenger don't. He's trolling.
No
fucking way. It's just his manner. It's just his manner to have that look on his face. He's not pulling one over.
Oh
on
no,
you.
no! I know Messenger reveals pretty good, and I know he likes to get a stir out of motherfuckers. And when he does it, it makes him happy, and he is happy.
No, I think here's the thing: is knowing that he's going to win via the courts and how frustrated everyone's going to be afterwards may bring some delight into the minds of the opponent. You know what I mean? But I truly think because it sounds logical to me. It's not like a silly thing to imagine. Trump is in court right now. It's his only path to victory because they are going to announce Biden as the winner. So it's
Actually, Arizona's about to flip.
No, they'll dig up some more votes. Don't get all excited.
Arizona down to 29,861 with 145,000 votes to go. Going to Trump.
Trump has to win more than one state, though, because he
will win Pennsylvania and Georgia in the courts, and then the presidency will go to him.
No, highly doubt it.
I'm just telling you, that's how he's going to do it. Arizona's going to flip. Arizona's going to flip, and he's going to win Georgia and Pennsylvania in the courts. And when he does, he's going to have over I think he'll have 276 at that point.
Even if he does, he won't win it because Biden has plenty more than he does. So even if he wins these states, it won't matter.
Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona give him the electorals he needs, right?
Yeah, but it's barely.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter barely.
With North Carolina and Alaska,
we can't really argue about this though, because all we can do is wait and see.
Well,
There's no way to argue.
What Messenger is advocating for right now?
269. If Georgia does go to Biden and Arizona and Nevada and Pennsylvania go to Trump, it'll be 269.
I could see a
So-
recount at minimum.
Wait, yeah, well,
but it's not going to happen.
But then, the Republican legislatures in Pennsylvania and Michigan could always just say, screw this, we're giving our electoral votes. to
And then the
Donald Trump
Supreme
anyway.
Court can overrule it like it did in 2000.
Yeah.
So 269 to 269. Messenger, do you like 269?
It's a tie, and it goes to Trump. A tie goes to Trump. But so what Messenger's advocating for right here is for Trump to steal the election. To be able, Messenger's hoping that Trump can win. You're hoping that Trump can win his court cases that are going to allow him to go vote by vote and try to challenge every single vote. Do you know how long that's going to take? For two, you are literally advocating to undermine the free elections and to allow a dictator to go through and try to get rid of votes so he can win an election.
No, we
Can I respond to that? Victor, he was talking to me. So let me respond, please. So I think there's a large difference between me advocating for something happening and believing it'll happen, right, Knock?
I mean, you're sitting here saying that that's what you think is going to happen. So that you're.
But that's different. But you say advocating.
So I'll add the question: do you think that that's okay?
Do I think it's okay? Because I think the judicial process is merited in this country. Yes. Do I think that
he's got legal ground? That there's any standing legally for him?
I don't know. That's what I don't know. I don't know if he has a legitimate case for the accusations he's bringing up in court. I don't know if he has a I guess a relevant problem.
Did you hear what some of the judges said about it today, Messenger?
The Democratic judges? Yeah, I heard
no. There was Republicans that said.
Tell me the Republican judges' names so I can look them up.
Just look it up. I mean, I'm just telling you.
Tell me the Republicans.
I don't know their fucking names. Do I know the judges' names? No.
Oh,
You ask people
now we don't need to play our sources.
but there was Republicans and Democratic judges that were telling them that their lawsuits were bullshit.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, it is. Look it up.
I don't think it's true.
Messenger, if you had to bet your life on it, who do you think would win this nomination right now?
Based on what?
Based on what we've seen.
What nomination?
I honestly think at this point it's a toss-up. I think that if it comes down to if Trump accepts what we see on TV with the votes, then he concedes and Biden wins. If he contests it in court and it comes down to the Supreme Court, you're going to see 4 more years of Trump.
So would you call that cheating or somewhere in the middle?
It's not cheating. It's not cheating.
It's only allowable because it's part of the law. I mean,
it's part of our fucked up. It's part of our fucked up justice system.
So you agree it's fucked up, though, right?
Our justice system and our government is totally fucked up.
Yeah, I totally just erased my background, messing with shit. So y'all continue. I'll put it back.
I do believe that our judicial system sucks, and it's not perfect by any means. I think there's innocent people who go to prison, and I think that there's people who are guilty who are freed and still on the streets. So it clearly is not a perfect system or even work very well. And because laws are so old in a lot of cases, people use loopholes and then they try to fix the loopholes and they come up with more loopholes. So it's definitely an imperfect. Then it's judged and weighed by human beings who are largely fucking imperfect. So you're never going to have justice produce justice. It's just a fucking word. It's a hope that we have of something being right or fair or correct or equal, whatever you want to call it. But there is no fairness in this world. There is no justice in this world because no human being is perfect enough to carry on that justice or fairness.
No justice at all. Anywhere in the world, ever. No justice.
My point being is there it's all going to be subjective. It's all going to come down to imperfect interpretation of it.
Subjective. Every facet of life is subjective.
That's my whole point.
Well, here's the thing. Like, Biden has roughly 264 college electoral
253.
votes.
He doesn't have Arizona yet. I don't declare it.
Well, Trump has 214. So you do realize that Biden is a lot closer to the victory than Trump is, right?
If they start taking away votes that change the vote totals for different states, then those states will flip.
Okay, but we do realize.
So you want the dictator, you want the
They'll subtract
fascist
votes.
to be a fascist and go through and take away fucking votes. You're a fucking fascist.
And just so we're clear, was Gore a fascist when he tried to deal with military votes in Florida?
I want him to make sure
This
that all the
isn't
votes
about
they
Gore.
count
Who
are legal
gives a
votes.
shit about
That's what I
Gore?
want him to do.
Because would you call Gore a fascist because he did the same shit in 2000?
But here's the thing. Here's my
Did Gore
Here's
get
the
to go
ma-
through every vote in Florida and dictate which votes were legal and which ones weren't?
No,
and did
that's not
vote-
even accurate.
did
He filed
Gore
an
get to go
injunction
through those
with
votes
votes.
that you're contesting and
Donald
say which
Trump
ones
is
were
gonna-
legal or which ones were
Right.
not?
Yes, he filed an injunction against them.
All right, you guys are doing it again. You're look.
Victor's responding to everything.
Quiet. All right. One thing is, and I fucked up earlier because I didn't know who it was. I got 2/3 of a sentence out of my mouth, and I didn't know it was Knock. But the thing is, when Knock opens his mouth and wants to talk, everybody else just needs to shut up, including me. The other thing is you guys are talking over one another again. We've told all you put your goddamn hand up in the private chat. I mean, what's so hard about that?
But if Knox asking me a question, Victor can't answer it. That's a problem.
Well, I mean, I'm talking to Victor mostly because he does have a problem.
I did that once because he said you condone doing this. You said you don't. I do, so I jumped in to defend that position.
All right.
Yeah, Victor's
So
a
what I
fascist.
asked-
Go ahead.
So finishing my
I'm a
conversation with Nakasuchi, I said Al Gore filed injunctions to block military votes from coming in overseas, while at the same time advocating for votes to continue to be counting in Miami-Dade County back in that recount in Florida. So I'm saying that doesn't make Gore a fascist. So you would say because he's fascist.
But that's
it's
not
just
what
another-
Trump. That's not what Trump is asking, and you know it. And for one, for two, you're trying to paint Gore as the bad guy in that situation when it was
Gore was
Bush that was
definitely a bad
asking.
guy.
Bush was asking to stop the count and actually got the Supreme Court to stop the fucking count. So I don't even know what you're talking about, honestly.
Because they
you're
stopped the
being very disingenuous about what
They-
happened
they-
in 2000.
It wasn't
Pure and simple.
disingenuous.
Yes, you are, because
I'll re-explain
it
my
was
position.
George Bush and the Republicans being the fascists that stopped the vote in Florida, stopped the count in Florida, and it's why Al Gore wasn't president when he should have been. They stole that fucking election, and you're sitting here
they
saying
didn't.
that it would be okay for them to do it again.
No, I wouldn't. I don't think it's okay either way. I don't think
You
it's okay
know
to-
that Trump has
to
stacked the
steal
Supreme
an election.
Court. You want this to go to the Supreme Court because Trump stacked that bitch, and you want it to be stolen.
Why do I want it to? I mean, why are
That's
you
what you're
implying
sitting
that?
here saying. That
I said it's going to happen.
You're backing it up, Messenger. Everybody knows it's gonna fucking happen, but you're sitting here in support of Trump, saying that you don't support Trump when every fucking word out of your mouth is in support of Trump. So like, just don't.
How is me pointing out the obvious of what I believe he's going to do? Because my observation is for what I
That's
believe
why
somebody's
I
going
asked
to do.
if it was okay, and I do believe you said yes, that would be okay.
No, I said it's okay to follow the judicial process, so that's a tough question. People should have the right to a judicial process, regardless if it's right or wrong or
Will you
indifferent.
support Donald Trump if he steals the election using the Supreme Court that he just stacked?
I don't support him now. I'm not going to support him ever.
So then why
I'm not
are
gonna
we
support-
talking
I'm not
about
gonna
something
support-
that we know is going to fucking happen? And why are you talking about it in a way that says you fucking support it?
Because it's in contrary to you guys saying Biden's going to win the election, Trump's going to be gone, and I think you guys are
Biden
delusional
is
to
going to
believe that's
win.
going to happen.
Biden's going to win the election. He's going to win the
You think
election.
Trump's gonna be gone?
going to try to fucking steal it.
Do you think Trump's going to be in office 4 more years or not?
No, I think we're going to have to probably drag him out of there.
And interesting. Wait. You guys went off for a while. Hold on. We got a bunch of people with their hands up. But one thing that's interesting was in the news today, and I can't remember which government agency that said it. It might have been like some facet of the military, put a statement out today regarding the fact that if Trump didn't want to leave the White House, and the statement was, we have full power to remove trespassers from the White House in regards to fucking Trump. So if you think he's going to be able to stay, he's going to go, man. They're going to drag him out of there if they have to. But the next person with their hand up is Gurmania. Go ahead, Gur.
Okay, so can we all agree, based on all the votes currently, that Joe Biden is in the lead? That's one question.
Yes.
Okay, Second question: how many states does Trump need to win over before he can even be elected? Like even close to being elected?
Here's the answer to your question. Right now, despite what Messenger says, Joe Biden has 264 electoral votes.
Yep.
Trump has 214. Essentially, he would need like 5 or 6 of the states that have gone for Biden to switch over to him.
Yep, it's just a numbers game right now. I mean, Biden is going to win if you look at the math. I mean, that's just plain and simple.
Peterson.
What's that?
Trump only needs one state that's been declared by Fox News to flip, and that's Arizona.
So we're not raising hands.
All the others haven't been declared. John, only Arizona's been called for Biden that needs to flip.
The call doesn't matter. We can see the numbers in real time, dude.
Exactly. You're talking about where it's at right now as they're counting.
I mean, we can see
You gave the electoral votes because they're declared. And you said he needs to flip 5 of those. And I'm like, he's only got to flip 1 of the declared ones.
No, I'm talking about all of them. Okay, they haven't been declared,
All of them.
but we can see the goddamn numbers, and we know what states are going to Biden, and we know what states are going to Trump.
We know Arizona is going to flip.
Trump will not be declared the winner, okay? Biden will be declared the winner by the media and everybody else, but Trump will still be in the White House next year. That's all there is to it.
I can't wait for everybody to look back on this stream in a few weeks from now.
I mean, I wouldn't cry about it because I can always find a silver lining behind every cloud. But at this point,
you mean you can find a silver lining in clouds like you did with the mandated insurance thing?
Well, what do you mean? I didn't kill myself over mandated insurance. I told you why I appreciated that there was no more mandated.
You dude, I'm just
like Victor is straight up saying I'm cool with the Fash.
Well, look, that's the point I wanted to make to you, Ray.
I think Victor's a Trump supporter, isn't he?
No, I don't like corruption in politics, and when I'm sitting here, obviously watching the election be stolen, that upsets me, on either side, and I would not support Trump to do that either.
All right, that's cool because Red Fang jumped in, Victor just jumped in, and they had their hands up, so they're done. Now we're going to
Wait a minute, I didn't get to finish.
Oh well, you did. You jumped in.
The point that I wanted to make when I put my hand up.
What's that? You wanted something. You had something else you wanted to say when you put your hand up.
And I haven't said anything yet.
Yeah, and then Red Fang got to ask like one thing, and you jumped in on him.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Red Fang. Finish up. Red Fang, you're muted.
I haven't. It was Gurr, not me. Gurr was before me, so it was actually Gurr's question.
I'm sorry, Gurr. Yeah, Gurr.
Oh shit! I really think I already said what I was gonna say. I could say more, but no, it's yours, Red Fang.
You're good. Go ahead, Red Fang.
Well, I was gonna say, Biden's winning by 4 million votes in the popular, which is hilarious that we're going off an old system. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Victor, you're up.
All I wanted to say is to Rage is you're framing it as though Trump is going to somehow be allowed to go down there and thumb through the votes and go, no, this one's bad, this one's good, that's not in any way what anybody is suggesting.
No,
that
that's
would never
literally
happen.
what he's asking for in Pennsylvania.
That's like a desperate attempt to paint
That's
this as some
literally
kind of
what he's asking for in Pennsylvania. He wants to go through and recount every vote and say which
recount
one's legal
them.
and which one isn't.
Not
He
him.
said that himself. And
Not
that's
him
what his lawyers
personally.
filed. And those
Not
those
what-
cases are going to be thrown out and laughed at just like they were in Michigan.
When they do that, it won't just be Republicans, just like now it's just Democrats doing the counting. They're not going to do that. They'll be.
Wait, what did you just say? Wait.
No, of course not. They want to go through and challenge every vote.
Do you think the Democrats aren't going to sue?
All right, you're muted. Check it out. Did you just say that only Democrats are doing the counting now?
I was obviously exaggerating. There's video of poll watchers being kicked out of the counting rooms, being forced to stand 100 feet away and behind glass where they can't see anything.
No, those were not poll watchers.
And there's training videos. There's training videos that just came out where they're training the vote counters on how to avoid being watched by poll watchers by using the COVID 6-foot rules and all that stuff, and celebrating how they won't be able to actually see them while they're doing what they're doing.
Oh my God!
It's on, I don't know, I'm making it up. It's on audio. Let me get you the link.
Oh, of a YouTube video. Okay, sure. Hey, Tioga, you're up. Well,
Yeah.
you know this mysterious video that shows.
Well, how are we ever supposed to expose?
Well, no, it's
We're never
Tioga's turn.
never gonna
Tioga's
catch
turn.
anyone doing a crime unless
Yeah,
the cop is
we can wait.
right there.
We can wait. I just wanted to say that I had a discussion with Messenger a few days ago, and he handedly admitted that he doesn't believe in the popular vote at all. So I'm not sure. We might be able to take his opinions about elections with a grain of salt.
Oh yeah, I don't take.
Do you think the popular vote is valuable?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some value. It's not going to determine a president.
If they did a popular vote, both Republican and Democratic candidates would target just very specific and very small demographic areas of the country, and then you would have a very disenfranchised large majority of the country.
You mean
Because
like
they would-
gerrymandering for Republicans?
No, what I mean is that what I'm saying is number one, when you're in states like Texas, you don't get a lot of Democrats to come out because they don't think that the Texas is going to flip. When
Okay.
you look at California and New York, you don't get a lot of Republicans that go vote because they think that their vote won't matter, so they'll flip. But if every vote mattered, and then those candidates spent a lot of times in Los Angeles and New York and Chicago and Miami and large cities, Phoenix is another one, they would all of a sudden, the election would change its who had the relevance, and it would be specific
That
demographics.
doesn't, no, wait. The sentence you just said doesn't mean anything. Like, yes, there are large population densities in cities. I don't know.
Give minorities the
My
shaft.
point is they
If
will
we
change
just
the way
went
that
by
they
the popular
campaign.
vote- If we just went by the popular vote, it would be mob rule, and minorities always lose in mob rule. I mean, that's stupid.
So we should allow.
You don't get that the popular vote that is today wouldn't be the popular vote in a popular election.
In a majority white country,
Well, I don't believe in popular choice voting. I believe in ranked choice voting. But you've handedly admitted that you don't actually care what.
I don't think anybody here.
I believe
clearly.
if there was a popular vote, the Republicans would rule.
So I don't think anybody
And
here
that's what
has.
I said. You're a Republican.
Let Knock get in. Let Knock get in.
You're not. You don't believe in
Knock get
democracy.
in. Let Knock get in.
Yeah, nobody here has said that they're for going to a popular vote. Nobody has said that. I said it has value. Surely the popular vote, the popular opinion of the people, Joe Biden having 4 million more votes than Donald Trump does have merit, and it does have weight, and it does show how this administration has represented the actual minority.
They're valid.
And that lead has I mean it's. I guarantee you that if the Republican Party had now lost 2 elections in the last 20 years because the Electoral College went against the popular vote, that we wouldn't have an Electoral College anymore. Most people in here, I'm not for getting rid of the Electoral College. But I do think it needs to be updated, and we need to rethink our system, and it needs to be a better representation.
That ranked choice, I think, is a good idea. Like the way they
ranked choice voting. There's a lot of different models, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Tom.
I mean, like what state? Yeah, what state? There was a couple states where the electoral votes got split between them. You know, like
Maine and Nebraska.
Maine and Nebraska. Yeah, I think that's the way it ought to be all the way across the country, especially with what Tioga brought up and all the monkey business that the Republicans do with fucking gerrymandering.
And I think there should be a more uniform national system of voting.
Here. The Democrats.
Hey, Tioga, go ahead. If you had more to say, finish up.
No, that's okay. Like, no, it's okay. Yeah, like I definitely lean more social.
All right, and then
I,
Victor had his hand up next, but he jumped in like 3 times during that go around, so he loses his turn.
No, let him go. He was just talking.
I'm just fucking. Hold on. I'm just fucking. I did want to ask Messenger. Yeah, you're next, but I did want to ask Messenger because he threw a question at me in the private chat. I don't know why you didn't just ask me,
Because I didn't want to interrupt Brother John's question, not mine.
Yeah. So,
Brother John from your link chat typed that.
To answer your question directly, if Joe Biden doesn't end up in the presidency, I won't be unhappy. I'll be enraged, and I will just be going full throttle, whatever that entails, against the whatever means he steals the presidency by. Like whatever I can do to help out to fix that, which might not be much from where I'm at in life, but yeah, I won't be unhappy. I'll be highly motivated to get involved, because if Trump ends up still being the president, it will be not by nefarious means. There's no other way for him to retain the presidency unless he does something really fucked up, or his people do something really fucked up, illegal, immoral, whatever adjectives you want to add to it. So no, I won't be unhappy. I'll be highly motivated.
Clarify, that's not my question. It was Brother John from the live chat. I copy and pasted in the private chat.
I did put the link in. He's saying he tried to come in, but it says it's full. We have one spot open. We're not full, so I'm not sure.
Candidate,
you guys know I'm next, right?
Yeah, we know that, Victor.
No. That's not what I'm announcing.
We know
I
that.
started my question and then I interrupted myself.
Yeah, we know
What
that.
I was going to say is, do you guys know?
We'll get to you in a second, Victor. Victor, we'll get to you in a second. All right, don't worry about it. We won't ever forget about you. We love you, man. Hey, but just so my boomer fucking brain understands, who was the question who was he asking it to? To everybody?
Everybody on the panel.
Oh, okay. Well, I answered it, and so it's Victor's turn, and he can say what he wanted to say, and maybe he can answer it too. Go ahead, Victor.
Oh, it was me next? Oh, so unexpected.
Yeah, you were there.
So all I was going to say is I was going to ask, do you guys know that you're actually voting for Kamala Harris? You know that within 6 months they're going to remove him because it turns out he's sick after all.
And your point being what?
Harris.
Oh my god!
I mean, do you understand that Kamala Harris is going to be president?
Like I'm getting to the point that I'm actually starting to agree with the chat. I mean, jokingly, because I love a good dumpster fire. I mean, everybody knows I love me some dumpster fires, but damn the stupidity that is coming from you.
You think Joe Biden's going to hold up for a whole term?
He's a one-term president. Progressives are going to primary him in 2024 no matter what. But yeah, they're not going to remove him.
He's going to be removed for one reason or another. Or he might
You're
just
such a
die.
trumper. You're like the biggest trumper I've met, I think.
I am not even sure if Trump isn't the Antichrist or not. Don't call me a Trumper.
I will
I'm
call
not
you a
Trumper.
trumper. I will call you a trumper, a Trumple.
I don't like Joe Biden. I don't like guys who just go around.
Who did you vote for,
indiscriminately
and who are you
sniffing
advocating
your
for?
children.
Who did you vote for, and who are you advocating for?
I'm not advocating for anybody. I'm advocating for the vote to be counted.
He advocates for Jesus Christ.
And when they count that vote, and they come to yours, what's it say on it, Victor? It
says victory.
You voted for victory.
Well, I imagine it says my name on it somewhere. Right?
Yeah. Which box did you tick?
Oh, do you really think I voted for Joe Biden?
Are you vaping, dude?
Yeah, it's the only way I could get off the
Jesus
cigarette.
Christ. You're like, whoa, you sound like
forgive me.
It's like Unirock.
Hey, Victor, I show solidarity with you, my brother.
Hey, I'm vaping too. It's okay.
I gotta get
Don't
off these
talk
now,
when
too,
you're
because
vaping,
it feels
it's
like my
annoying.
lungs are trying to collapse inside out every night, but it's better than cigarettes.
So who's this new person that is coming to our house? Bro Joe. Is this the Bro Joe I think it is?
It probably is. The one and only. How you doing?
It's a bro named Joe.
Brother John. But people call me Bro Joe.
What up, Bro Joe?
How you doing, Red? Messenger. Wow, it's been a while. I haven't seen you around in ages. How you doing?
Yeah, they sent me to Mars, and I did some scouting there for Jesus, and then I came back.
That was a dead end, huh?
Wait a minute. I thought Jesus went to like Utah after he was, but he went to Mars.
Same shit every day. I tell
He's
you
in
what.
between places right now.
Oh.
Well, the reason I asked if you're going to be happy even if your candidate loses is because it seems like that's how people act. They're acting like the president is like a messiah figure, a savior. Is going to solve all their problems and
No, I mean, here's wait a minute.
So excited.
Let me
Let him
respond.
finish his question, John Peterson.
Yeah, well, no, he asked this question. I'm going to answer it. Look, the thing is, it's not about personal happiness. Okay, it's about at least for the people that want a Trump gone. It's about us not being embarrassed in front of the whole world, us not turning the TV on every day to hear fascist bullshit coming out of our president's mouth, us not having to, hear who's the person who's supposed to be the leader of the country, the leader of the free world, they call him, which isn't necessarily true, but to not hear him, say that there's good people on both sides in like a race riot situation.
I never wanted a role
The fact
model.
of the matter is that when Joe Biden went in front of the mic the other night, the next day after the election day, and he gave his remarks, that was the first time in 4 years we heard someone step up to the mic and actually speak presidentially. Okay. Donald Trump is an unhinged, narcissistic, fascist piece of shit, and he should have never been a fucking president of the United States.
Do you think
That's
anybody
what
who
You have to be a
it's
narcissist. You
not
have to
about-
be a narcissist or a psychopath to be
I
a
was just going to say that. Like, who would think they're capable of running the world unless they had a giant ego? Who?
Ego is not narcissism.
Can I?
Confidence is not narcissism.
Go ahead, Tioga.
I just want to say, because maybe this hasn't been said on this channel before, but like Biden isn't a bastion of leftist politics. He is a stopgap measure to prevent Trump's policies of banning LGBTQ people from the military, installing Supreme Court nominees that are decisively Republican, anti-abortion, etc. I just want to put that out there that the left doesn't really appreciate Biden that much.
Yeah,
I do. The right doesn't appreciate the left.
I
Gives a
put
fuck.
that out there fairly consistently.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
a
we do.
Biden dude. I swallowed vomit once again. Second time in a row that I've had to swallow vomit as I cast my vote. I think that the left needs better representation, whether that's blowing up the Democratic Party or not. But in this particular election, and me and Brojo, we've had this conversation recently. I believe that Trump's a fascist. I think he shows that he's a fascist. And when it comes to fascism, the duty of every American is to vote against it. Unfortunately, 67 million Americans believe in fascism.
Can I point out that the reasons that we say that he's a fascist is because he actively encourages violence from his fan base. And we should take into account that he
Majority
does
of violence
that.
comes from the left.
No,
Okay,
no,
not true,
no,
man.
no, I am still speaking.
By far.
Yeah, it's Tioga's turn.
He does encourage violence from his fan base. He actively encourages white power sentiments.
Yep.
Yes, he does.
He
And
does.
yes, he does. And
Come on, guys.
he also
Ugh.
implicitly encourages his fan base to enact political violence against his political opponents, which is fascism.
Like I said, I'm not even certain that he's not the Antichrist, but I'm sure he's not a racist.
Yeah. All right. Sunflower had his hand up. Mr. Parker's after him. Go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, yeah. So I just generally, I don't understand how people are saying that the election is fraudulent because of all these late votes coming in. Because why isn't there at the very least the possibility that was projected like months before the election that there would be mail-in ballots that tilted blue as they have traditionally, and simply like you would see a early lead for Trump in some states, and then as the mail-in ballots came in, it would tilt blue. This was projected. Now that doesn't mean that fraud didn't happen, but it
Right.
certainly means that well, let me finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
It doesn't mean that fraud didn't happen, but it at least means that the outcome was projected by many. It wasn't like some wild thing that no one expected. So I just want to know, how can people claiming that it's fraud be so sure that it's not merely the projected result of mail-in ballots tilting blue?
And Sunflower makes a good point too. And the other thing that somebody was saying earlier, and they were doing it as a joke, this guy who pretends to be a Trumper on YouTube, is that, hey, the way it turned out, it's almost like President Trump was out there telling his people not to vote by mail, which he was doing the whole time, because he was saying, yeah, the mail-in shit is a fraud.
because you can
It's
only
gonna be a
vote once.
problem.
Oh, and one more thing. People saying like, oh, this is the greatest turnout. How did you get more of a turnout since Obama? Well, 9 states, including California, automatically mailed ballots to all registered voters. Again, if you wanna say whether or not that's legitimate, that's fine. But obviously, that's going to lead to more votes overall, whether they go blue or red. So when 9 states send ballots to all registered voters, including California, you're gonna see more votes.
Yeah,
so,
and if you don't have to go and wait in line, and you can mail in your ballot, you're gonna take that option. You know.
Yeah, especially when 18 to 29-year-olds are the highest blue voting demographic. These are the motherfuckers that actually are so, just they don't give a fuck that they're like, oh, I gotta actually go somewhere and wait. Fuck that. Like the 65 and plus people are gonna vote no matter what. The 18 to 29-year-olds, like you offer them a fucking joint or a beer, and they'll probably vote. But other than that,
the elderly people.
My issue with mail-in voting is.
Wait a minute. Wait. Maybe we didn't explain it to Brojo. The way we do it when there's a lot of people in a room like this is if you want to jump in, you need to type the word "hand" in the private chat. And right now, yeah, I apologize. I didn't tell you when you got here. And now Mr. Parker is up, and after Mr. Parker, Victor is after Mr. Parker. Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Trump being a fascist and how the left doesn't really like Biden. It's. I mean, no one really likes Biden, but everyone's like, yeah, it's better than Trump. Like, I think that's what the left has agreed upon, which is good, except those Bernie bros, which are stupid. Trump's a fascist due to the fact that he's racist, extremely nationalist, extremely anti-immigration, extremely corporatist, extremely holy crap, you're vaping a lot, man.
I'm an addict.
He's
Mute.
transphobic, he's homophobic, he's completely against LGBTQ, and a whole list of other things, and I don't understand why people don't understand what we mean by fascist. He's kind of he kind of fits it. That's my view.
All right, and Victor's up.
Okay, what I was going to say about the voting thing is like when they announced that they were going to do this massive voting, system, everybody was apprehensive because we know that when you do mail-in voting on a broad scale like this, then it gets messy and there's a lot of problems with fraud.
Well, how would anybody know that though, Victor? We've never had mail-in voting on a scale like this.
Not like this, no, because even on a small scale, it creates a lot more opportunities for fraud. People have there's been academic.
You have a citation. You have a citation
on this since the 70s. They tried to do this to Abraham Lincoln when they tried to use mail-in voting to get Abraham Lincoln out of office. Everyone knows that.
Yeah,
it's
John Booth is the one who got Abraham Lincoln out of office.
Okay, funny.
Why couldn't it be fraudulent in Trump's favor?
Everyone knows that it's a lot more risky.
Why couldn't they utilize mail-in to?
They could have, I guess.
Right. But we all know that.
I'm getting to the crux.
Okay,
everybody was apprehensive when we found out that they were going to be sending ballots around. My sister and her husband personally got 5 ballots each in their name. So everybody was pretty apprehensive already about what was going to happen.
That's a lie.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you're lying.
Dude, no, I'm not.
You're a liar.
Dude, I'm not.
You're a liar.
They got 5 ballots
Can I interject? You might have
no, you can't. No, you can't because we got other people on the list here that are.
Anyways, when the votes started coming in, sure, nobody was real comfortable, but we still thought that we could come out in enough numbers where it wouldn't really matter what they did. So we would just outvote them like we did in 2016, no matter what kind of shenanigans they were trying to pull. So that's what we did. But in the middle of the night, when Trump had like a 5-point lead in Michigan and another big lead and 3-point lead or 4-point lead in Wisconsin, they stop counting. And then all of a sudden, when they pick up counting again, large numbers of votes were added onto Biden's total. And
like Sunflower said, that was predicted months before the election.
A huge number, over 100,000 votes were added to Biden's total, and 0 votes were added to Trump's total.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all.
You can see it on the references.
I followed the numbers from the beginning to the end. At no time, in no state,
John, you don't have your hand up.
The screenshots are going around everywhere, John.
Victor, you know those screenshots were
check it out.
verified.
At no time, in no state did Trump's votes go up, Biden's votes go up without Trump's votes going up too. There was no time at all. Every time
you need to prove that.
Yeah, there was one. What he's talking about is there was an error apparently, and now look, I'm not even going to say that this wasn't shady, but they corrected it at least. The one he's talking about is when there was the 128K that went up, but then it got brought back down. So like that sounds suspicious, but at least the numbers got corrected. It's not like
if they corrected it, it sounds like it was just an error.
Yeah, they corrected that.
And then
John, you can't say it didn't happen when it was an error. That's the point. It never happened.
I agree.
No, it did happen, and it was an error.
It happened briefly as an error, and then it was corrected. So
it happens so briefly.
I'm just John jumping on somebody. That's all.
The only way that people are going to correct these errors is if people like me who are suspicious notice stuff like that and point it out. If nobody pointed it out and got suspicious, they would have just left the votes right where they were.
It got correct.
No, that's not true. It was done almost right away. You're incorrect.
Just a second, guys. All right, so who was next, John?
Well, if messenger by finger means hand, then he's next.
Yes, I was being a smartass, but yeah, that's my hand.
I'm
number one. See my fingers up.
I was waiting to hear where you would like to stick that finger.
I'm not your soulmate, though.
So go ahead, Messenger. Brojo's after Messenger, and that's it. Go ahead, Messenger.
So in regard to what they're saying about that count going up, Victor's right. The count did jump up like that. So when you jumped on him and said that never happened, you were wrong. So I just want to point that out. It was an error. It was fixed in a matter of minutes. People did screen the shot the fuck out of it and post it all over social media to go see here's how it's corrupt, but they never posted how it got fixed and corrected. So then when other people go to read this, then it adds to the conspiracy theories that are already going around. So
how fast did they fix it too, Messenger?
They said minutes. I think they said minutes. It was fixed within minutes. They didn't say a specific time, but it wasn't up that long, and it wasn't because people noticed it.
It wasn't because someone noticed it.
They didn't fix it because people noticed it.
Someone noticed it.
No, Messenger is right. They did not fix it after someone pointed it out. It was
really. I think it's pretty conclusive that they fixed it after
those
somebody
fuckers
pointed
on that
it
website
out.
are not following Facebook conservative posts. That
it
were
might
going
be
nuts.
possible,
I didn't
Victor.
say Facebook.
I don't think
It didn't
that's
have
the
to
case.
be from Facebook, but somebody who was paying attention said, "Hey, this don't look right." So now, who do you think was likely to have done that?
Yeah, but
conservatives.
Someone saying, "Hey, this don't look right," and then it getting corrected immediately after doesn't mean that they only corrected it because they saw that guy's tweet.
They only corrected it. I'm not talking about a tweet. It could have been a guy who was also counting votes,
but
he just happened to be the one who noticed it.
You're making a large guess, Victor.
Yeah. Well, wait a second. Why couldn't they have noticed it
Somebody
themselves?
had to have noticed
Why couldn't they have noticed it themselves?
Well, what is themselves? What I'm talking about could be a part of themselves, but a guy who happened to be honest noticed the mistake and pointed it out, and then they go, "Well, we can't leave it like that, or this guy's probably going to blab all over
let's
town."
drop this point and move on to
God,
Sunflower and Victor. Stop. It's fucking enough.
You know, I mean, here's the thing.
You don't tell me
is that everybody in the country,
that was my turn.
They wanted to had access to the numbers in real time during the whole count. So, but did you get out what you wanted to, Messenger?
No, I want to get back to basically talking about. I don't think I got an adequate chance to respond to. Am I an advocate of Trump taking the election through the judicial process? And what I wanted to make clear to Nakasuchi is that I'm not an advocate for doing it that way, because the best way would be everybody has confidence in the voting process. Everybody is transparent about the voting process, and that determines the election. Unfortunately, that's not the case for many different reasons in this country. So the only recourse somebody like Donald Trump would have is to go through a judicial process, which lawfully has the right to do. And then if it does get overturned by a judicial process, of course, everybody who didn't vote or didn't want him in office is going to lose their fucking minds.
Well, yeah,
and that's going to create some major fucking chaos.
You know, he stacked the upper office, right? He stacked the upper level.
But it would have been done the same if there was a Republican or a Democrat controlled government. They would have done the same shit.
No, they wouldn't have.
That's been the nature of our government all along.
No, it's never happened in the history of our government. That close
Then how did it
before an
get
election.
stacked?
That close
It's not
before an
about
election.
Democrats.
No,
I'm not talking about how close to the election it was.
that's
I'm
what I
talking about
am. It got stacked with that last one. That's how it
if
got
the roles are
stacked.
reversed. If the roles are reversed, the Democrats would have done the same shit.
No, they
Have you guys
no.
noticed how
You can't say that because
No,
it
they
didn't
wouldn't
happen.
Yes, they would.
And history says they wouldn't.
They would
have.
be stupid. They would be
No,
stupid.
there
not
was
to.
precedents that they wouldn't have because Abraham Lincoln didn't do it weeks before he was reelected. He eventually was reelected and chose and put forth his nominee, but he refused to do so weeks before an election because he wanted the people to make their fucking choice. That was the Republicans' argument in 20 fucking when was it? 2012 or
2016.
2015, 2016. With Merrick Garland was that the people needed to make their choice. That was a year away. We're talking weeks before an election. He put an extremist judge on that court that doesn't have any trial experience
She's a
for
badass,
this
not an
person,
extremist.
for this purpose right here, right now, so he can lose every fucking court case, take
He's
it to
a
the
puppy.
higher fucking courts, and have this stacked ass fucking court make him president and steal the fucking election.
this is how the government works? You know, they didn't have the power.
Yeah,
to
hey,
push
Victor.
their-
Hey, yeah,
they didn't have the
Victor. Hey,
power to
Victor.
push their
Victor. It's
nominee
your
through. I
turn.
mean,
Victor. Brojo, you're up.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, my only concern about mail-in voting is the time frame before election day, because a lot can happen in one day. Never mind a week or 2 weeks prior, whereby something might change one's mind on who they vote for. So, at what time frame would be my only concern? Accountability, just like government. We need more accountability, just in general in government. But to how you're going to verify those votes, there has to be a system in place.
they said blockchain would work.
I don't know why
think
you
that might
can't
work.
just do something online and be able to verify.
No, because coders could fuck with that so easy.
Yeah.
And it could be hacked by people
And
from other
mail
countries.
can easily get lost too, I guess. So.
And then Tioga,
But wait, just one more thing. I just wanted to say that if you do want to check if your vote went through, you can just go Google search a quick Google. How do you verify your vote? And usually they ask for like a driver's license or something like that, and you can see if your vote got counted.
Oh, yeah. There was some confusion on that too because Trump was trying to talk about that, and he mentioned that, but then he went on to say something that was a little fucked up, which could have been construed as him telling his followers to vote twice. Vote by mail, then go vote in person. Tioga, I put you on the list because you had tried to jump in earlier, but I didn't see if you're in. Did you have something you want to jump in?
No, it's okay. I was just talking shit. I'm sorry.
All right, Sunflower. You're up, Sunflower. You're muted, Sunflower.
This format made it really hard to have a conversation, guys. Really hard.
Okay.
Well, if it's all around you, it'd be very hard. But there's 9 people in here.
Well, everybody introduces a different topic when it's their
No,
turn.
we've been talking about the same thing for
That's
literally
what
the
open room
last
means,
20
though.
minutes.
Yeah, well, and we have to do this when we have. There's some conversations where we don't have to take this route, and it can just be an open. Those are nice civil conversations. Tonight has been anything but. Come the fuck on. So,
I think it's civil.
I think I've been pretty civil so far.
Well,
Aside from the lady who was cussing every time. it was
we
their
had
turn.
moments where everybody was talking at the same time, so you have to bring order to the chaos.
Yeah, and all it sounds like to the audience is rabble, rabble, rabble.
Well, I mean,
rabble,
at that point, you should.
I have
mute
a
it
question
and
for
give it
Nakasuchi.
control, but I just think the system kind of breaks.
Politics and
apart.
religion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, hey, take Victor. Here, you can start your own YouTube
Yes,
channel.
I will.
and,
I'm
you can
surely
run it
gonna do
however you
that.
want. Go ahead, Messenger.
My question for Nakasuchi is: if President Trump steals, your word, this election from Biden and stays in office 4 more years, do you want me to help you out with anger management?
No, I'm gonna have to make the decision on whether or not I go to war. If somebody's gonna steal a free
You even
election,
own a gun?
No,
You
I
own a
don't.
gun?
I'm very
Okay.
anti-gun. I'm very anti-gun.
You can't start a war without a gun.
No,
Just
but
saying.
you can join a cause and be part of the civil insurgency that's going to ensue from somebody stealing a free election.
And I just need to point out too, there's another example, probably the 50th of the night, where Messenger doesn't understand that there's different usages for the same fucking word. You can't start a war without a gun. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
No, but I'm talking literally I believe that if Trump steals the election, I think the people should remove him. If the military is going to back him, if the secrets, if the government's going to allow him to stay after he steals a fucking election, then we have to remove him.
If the military and the police support Trump, you guys aren't going to win a war. You realize that, right?
If he loses
Trump
in court,
will not win.
You have to stand against fascism. Are you a coward that would just are you the
I
type
would
of
be
person that
against
would allow Hitler to be Hitler?
If he lost all the court cases and it was decided that there was no fraudulent voting, even though I wouldn't believe it, I would accept it because that's, the only thing you can do aside from tearing the whole country apart. And he wouldn't stay. If he lost his court cases, he's not going to try to cling to the desk and be drug out of the office. He'll just leave.
Yeah.
He has lost his court cases.
If anything, he'll run again in
He'll be
2024.
drugged back.
Well, if he leaves, then there
leave.
will be no need for for the insurgency.
He knows he's not part of the in crowd in Washington. They would kick his ass out in a minute if he tried to stay in after the court said he had to go.
Look, the other day I envisioned a scene where we will see in the news sometime in January, Trump will be dragged out of the White House.
I am maintaining, though, that if the United States Supreme Court hands the election to him when Joe Biden won it, then we should take to the streets and we should remove it.
I ain't doing that.
I am maintaining that because he stacked the fucking court. Republicans cry about Democrats wanting to stack the court. He stacked the fucking court.
Victor, you're saying that if a person tries to fucking coup the fucking presidency, you wouldn't try to fight that?
I'm saying that, yes. I wouldn't try to fight that.
Well, you're a coward.
What? Oh, well, that seems really fucking stupid and fascist.
I have a higher purpose in life and dominating the
All
world
right.
with my
You know he's not a coward. It doesn't make him a coward.
It literally makes him a coward.
I'm more willing
No,
to
because
die than
69 other million people aren't
Would
cowards.
you take to the
Well,
streets
I ain't
against
gonna say-
fascism, Messenger?
I'm more
But,
willing
like,
to die than to
I
kill.
ain't. Go ahead.
I'm
Messenger.
going to be Switzerland.
No, you ain't. You don't even know what that fucking means.
You're almost as big as
Continue.
I don't know what Switzerland means as an analogy.
Yeah, you literally don't fucking know.
It means
Sorry,
stay the
bitch,
fuck out of
you
it.
don't.
That's what it means. It means stay the fuck out of it.
That is hilarious. You never even been out of fucking Georgia. Where do you fucking even live?
Wow.
Are you just like talking out your ass? the whole
I've been
time,
dipping
too?
in the sauce.
Switzerland. He's standing for Switzerland, guys.
I didn't think I was
He's
standing
really
for Switzerland.
standing for Switzerland.
I was making an analogy.
You're drunk.
He's a fascist, and he is
Is she
standing
drunk?
for Switzerland.
Yeah.
I think we have a couple fascists up in here.
Well, no, I mean,
I'm a monarchist.
Yoga, are you
I'm
drinking?
a proud monarchist.
Are you
Go
drinking?
for it. Oh, I drink hella, but I just
Well,
think it's really hilarious.
Because
Well,
here's the
Messenger-
thing. Well, wait a minute. Because here's the thing. I understood what Messenger said when he said Switzerland. It does literally mean, laissez-faire.
Tell me.
Hands off. Stay out of it.
I mean, I don't know.
Not
I lived in Scandinavia. I don't think Switzerland.
What he's referring to is during World War II, Switzerland stayed out of it, and they played the part of being neutral, but actually they were hiding Nazi money the whole time.
So just exactly like Messenger, I
I
guess.
was just about to say, just like Messenger.
Do you think I'm not
Even
covertly
though
or overtly?
Switzerland
I should
is
say
not
overtly
like
cool.
that anymore. So fuck off.
What are you talking about?
I'm not gonna lie, I've been
Are
drinking.
you an angry
these
person
guys.
too?
All right, is it my turn?
I'm real.
We called on you like 10 minutes ago, and you didn't say shit.
I think.
Wait, what? I didn't hear that.
I think you might have been AFK or
You were
something.
AFK pulling your pud or getting some girl drunk. I'm not sure.
Oh, I might have been peeing. I'm sorry. I was gone for like.
Don't
10
listen
seconds.
to them, Sunflower.
I wasn't
You're-
gone that
you're
long.
dumbasses.
Is Sunflower like your little brother?
No.
Yeah,
She
he's
protects
he's my
Sunflower.
little. Yeah, he's my little brother.
She protects Sunflower.
We usually don't even get along on anything, but it just when you're such an easy, common
Right.
enemy, it's like it's not very hard to.
Okay, I'm starting to like the hand system now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I've become a big fan in a short amount of time.
Blah 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 blah.
Can I make a point though?
Yeah, you can take it. Go ahead right now.
Okay, yeah. So, like I said before, 9 states send ballots automatically to all registered voters. Vermont, Nevada, DC, California, New Jersey, Colorado, Hawaii, Utah, Washington State, and Oregon. 7 out of 9 of these are always blue. Always blue. It doesn't matter. Like, that's not. This did not happen in swing states. It did not happen in Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, or North Carolina. The one it did happen in was Nevada. And the turnout from 2016 is actually virtually the exact same as it was as it is in 2020. So, yeah, I mean, I would see more crookedness if the swing states automatically sent out the ballots, but 7 out of 9 of them were always blue states. Now, Utah, the red state, only saw more Trump voters than 2016. So that doesn't seem like there was an attempt to swing them blue. And Nevada is pretty much dead even. So again, like a net increase in overall votes and making the blue states have higher turnouts, yes. And then in the other states where they didn't automatically send them out, but that they were available, you would expect a shift in blue votes. And that's
what party is their government? I know Utah's government is mainly Republican, so a lot of that.
Yeah, and they were red in 2016, and they were more red in 2020.
Yeah, and they're Republicans, so that would account for why they didn't try to swing it to Biden.
Well, no, wait, Victor. People are saying that the automatic sending mail-in ballots to all registered voters is like a democratic tactic, just sort of in all cases, and that's because that's the trend that mail-in ballots do usually shift blue. Well, but what I'm saying is that it didn't happen in any swing states, but automatically besides Nevada, and Nevada has currently actually a slightly higher Trump turnout than it did in 2016. Even though
I think people really underestimated what its actual numbers were, and I mean, if you look, that plays out because some of these states are showing vote totals that are higher than 100% of their registration. So
that's not true.
That's trying to make up for those numbers.
That's wrong.
They jumped the shark.
You made that up, Victor. Post it in chat now.
I'm not making
Post it in chat now.
Listen,
Post it in chat now.
Sunflower, you're a nice guy, but every time we disagree, you got to stop getting all aggressive with me.
I'm asking for a source on that.
I will do that. I will do that. I will do that. But you don't have to ask me 5 times like I'm trying to avoid doing it. I'm an old man.
Maybe he does because you won't fucking do it.
Stay out of it.
I will. I will find it for you. Okay.
All right. Well, he's finding that. Hey, okay, so far you made your point.
Okay.
While he's finding that, Messenger had his hand up. Go ahead, Murphy.
I just think it's ridiculous for somebody to believe because they don't join your fucking cause that you automatically think they're a pussy or a coward. It's so ignorant and short-sighted. People don't always want to go to war. Some people have more important things in their life, like a family, that means more to them than losing their life over something they don't really give a fuck about.
Over politics, guys.
Like I wouldn't do it if it was. I wouldn't do it if it was left wing doing it. I wouldn't do it if it was left wing doing it. I wouldn't do it if it was right wing doing it because my family means more to me.
We're not talking about politics. We're talking about fascism.
What about the scenario that Tioga painted? If it's a literal fucking coup, okay, you're right. Certain people can't take part because of different reasons, but if you don't want to do something when somebody steals over a coup, I mean, that's like a banana republic fucking move.
It's not my job to
United States
stop
of
that.
America. Even if you can't take part in the quote war, okay, and I don't think, Knock is anti-gun. So when he says war, he isn't talking about picking up a gun.
No, John. I'm literally talking about like I would break my anti-gun stance, and I would become part of an insurgency. I believe that it would be a revolution. Yes, revolution.
And
yeah, just to clarify, because John knows me. He knows I'm anti-gun, so he's assuming that I don't mean it. And I'm clarifying for John. So
Well,
it's, no, in this situation, I believe it is an American's duty, if it's fascism or a coup, as Tioga is talking about, it is our duty to stand for democracy. It's what we did against England. It's what we did in the Civil War when we stood against the South in slavery. Yes, if you don't stand against fascism, I call you a coward and I call you a fascist. The people of Germany were complicit when they allowed Hitler to do what the fuck he did.
All right. Well, wait a minute. We got a few people with their hands up. We're gonna.
I wasn't done, John.
What's that?
I wasn't done.
You're dead
Okay,
now,
well, that's fine. I
son,
just want to interject and kind of like steelman you, Messenger. I agree with everything that Knock just said, and I didn't have his position right. But one thing that Messenger's got right is that there would still be Americans that couldn't take part in something like that for a number of different reasons, but they could still agree with the cause, and agree that presidency being stolen was a bad thing. But if you're talking about a literal insurgency, there are a lot of Americans that just for a number of different reasons couldn't take part in it, like elderly.
Let me respond to that though. Victor, hold on. I was talking. I brought this point up, and I want to continue my response to Nakasuchi and John, which is the reason why I wouldn't be for that cause is not because of a moral position or a high ground position or a right or wrong position. One, it would have to do with my relationship and my responsibility towards my family. But number two, it's a losing cause. So my thought process is let's say you take every voter for Biden, you take 73 million people as an insurgency. 73 million people would lose to our United States federal military.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. You're assuming that the totality of the military that they would be against the insurgency, and that's not true.
You're assuming
a lot of the military would be part of the insurgency.
You're making an assumption too there.
I am not making an assumption. It's based on facts.
Soldiers return and look at their commanding officer and say no and just wonder what the repercussions.
They would consider the insurgency an enemy that is domestic.
Anybody that's going to support Donald Trump stealing a free American democratic election is a traitor.
To who?
Straight up, a traitor
but
to this country.
If he wins it through the court, it's not stealing. You realize?
Yes, it is.
That's part of our justice process.
He has to win first.
Then we have a fucked up justice system.
He just put 3 extremist judges on the panel that he thinks will go their way. Now, I hope that they take their seats a little more seriously. But if they go Trump's way in the face of all evidence, in the face of the fact that Joe Biden won this election and hand it to him, it would be your duty, no matter what side of the aisle you are on, to stand against that and demand he leave office.
I think the Supreme Court's going to invalidate certain ballots in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. When Arizona flips, it's going to be enough. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
That's the writing on the wall.
It's next, and after Lisa,
it's right.
Victor. Lisa's next, and after Lisa, we go to Victor. Go ahead, Lisa. You're muted, Lisa.
It's just I think Biden's gonna win. That's just my opinion. I think the whole country thinks Biden's gonna win. It's just what it is. And you can flip Arizona all you want to, but all he needs is Pennsylvania, and he's got the fucking presidency.
You're right. Your statement is 100% correct. But what happens when he doesn't have Pennsylvania because of the Supreme Court?
That's not going to happen.
That's what going to happen.
Yeah, Victor, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, man, as far as going out in the street to fight for whatever cause, I wouldn't go out there whether I was in the mood to kill or not, because I wouldn't advise you to either. I wouldn't advise anybody to throw their life away to enshrine Joe Biden in office when that's not like Joe Biden gets in office and all of a sudden corruption in the government stops. No one's ever going to rig an election again and you're going to get everything that you wanted. You're just going to risk your whole life and your children's parents for this political cause because you're all fired up by, frankly, by the media.
I agree with Victor.
It's just not. It's not worth it. I wouldn't advise anybody to do that. We got more important things.
I want to go back to the feeling like killing people.
Even if the entire form of government was to change, which is what pretty much the left wing would like to do, that wouldn't be a reason to go out and start a revolution.
Well, and let me clarify
John,
what I said earlier. I said I would do.
Nakasuchi's talking, John Peterson.
Well, no, I just said. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Okay. I when I hear Nakasuchi's clarification, I put myself in that group I was talking about that wouldn't be able to do anything about an insurgency. When I said I would do all I can, I meant like through nonviolent means.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing: if Biden becomes president, I plan to be very resistant. Just like with all the mandates.
So you'll do it if it's Biden.
In the way that a Christian does. In the way that a Christian
You'll do it
does.
if it's Biden. Oh my fucking god! All right, John.
Wait,
John.
what
Real quick. I got it. I'm sorry, Tioga. I'm going to step actually away. So John, I'll be AFK about 5 to 10 minutes. Me and my daughter are going to walk across the street to the store. Go ahead, Tioga. I just wanted to insert that I will be AFK, John.
All right.
That's just how our politics work.
All right.
I mean,
So wait, did anybody want to talk shit about Knock? We was gonna? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
Hell
we love
yeah.
Knock.
No, just kidding.
Knock is cute. We love him.
Yeah.
We want him to have fun in life.
Like
But anyways, Victor, what do you mean by like Christian? What did you say?
I don't. I would not comply with anything that I feel goes against my code of morality, which I try to base off of God's code of morality.
Yeah, but you said, what did you say before? What did you say
God's
before?
code of morality.
Wait, no, what did he
Oh,
say
dear.
before? What did he say before? Christian what?
I would resist in the way that a
Christian
does.
resistance.
We don't.
He said Christian resistance.
We
So what
shouldn't. I don't say we don't because Christians ain't all the same.
why don't you just be a Christian on your own time? Like, what does that mean?
This is my time.
What does Christian resistance mean? What are you resisting?
Yeah, I'm curious.
It
What does
means
that mean?
it means not. I mean, it doesn't. There's no Christian resistance. I'm just saying.
You
if
just
a Christian
said that.
person
You
wants
just
to
said
resist,
Hey,
I
Christian
would know it,
resistance.
and
Christian
I would
resistance.
resist
Christian
in the way
resistance.
that
I'm
a
going to keep
Christian
talking
does.
till you shut up, dude. Christian resistance means that he's going to follow God's lead and drown some babies.
You ain't gonna drown my baby,
That
bitch.
was so
Like,
worth it,
I'm just
John.
saying, you ain't gonna go there.
Wait, what does
Christian-
God
the
have to
Christian
do with this
form- The
election?
Christian form of protest is simply not to do what you're commanded to do when it goes against God. I mean, that's
What does
that's
God
it.
command us to do?
Why can't you just do that on your own time?
All sort of stuff because it's part
Yeah,
of
like
who I am.
bash babies' heads against the rocks.
It's part of who I am.
Kill gay
right.
people, and yeah, that's the kind of things.
I did. You know what? I tossed red meat into the water, didn't I?
Are you
Just
talking
by
about
taking
the
it as a
You
God
sure
who
did.
found the whole world?
You sure
allegedly?
did, Victor.
No, he didn't. Victor's right.
All I'm saying is,
No, he
I
ain't
would
fucking
not.
right.
I would not be out there trying to, kidnap politicians or break windows or burn things down. I would
But that's
simply not
literally
do what
what
I'm
the
supposed to do.
Republican Party is fucking doing.
Well,
Do you not remember the Michigan shit?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No,
I
they're
think
not.
that kind of
Biden's happening in Democratic City.
Hold on.
Raise your hands.
Stop. All right. Look, that kind of anarchistic behavior would coincide, I think, wonderfully with God's morality.
No, it wouldn't.
Would certainly would. Have you ever read the Bible?
God
That
loves
just-
killing
that
babies.
just
And
command-
God does love killing
Right.
babies. It's in the
I'm not-
Bible, dude. Check it. Do you even read the Bible?
Yeah, and you're quoting a prophecy from the Psalms, okay?
No, he's not.
Yeah,
Okay, you're not doing that to my baby, so
No,
what
they're
else are you
talking.
doing?
They're talking about Samuel, Victor. Don't you know your Bible?
It's talking about the prayer in Psalms about.
No, he's talking about First Samuel.
First Samuel 15, you know, all
believe
that
in the-
killing of the Amalekites.
Dude, you believe in the same God who said, "I create evil."
Yeah.
So you think that's a good thing to pray to the same God, allegedly same God?
All right, no more third grade arguments against Christianity. Let's bring this back to politics. This is
Yeah, no more reading, no more quoting the Bible. Guys.
Yeah.
No more calling out God for the horrible
merely mentioned that I was a Christian.
about the Bible.
Yeah,
You want more
the Bible's
censorship.
completely off topic when you're
I
talking to a
merely
Christian.
mentioned that I was a Christian. I have no problem with you guys quoting the Bible.
All I'm saying, Victor, don't dash my baby's head on
And they
Bible is a
talk
terrible
about
source of
fascism.
morality.
It's funny, right?
Jesus Christ.
I might not agree with your religious position, but I give you. I would fight for your right to express your religious position.
No, killing babies is not a fucking religious right.
I don't think that's what he meant.
That's not Victor's position.
That's not what I meant. And you are. That's not what I meant. And you are one angry woman. I'm sorry.
I am. I'm really fucking angry
Let me-
because
Hey,
you guys say one shit out the one side of your mouth and then you
I'm gonna
do
have
the
to
other
stop
shit out
following
the
you
other
because
side of your
Lisa
mouth.
actually threw her
bitches.
hand up in the chat, so Lisa gets to go. Lisa, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I do want to say one thing about quote unquote Christian morality, if you don't mind, John.
Oh God.
Sure.
You people worship a God who supposedly genocided the entire world except for 8 people and whatever fucking animals he was able to save on a fucking boat, which, by the way, at that point in time, the Phoenicians were the premier boat builders of the time, and they could only go out a few feet from the shore.
The ark wasn't built to travel.
Don't listen to them.
There was no Phoenicians on Earth when the Earth was flooded.
They love murder.
And
And-
really, what I have to say to that is, okay, fine.
Then be nicer, bitch.
Your opinion of my God means nothing.
Victor, you don't know the
Nicer
Bible very well,
bitch.
do you?
I know. Tay, I went to Christian school, bitch. Like, I got tested on this shit. Like, do not fucking test me on this, bitch.
Tell me about your Christian education.
If you
Yo, do you support the
Yeah,
Civil
I
War?
will totally tell you about my Christian education. I went to Good Pasture Christian School in Nashville, Tennessee. You want to look
High
it
school?
up? Like, yeah, high
Do you
school and
support
middle
the
school.
killing of the Confederate Army during the Civil War?
All right, stop.
No.
Stop.
What are we
Stop. We got people with their hand up in the private chat. If you don't put your hand up, you can't get in. Go ahead, bro, Joe.
Let's see. Where do I start? Okay, so in America, right? You go into the Capitol. Interesting thing. There's an image of Moses there. Just want to let you know. So for the atheists, just want you to know. And if you're like, all getting all passionate about your political party, just remember that there's Moses there, right? A character we have no proof of his existence, and also. The rights, your rights, according to the Constitution, were given to you endowed by a creator. Your inalienable rights. So I don't know where you would stand on that, where your rights would come from, and
My creators were Sally and John Peterson.
Okay. All right.
I got something to say.
Do you believe they gave you inalienable rights?
Sure, just by birth.
I definitely have something to say to Bro Joe about that.
Well, but hold on, we got the order. I don't think Brojo's done, but after that, it's Victor and then Red Fang. So
Yeah.
go ahead and finish up there,
Nice.
Brojo.
So no, I just don't know where the atheists would go as far as how our Constitution and our government is influenced by Judeo-Christian religion.
Well, no, it's not. And you bringing up the
Influence. I'm aware it's not a nation. You can go to the Treaty of
But what
Tripoli.
I'm saying
and all that.
is you brought up the creator. Our creator could be nature. They were obtuse in that language very purposely. Okay, they didn't say God. They said our creator, and it's
Wrong.
open to interpretation. Our
That's
creator
wrong.
could very well be nature.
That's deliberately naive and ignorant. That's wrong.
It's not naive and ignorant. It's
Oh my
actually
God.
correct. They,
Well, some of
they were deliberately obtuse in the language. They didn't want this country to be a theocracy.
That is true.
It's plain and simple.
That is true. I agree with you there.
You do know that most of the founding fathers were
Right.
deists.
Well, not most of them, but a good portion of them were deists.
But
a good portion of them were deists, but I would probably say, I bet
it's
they're probably
only like 4 or
atheists, but
5.
but I bet you they were more atheistic. You just like in the climate now, you will not get elected if you come out as an atheist when you have a mostly Christian nation.
That I agree
it's
with.
it's just more expedient politically to say that you're a Christian in some way or form.
Then why would they say they were a deist?
Well, at least you had some kind of God.
Uh-oh, you just stepped on your own feet, buddy.
How? You did not.
Yeah,
What kind of God belief, though?
Hold on a second. From the alleged deist founding fathers to now, if we've only gotten more Christian and if we were founded on the principle of having to appeal to identifying as Christian just because it's popular, how the fuck did we get this? We went in the opposite direction based on that.
How so?
If you because you started with deism according to you guys.
But that I just pointed out that's wrong. Only like 4 or 5 of the people that signed the Constitution were deists.
And the citizens were Christians, so they knew who they were governing.
Yeah. So anyway, you're up, Victor. So go ahead.
All I was going to say real quick, again, getting back to the thing about going out in the streets, just to sum up and clarify my position. I wouldn't go out in the streets to fight to the death for my right to worship God. I would not go kill people for that. I would die, but I wouldn't kill people.
All right. And so would you call yourself, you're a pacifist then because you're a Christian beliefs?
I'm a hopeful pacifist, but I have a history of violence, and who knows what happens when you push me.
All right, okay. And Red Fang, you were next.
Yeah, there was a mural in Washington, D.C. with the founding fathers with Greek gods, not the Christian god, the Greek gods. So that kind of debunks that whole thing there with Rojo. And we've actually gone farther away from Christian beliefs because Christianity is actually going down in percentage here in the United States.
I think you're right. I mean, just because I'm a Christian, I don't think I have to argue that this nation is a Christian one, or that it's. I don't think it's our job to conquer the world in the name of Christianity. That's not even a part of it.
Wait a minute.
You're actually the first Christian to say that.
Hold on. I was a Christian for 35 years, and I think you're wrong. I think that you
I
were
know a lot of Christians
commanded by.
believe that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me finish the sentence, and then you can respond. How's that? It literally says in the Bible that you're to go out and spread the word of Christ.
Yeah, spread the word, not conquer, not force people, not make it a part of government and force people to believe it and make it the only thing you're allowed, and censor people. We're not supposed to force it on people. We're supposed to spread it as well as possible. But it's not like we failed. Like if Jesus comes and the whole world ain't Christian, he's not going to be disappointed. We're expecting that. You know what I'm saying? That's why narrow is the path.
And John, you got to realize what you just said would lead to everyone being street preachers. You would have to go into Starbucks and say, "I'd like a coffee." And by the way, I need to compel you to the word of God. That's not realistic. So it's not just spread it indiscriminately in every scenario of your life. It's tactically state your belief, and when you feel as though if you're talking to someone that seems like they would be open to it, you present them your arguments. You don't force it on them. You don't just go out with a loudspeaker and just shout, "Believe in God." There are people like this, but I don't think that's what the Bible wants us to do.
Okay,
No, it doesn't.
but
And
at
that's
any rate, Victor, did you finish what you wanted to say? Because we got to go on to Red Fang if you did.
Well, just to finish up, that's why I don't agree with going to wars in Muslim countries to save the Christians under persecution or whatever. I mean, we're promised persecution, and we're not conquerors. That's not our job. So I wouldn't be out there in the street for the government, for my political party, or for my religion. I would just figure it was my time to die.
All right, I can respect that. Red Fang.
I already said what I wanted to say.
Okay, Lisa.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to ask. Let's see. I think it was Sunflower. Doesn't Jesus say, "Go into all the world and make disciples, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost"? Hey, look, I went to a Christian school 2 Christian schools actually, one for 3 years, one for 2 years. So I can talk about this shit all night long if you want.
What was your question? Just wait, please restate your question.
Isn't that what Jesus said?
No,
For everybody to be street preachers.
No.
He said, go into all the world, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. What part about that is not?
He was talking to 12 people, not all people.
Can you give me the actual verbatim passage? Because that was not it.
It was in Mark, what she's talking about. But what she's talking about is Jesus was talking to his disciples. He wasn't talking to all the followers.
People have different gifts, Lisa. Some people are gifted to just be supportive of others as they go out and do evangelism. And, everybody's not the same. Everybody doesn't have the social skills to just go up and start talking to people. They screw it up and they make it worse.
And the world changes. So
or get angry, start cursing at them, and then they hate Christians even more because the last one they talked to was a total jerk.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree with Victor. It's like the idea is represent Christianity and attempt to spread it when you think that it will work. Don't just scream at people and tell them they're just atheist degenerates that'll burn in hell. That's not spreading Christianity.
And what would happen if we did that was the church would degenerate even faster, because then you got a whole bunch of false converts all throughout the place, just spreading their whimsy wherever they go, whatever's on the top of their head.
Did you just use the word whimsy?
Yeah, I agree with Victor. No, I agree with Victor here.
Okay.
I agree with Victor here.
So I've got another question for you then. Do you not know that is how most Europeans were converted to the Catholic Church? Was that the princes went down and said, you are going to come to the river and you are going to be baptized, or my soldiers are going to kill you.
Yeah,
wait,
but here's
that's
the
not
thing
what a
is
street preacher does.
Not everybody follows, and not everybody who says they're a Democrat is a Democrat. Not everybody who says they're a Christian is a Christian. Not everybody who says that their athlete works out every day. People don't always, usually don't label themselves what they actually are. So the fact that a kingdom or a country uses an excuse that they're going to expand Christians' power over the world or whatever, and uses that as a reason to conquer, it doesn't place the blame back on Jesus or the actual dictates of Christianity. And that's the problem that a lot of atheists have with just coexisting with Christians.
Correct.
Is to think that because other Christians have done this, that it superimposes that onto the doctrine, and now we all feel that way.
Absolutely correct. And to add to that, Lisa, you just invoked people forcing conversion with a threat of death. A street preacher doesn't do that. A street preacher isn't even that extreme. And I'm saying,
No. Sunflower. Yes, they do, and
No,
in
they
fact, they do it.
Colonel Byrne? That don't sound familiar to you?
Yeah,
they're not threatening to kill you. They're not going to. They're not going to
eternal.
No, they're not threatening to kill you. They're threatening you for eternity of torture.
You're threatening God is going to throw you in hell forever.
If you choose not to believe it, then how is it a threat?
Listen, one thing. There's a difference between saying convert or I will get my thugs to kill you.
No.
And saying, if you don't convert, I believe you will burn in hell eternally.
No, there's not. No.
Yes, there
No,
is.
there's not.
Yes,
No.
there is.
Yeah, hold on. We got to get the Germania. We got to get the Germania. Here's the thing, though. The reason it's the same thing, Sunflower, is basically what they're doing is they're substituting one thug for another. If you don't convert, if you don't let us baptize you, my thugs will kill you, as opposed to if you don't become a Christian, my thug God will kill you.
But John, it's the same as if a guy is 100 pounds and he comes up to you and he's got nobody with him and he says, we're going to beat you up. You know that's an empty threat.
John, if you're an atheist, you're threatened by one of those and not the other. True or false?
If you're
not threatened by any of the Christianity except for their laws.
Wait. If you're an atheist and someone says, I'm going to get my
But wait a minute. You're conflating here, okay? Because here's the thing. if someone makes a threat, that does not necessarily entail the person who it's made against being feeling threatened. You know, a threat is still a threat, even if the person it's directed towards does not feel threatened. It's still a threat.
Whoa, this is crazy. This is, if I say I'm going to come into your house tomorrow and murder you,
or send you to eternal suffering.
No,
or
wait,
I will literally torture you to death forever in a lake of fire.
Forever and ever.
Wait.
God.
That's one thing. If I say,
but he's gonna. I want him to finish, but because he's right now is going to try and prove what I just said, which is absolutely 100% true. He's
okay, yeah, so let me finish. So the direct threat to someone's physical harm, whether or not they believe in what you're saying, that exists. That's called my thug buddies or me are gonna kill you, right? However, if I tell someone, hey, Casper the Friendly Ghost is gonna kill you if you don't right now say you believe in him as God, then the person can laugh that off and be like, okay, whatever.
Okay, and my point is even if the person who the threat is directed at can laugh it off, it does not change the fact that in the mind of the person who made the threat, it is still a threat.
No, it's not. Wait. I can clear this up. If I tell someone, hey, it's really dangerous to fly right now. If you get on a plane, you're gonna die from COVID. That's not a threat.
That's because you're different than what we were talking about.
That's not a threat. That's not a threat.
That's a fucking straw man, because that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about threats. We were literally talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about.
Come down the river. Wait. We were literally talking about come down to the river and let's baptize you, or we will kill you, or you should become a Christian, or you will be punished by God.
Yes. I'm going to interject. I'm going to interject, John. I'm back. I'm not sure what I'm walking into. Tioga sounds like she's been trying to talk, and I'm not sure why we're not going by the hand system or what.
Well, we have been going by the hand system, and that was where we were next going to be going to Germania, but me and Sunflower were having a little back and forth here.
Yeah, listen to all the Christians in the room. Why would we take any morality from a God who commands women to marry the rapist, a God who sends delusions so people will believe lies, a God who killed 99.9% of his creation, a God who gives us free will but then punishes us for practicing our free will, a God who gives us free will and then hardens our hearts so we can't have free will, telling us to love our enemies and then casting his enemies into a lake of fire. I could go on and on and on, but I think you get the fucking point.
With the categorical difference in the threat of telling someone, me and my human buddies are going to kill you.
All right, well, look, let me fill Knock in real quick on that. Since Sunflower can't get off it. All right, so basically, Sunflower said, "Why would you be threatened by something you don't believe in?" And I said that, regardless of whether the person being threatened takes the threat seriously, it doesn't change the fact that the person making the threat, in fact, made a threat.
That's not true.
Hey,
it is true.
No.
Can I say something?
Wait, no.
Even if someone makes a threat about your existential belief, you don't have to believe it. Sunflower can say that, God threatens eternal damnation based on his beliefs, but what does that matter to anyone who doesn't believe that?
Exactly.
That's not the question, though. It doesn't mean anything. Wait a minute. It doesn't mean anything to me. But you're trying to say that because the person doesn't believe the means by which the threat will be carried out, that it wasn't, in fact, a threat.
There's still bad people. Sunflower, you probably shouldn't tell people that they are going to burn in a lake of fire forever.
I don't.
Well,
okay.
Don't you think we're all going to burn in the lake of fire if we're not Christians?
Hold on
if I tell someone...
Raging Atheist, I want to catch you up.
Wait,
go ahead.
Can I just...
Yeah, go ahead, Sunflower.
Really
I feel like I'm pretty caught up. I do think that there's so it doesn't matter to me when Christians talk shit about hell or hellfire and shit like that. until it gets into like childhood indoctrination. But it would matter to us, like say if I'm wrong, right? So if I'm wrong, I guess it would matter if I'm actually burning in hell. I would wish that Christians would have been able to explain it a lot better. So I guess it would matter in that situation. But like, yeah, I mean, it depends on the scenario in which I would care about a Christian preaching their hellfire belief, and who they're reaching with it. In particular, I don't believe in any of the bullshit. So I mean, if you believe in stupid shit, that's on you. You know.
Okay. I tell someone, hey, there's a virus, no one knows about it yet. It's called the
Straw manning again.
Wait, it's called the
straw
Pikachu
manning
virus.
again.
What?
You're straw manning again.
No, well, let me finish my point, John, please.
You're saying the same thing you said like 3 minutes ago.
Let me finish my point. So if I say, I tell someone, hey, if you get on that train, there's a Pikachu virus on that train, and
that's not the same thing.
If you get that Pikachu virus, you're gonna burn in hell forever.
There ain't no such thing as Pikachu virus.
Okay, and if there ain't no such thing as God, you shouldn't be scared about that either.
Trust me, we're not
scared
of
God.
What don't you understand? It's not about being scared.
How is randomly contracting a virus?
But if I tell you I'm gonna punch you in the face, then that's a credible threat. The Pikachu virus.
If you said you were going to punch me in the face, I wouldn't feel threatened at all. You're right.
Isn't that closer to the reaction that you're getting from God?
No,
Right.
let me ask Jefferson, because I want to know what he thinks about this. The point I'm trying to make to Sunflower that he keeps on missing is what I'm saying is that if someone makes a threat, even if the person who is threatened does not believe in the means by which that threat will be carried out, it doesn't change the fact that the person who made the threat, in fact, made a threat.
Okay, John, if I say,
I asked Jefferson that
let me
question.
respond to that. John, if I
No,
say,
I asked Jefferson the question.
Hey, Sunflower. He asked Jefferson. Let Jefferson respond.
Yes. So here's how it works. There's no reason for you to be afraid of whatever this person is supposedly using to back that threat up. However, that person, whether aggressively or passive aggressively, say they're invoking the Lamia from Drag Me to Hell, they are in fact, by proxy, threatening someone.
Yep.
all right, let me follow up. If I say, John Peterson, if you get on a plane right now, you could definitely die from COVID and it'll be really
It's not the
painful.
same thing.
Wait,
There's a difference between risk and threat.
Wait.
You're
hold on.
conflating risk and
Jefferson,
retribution.
Let me finish my point.
Okay, but you're conflating two different things. It's very
Okay, but are you gonna let me finish my point though, or no?
Well,
Yeah, go ahead,
as soon as you make a good point, I'll let you finish it. But you're
I'm
already
not allowed to
conflating.
talk until what you think is the point I'm making is good.
You're already conflating two different
Hey,
things.
Let me make my point.
I mean, he's
Okay?
right, though. You're not addressing the topic at hand. You're trying to change the subject.
May I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. If I tell someone, listen, if I tell someone who doesn't believe in COVID at all, if I say, hey, you're at risk of contracting COVID and dying if you get on public transport unnecessarily, is that a threat?
No, because it's not the same thing we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes.
How is that
actual real thing?
How is that different from someone saying?
Wait a minute. Are you asking how is that different from what we were talking about, which was back in like the dark ages, kings and princes were telling hold on, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up.
You fucking rat bastard.
I don't think he's.
All right, look, we were talking about the fact that they would take citizens. They would say, we're going to take you down the river and baptize you. If you don't do that, we're going to kill you. And we were comparing that to when Christians say, if you don't become a Christian and call the Lord your Savior, you're going to burn in a lake of fire. That is in no way conflatable to the coronavirus on a plane, dude. That's a total.
To someone who doesn't believe in the coronavirus at all. That's what I'm saying. If you don't believe in the coronavirus at all,
Sunflower.
Then this guy, man.
No, you're not listening to me.
no,
You guys are fucked up.
All right, so
What are we
let
talking
Tioga go.
about?
Go ahead, Tioga.
Wait,
You've been
I'm
trying to cut in.
sorry. I don't remember. I just don't remember. Like, wait, can we just like define what we're talking about right now?
Yes, I can make it very clear. I can make it very clear.
No, you can't. But go ahead.
Wait.
Please do.
Yeah.
Please.
So listen. If I come up to a person and say, in the natural physical world you exist in, I or some of my buddies are going to beat the shit out of you unless you do X, Y, or Z. Okay? That's a real threat. That's a real threat. If I invoke something like, after you die, if you don't, claim that you believe in a certain God, you're going to burn in hell for eternity. If the person isn't threatened by that, it's entirely categorically different kind of threat to say, I'm going to beat the shit out of you regardless, versus I'm not going to do anything to you. I just think that after you die, you'll burn in hell. That's not threatening to a person that isn't convinced by it. It's not threatening.
Wait a minute.
Maybe I'm not convinced by you.
Wait a minute. It's not an inference of a threat to the person who was threatened, but it is absolutely a threat to the person who proposed it.
Not if they actually believe it.
John, I've got my hand up. I'd like to jump
Yeah, go
in.
ahead, Jefferson.
Hang on
Okay,
now.
so I'm kind of curious about this. So it's not threatening because it's not threatening. So if you're trying to say like, hey, I'm saying this to you, but if you don't believe in it, you shouldn't be threatened by it if you're being honest. But if I'm right, then you should be threatened by it, and I am threatening you.
No, not wait.
Then you should punch me in the face.
No, Jefferson.
That's exactly that's not a threat. It's a
I'm
guarantee.
not threatening you if I tell you, hey, if you get on that bus, you might get COVID and die. That's not a threat.
It's here's the thing. It's not a
Guys,
threat. It's
guys,
not-
hang on.
It's a
guys,
guarantee.
hang on, guys. I get this. I get it if it's coming from the idea that if your belief works out, then this particular deity is going to visit punishment on the people that are unrighteous, and he's going to reward people that are righteous. Right? I get that.
In any
However,
regard, it's not a threat. It's a guarantee.
And
Right.
just
However-
so you guys know that after Jefferson gets done, the order is we got Victor, Brojo, and then Germania. But go ahead, Jefferson, finish your point.
In a basic colloquial, exchange of things, if you wrap up this exchange, if you're talking to this individual about how this God loves you, and if you don't love him back, he will get you forever.
That's
that is whether the person buys it or not, an implied threat.
No, it's not.
Not from
you're
you
not.
as the messenger.
If I tell
but from
you-
the
if
being
I
that
tell
you're
you-
supposedly acting as a messenger
No,
for.
if I tell you, hey, if you put that gun to your head and pull the trigger, you'll die. That's not a threat. It's a guarantee that if
Correct,
you put the gun
correct.
to your head and pull the trigger, you'll die.
And that God is
If
and
you-
God,
if
and
you
God
do
is
that-
the gun.
If you don't, it doesn't matter who has the gun. I
No,
don't have
no,
the
I
gun.
didn't say who has. God is the gun.
Okay, doesn't matter.
God is the gun and the pulled trigger and the aftermath.
Okay,
God
but
is
I'm
the
not.
whole thing.
But I'm not. So I'm not threatening you. I'm giving you a guarantee. Just
I didn't
like
say
saying
that you were threatening the person. I said God was.
Okay,
That's
is
the
the-
message you're
is the-
delivering to a potential believer.
So
If you don't believe in God, he can't threaten you.
Exactly. I agree with that. However, there's a
Yeah,
difference
I don't believe in
between, there's a difference between
idiot.
Are you just gonna
guy,
keep
guy.
talking over- I thought it was
whoever
my
that is.
turn.
Hey, whoa, whoa,
I thought it
whoa.
was my turn.
There's a difference between feeling
If God is
threatened
real, he can't
and
threaten you.
basically threatening. All
thought
right.
it was
Look,
my
there's
turn.
a difference between the person being threatened or feeling threatened and an implicit threat.
If
Do you
I-
not
that's
understand
not-
that?
What's the difference between a guarantee of harm, a warning away from a guarantee of harm, and a threat? Are they
Exactly.
inseparable?
Yeah,
Are they
yeah.
inseparable?
Because in
there's
Christian,
no way that I
guys,
could warn you
whoa,
about harm. without-
no, wait.
There's no way that I could
Because-
warn you
All right,
about
Victor,
harm without.
Victor, it's still
hey,
Jefferson's
hey.
turn. Let Jefferson talk.
Please. It's not, God is not warning you to step away from a cliff. God is the cliff, and he is also the kick.
No, he's warning you. He's warning you
He's
not to
going to
step away.
kick you into the punishment he has provided for you. You are being completely disingenuous about this.
You don't
God has
believe in
provided
him.
the eternal punishment that he is going to condemn you to. You guys are talking out of both
Yeah,
sides.
and
of
just so
the
you
mouth.
know, Victor and Sunflower, I hope you know that you're talking to a person who was a Christian for a number of years and who is pretty much a
That's
biblical scholar.
relevant to me. You know what? If you look, turn on the TV, you'll see
He's a
that
biblical, pretty much a biblical scholar, dude. So,
Am I threatening you by saying, hey,
wait with me.
all right.
Hey.
So anyway, Victor, was there anything you had your hand up? I presumably it was about something other than what you've been saying now. Did you have something else to add to what you were saying?
This is exactly what I've been trying to say is you can't threaten somebody when you're making them a guarantee and giving them a warning away from physical harm. That is not me, that's not me threatening you. That's not, if I'm going to harm you.
I'm going to mute myself.
If
I love that. I think that laugh says it all.
Okay. For some reason, I can't type in the
talk, man. I've been here typing in the word hand for 20 minutes. I finally get to talk, and now everybody's the peanut gallery.
What do you mean you finally get to talk? You've been interjecting for like the last 15 freaking minutes.
And most of what you've been doing is farting out of your face.
Saying
threat
hand.
and warning. Are threats and warnings different?
Is there any difference between a threat and a warning? Is it possible?
Yeah. Tell me, Jefferson. Is there any difference between a threat and a warning?
Yes.
Okay, then. If I'm warning you about what will happen to you via God, not me, that's a warning. A threat.
If I'm the reason for the punishment, I am also. That's a threat.
Yeah, but I'm not God.
No, it's not a threat.
I didn't say that. Damn it! I didn't say that you guys were threatening. I said your God was, because your God is the punishment.
That's irrelevant.
And the
to
reason for
preaching
it.
is
Do
a
not
threat.
get that.
It's
And
irrelevant to whether
the
preaching is a
coronavirus
threat.
threatens you if I warn about it.
But the coronavirus is a dead, naturalistic thing
just give it up.
floating around the world.
Give it up here, dude. Give it up here. This is
And
pathetic.
Give it up.
The coronavirus is not all
Give it up, dude.
If I warn you about something, right, that I'm not going to personally inflict on you, but I warn you that it's dangerous to do, you're then saying that, well, that's a threat because you're telling me that I'll be inflicted harm.
No, you are conflating two different things and completely misunderstanding the notion of intention and causality. This is stunning to me.
Please explain. Explain. I'm all ears.
If I threaten, a warning is if you touch that hot stove or that hot thing, the heat from that hot thing will burn your hand.
Yeah.
It's not. I will. If you touch me, I will bite your hand.
God is not
That's
an
a
agent
threat.
of me. God is not.
Yeah, if you bite me,
I'm not
yeah,
sending God
you're
after
right.
you.
Wait, Jefferson, you're right. Keep going. I want to hear more. Expand. Keep going.
Because
You're making the point for us.
The trick that I'm talking about here, you guys, I tried to make this point before. You guys are not issuing a threat. What you guys are offering to believers is that you have this being who provides you the carrot in one hand and then the stick on the other. The threat is that the eternal damnation only exists because your God will condemn those who do not believe. Therefore, what you are providing is not like, it's not like somebody, oh, you're just going to walk off that ledge or fall down those stairs. No, the fact that person is going to go that way is because that God allows them to. An all-knowing, omnipotent, omniscient being is going to allow that to happen.
Free will.
Huh?
So you're
What?
a
Wait,
theologian
I
who
don't
doesn't
understand. How is it a
Right, and that God is too, right? That God also has free will too.
Agency.
No,
That
Jefferson,
God also
you
has
are
his free
so
agency too,
deep
right?
in the weeds here. Wait,
All right.
And
Stop. You guys are talking over one another. And here's the thing: we're gonna have to put a pin in this real quick because there are other people that want to get in here. But I think we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this topic. And Bro Joe, you were next. If you were trying to get in to comment on this, you certainly can. But
And
I think
John, Lisa for Truth said that she wasn't able to type in the side chat.
I know. I saw that, and I put her in the list.
All right, cool.
She's bro. It's bro, and then
I have no comment really, but I put in a definition of threat there for you.
Yeah. I saw that. So Germania, you're next, and please, folks, there's no need to spam the word hand in the chat. As soon as I see your hand up, I write you down on the list, and I got you. It might take a while to get to you, but I will get to you. So please don't put, Victor. Don't spam the word hand.
4 turns before I get called on, so then I type hand again every time I get skipped.
You didn't get skipped. You haven't been skipped once.
The difference between COVID-19 and God is that COVID-19 actually exists.
Yeah, good point.
But here's the thing. If God exists and he's the God of the Bible, then he is all-knowing. Therefore, he knew before he even created me or my fellow atheists that we would suffer for eternity in hell. So, what type of fairness? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Knowing something the same as causing it. If I knew that Biden was going to win the election and then it happened, does that mean I'm
No. Are you all powerful?
Yes, but all all patient
Listen
and all
here.
wise.
No,
too.
listen. If you offer me
Because
a choice,
I have power. Does that mean I have?
can
to
I answer the
exercise it?
goddamn question?
Damn.
If I offer you
So aggressive.
poison or non-poison, and I know you're going to take the poison before I even offer it to you, wouldn't that make me sadistic? Knowing that you're going to take the poison that I offer you?
No. If you
How
know
so?
that,
Please explain.
if you know that I'm going to find poison, if you know everything, you know I'd find poison eventually on my
No,
own
it's the
anyway.
poison I'm offering you. It's free will. I'm offering you the choice to be poisoned or not be poisoned, and I know you're going to choose the poison. Doesn't that make me kind of a dick?
If I knew you were going to choose the poison, maybe I'd do something like send some of my friends.
Oh,
or
okay.
disciples
So
to
if I
convince
offer you
otherwise.
poison, and I know you're going to take the poison, and you
At
take the
one point,
poison,
all
then
of
I
us
say,
were gonna
"Oh,
take
wait, I've got the cure." That makes me loving, right?
At one point, all of us were going to take the poison, so it's like irrelevant. I mean,
Wait.
each one of us-
Who hasn't taken the
Do
poison?
you think somebody who knows what's going to happen in the future is like the movie Back to the Future, where there's like a space-time continuum and like there's no way that anything can be altered or it causes a butterfly
I'm not
effect?
sure I follow. But like, explain.
You think that because God knows that right now that I would go to hell, that He couldn't also know that when I do something else that I wouldn't go to hell? Like,
Does He not know the ultimate outcome?
Dude. That's not the way omnipotence works.
That's my point. That's my point. Is you think that you know how omnipotence works, and you don't.
But the thing is,
God's brain isn't wired in chronological order like ours is.
but
you know what I
God
mean?
knows exactly where I'm going to be when I die, correct?
Yeah.
And He made me anyway, correct?
And He keeps
Correct.
sticking you, and He keeps sticking you into situations where you're confronted
He
by
sticks
Christians.
me.
Isn't that
Supposedly,
weird?
He sticks me in these situations, but He ultimately knows where I'll be when I die, correct?
Yep. Do you?
So doesn't that make Him kind of a dick for creating me in the first place?
No, He can't help that He
How
knows
so?
everything. If He would have created you only knowing what you would do and only giving you the choice to do what He wants, that would not be love. That would be slavery.
So it would be loving to send me to eternal agony, right?
It's loving to give. You can't have love without choice. You can't.
Are you
can't
serious right now?
You can't even create a species that's capable of love if they don't have the choice to do the opposite.
They don't have
of
the choice to suffer forever. It's not
like
love, right?
I mean,
Apathy.
here's the point that I think you're missing, Victor. If God, and I understand what you're saying about God doesn't, He's not in the same kind of like time space continuum as us. He experiences past, present, and future all at once. Okay, I think that's the best explanation of it. But the point that you're missing is what we're saying is that it's incoherent to say that your God knows what has happened, what will, what's happening now and what will happen in all instances, and then to say that we have free will. Because if He knows the future, if He knows, wait, stop. You do that every time. Let me finish, then you can respond. All right. If He knows every decision that I am going to make for the rest of my life, how in the fuck do I have free will?
Don't you guys believe in? Don't you guys now? Aren't you into this thing called quantum physics?
Who gives a shit what we're in? What relevance does it have?
Isn't that all possibilities existing at the same time?
Not if there's a God who knows everything.
Now, if you could imagine quantum physics, imagine how much more complicated God's understanding of the way things works are.
Oh, so it's complicated, therefore God. Gotcha.
Listen, if we can comprehend quantum physics and we're human and God created us, then He is on a higher wavelength than that even.
All right.
His ways are higher than our ways.
We're trying to get in. We're gonna go to Lisa because I had to roll my pant legs up on that. Go ahead, Lisa, and then after that it's Brojo and then Messenger. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sunflower. You're missing the point. And I understand why you're missing the point, okay? When I was a Christian, I missed the point too. So let me try to explain this in a way that maybe you can understand. Okay? So what we are saying is, back in the Dark Ages, when Christianity was just coming to Europe, there were princes who said, you are going to be baptized or you are going to die. Period.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting there, okay? Those are the only two choices. You get baptized or you die. Your God, who I do not believe in, by the way, your God is saying either you believe in me or you die. How is that any different?
Because it's more like the choice of you choose to come with me and live where I live with me, or you choose to stay here and perish with the rest of the world, but it's your choice. He's offering you something he doesn't owe to you. He's not if you're following the narrative of the Bible, we all deserve to burn in hell. He's giving us something we don't deserve. He's giving us the option to take a free gift.
I forgot I can't do shit on my other screen.
Yeah,
we're reading your tweets.
Give it up, but here's the thing. Again, that goes back to the question.
Capitalize that
before.
out. Capitalize
Wait a
that
minute.
I know, I gotta
Wait,
fix some shit.
Hey, so that goes back to the same question that you're saying. He's offering us this. He already knows whether we're going to take it or not. So we don't have any free will. And then the other thing I'm going to say to you is, you asked Lisa, what does that have to do with anything? Did you fall asleep for 20 minutes or something? Because that's literally what we were talking about 10 minutes ago before we went down this route.
What hypocritical Christians have done, and that was Christians working Christianity into their Roman culture that was already a very warlike, conquering culture. So that's what came out of it. It's not on Jesus. He tried.
Fuck, have you not heard of the Crusades?
Yes, it's the same deal as the Pope. The Roman Catholic Church is the ones who started and finished all of the Crusades.
News update for anybody who's interested. Mark Meadows from the White House, he has COVID.
Well,
wow.
Damn.
He must have been tongue kissing Trump.
I was really rooting for Mark.
I don't think. Well, tongue kissing what though on Trump?
Yeah. All right. So, Bro Joe is next. Bro Joe.
He passed.
Dan Messenger.
So you asked a question. I have multiple things to comment on, and then you can pick the order people reply in. How about that? So for the comment you made, that if God knows what's going to happen, you don't have free will. And that's not necessarily true if he has foreknowledge of how you will behave based on how he sees you in the present. So if he sees that your character and your behavior is this way, he has a foreknowledge of how you'll act and behave in the future.
Well, no, he had foreknowledge of everything I was going to do before he even created.
But that doesn't take away your free will to carry out that life.
Of course,
actually,
I gotta add.
I said, hold on, let me finish talking.
But you said you had a question for me, and
I haven't asked my question yet. I haven't asked the question
You did
yet
ask
for you.
a question, and I'm answering that. And then you can ask me the next part of the question. The fact of the matter is, if he knows everything that's going to happen to me before he ever created me, I, in fact, do not have free will. There's no way I could have free will, because he knows how I'm going to act in every situation, how I'm going to answer every challenge put in front of me.
How does that take away your ability to do it?
I know what my son will do.
Victor, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Man, you're rude.
Because I'm tired of you interrupting and interjecting. Everybody else is having a two-way conversation.
Victor, you do talk
every
a lot.
goddamn time. Every two people are talking, you got to interject.
Interject our little
Go ahead,
thing
Messenger.
here and there, and I'm not the only offender.
What's the
You
rest
need to
of it,
calm
Messenger?
down.
Shut the fuck up.
Kiss my ass.
I have no problem with you saying ignorant things.
You're not going to like this, but it's happening.
So
wait,
happening?
real quick.
Oh, why did you do that?
No, Victor, Victor, right now, Victor, you're backstage. We're not kicking you off, but I'm just putting you backstage until Messenger finishes, so that you
Appreciate
don't interject every couple of words.
So my reasoning is, just because he knows what you're going to do doesn't take away your capacity to make those choices if you subscribe to free will. You know me. I don't believe free will exists. I think it's a fucking myth. Okay, so I'm saying that but by the people who hold free will to be true, them carrying out their life, just because God foreknows it doesn't take away that ability or capacity.
But what I'm saying is that if God knows what's going to happen before it happens, even before he creates an individual, okay, and you're saying it doesn't take the capacity of decision making away, that de facto is not true because of the fact that he knows what's going to happen. You say that I could choose anything, but in reality, I can't, because he's infallible and he knew what I was going to do before I did it. So I might have wait. I might have the illusion of choice, but I really don't have any choice, because if God is infallible and knows what's going to happen, I have no choice.
But you're not making an argument for that. You haven't substantiated why that takes away your ability to choose.
I just did.
No,
wait a minute. If God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and he knows, everything that I am going to do before he creates me, then I may have the illusion of free will, but I don't have free will, because if I had free will and I could do something different from what God predicted, then he would not be omnipotent and all-powerful.
Exactly.
But foreknowledge is perfect in its concept. So him foreknowing it doesn't take away your ability to carry out the wrong.
Then he wouldn't know everything.
No, you guys are changing. You guys are goofing up terms. Sorry.
Who is?
All of you.
How am I?
Okay, foreknowledge and omniscience are totally different things. Foreknowledge. So
I didn't conflate those things.
No, messenger.
I think foreknowledge is a subset of omnipotence.
If you guys indulge me, let me try to explain this. Let's say Messenger, I believe, has some experience in clinical psychology. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. So if you're dealing with a patient and you get to a point where you realize in the treatment of a particular patient that this particular individual will be triggered by certain stimuli or certain temptations in certain circumstances to almost 100%, certainty. If this person encounters this in the world under certain circumstances, they will respond in X way. Right?
Sure.
That is foreknowledge. You have a reasonable and informed sense of foreknowledge about that person's behavior. Omniscience is the ability to know what will happen as if it had happened. It is 100% guaranteed, dyed in the wool certainty. It's not a super smart person that's guessing what you will do. It is the creator that made you do something, because they built it to do it.
I don't think so for this reason, Jeff. When Paul talks about foreknowledge in the book of Romans, he's using it in the way that you're describing an omniscient knowing. So
I don't think he understands omniscience, though.
I don't believe the term omniscient is ever used in the Bible.
No, I don't think they can understand it. I don't think they can. No one can comprehend the scope of omniscience because it's outside of our scope. And whatever Paul is attempting to do in Romans in terms of belief is a really bad attempt at trying to basically special plead that God has that ability.
All he was pleading in that case was God knows exactly what's always going to happen, so have some confidence in your faith in him.
Right, but it leads itself to the inevitable question: if God knows that I'm going to do the right thing in choosing him, did God know that I was going to do the wrong thing and refuse him? And did he make me that way? I think that's
where the Calvinists hold on to their doctrines of election and God foreknew and therefore God created mankind, those who would follow him, is because they're suggesting that whatever God puts in your heart is what's going to be. And because he knew what it was going to be, he must have had to do it in the first place. So it gets into that. Even if you wanted to sit there and talk about it in terms of quantum mechanics, you could say that it's entanglement.
Determinism can't be a thing.
Hold on, please let me interject. He was having a discourse with me. It goes back to, I forget who mentioned it, but about the poison thing. Okay, so if God knows every moment of my life and every decision I'm going to make before he even creates me, and he knows that I'm going to end up being an atheist, what isn't he kind of a dick, not intervene and make me.
If that was true, yes. If you're asking me that question, I would say if what you said is true, then yes, he would be the evil mad scientist, looking down on the test tube that he put in motion and just wants to see how it's going to work out. And fuck you, John Peterson, right?
Well, right, and that's the reality of it. If God exists,
but the reality of the way that I view God in a very hard deterministic is the philosophical term most of you would use, is that you inevitably become what you become based on your genetics and the experiences that you're exposed to that work hand in hand. Nature and nurture together to be what you are.
Right? And God knows that ahead of time, right?
Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe God has foreknowledge in the sense that people.
He's omniscient.
He's not omniscient. I don't believe he is.
You don't believe God is omniscient?
I do not believe, and I've said this on every theistic thing that when people ask me that question, the only thing that I believe out of the four between omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, and what's the fourth one I'm missing?
Present.
I just want to interject. An individual does not have to possess omniscience in order to have foreknowledge.
Okay, and I'm saying the way that Paul used the term in the Bible. I wasn't saying that those two terms aren't the way that you're defining them, Jeff.
I'm just saying, yeah.
So I don't disagree with what you're saying. Anyways. But to get back to your thing,
wait a minute. Aren't you in the minority though of people who believe in the Abrahamic God that he doesn't have all the omnis?
Correct. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, most people will say most theists or people who follow the Jesus God or the Abrahamic God even will say that he's those four things. But I don't hold that to be true. I hold that he could be, and I believe in my heart that he's omnibenevolent, but I do not believe that he's the other three at all.
Is there a difference between the Jesus God and the Abrahamic God?
Well, yeah, because then you have the three religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity that hold to the Abrahamic God being the God.
I don't know that in some cases, at least applied, that in Judaism they believe that God is all of those omni traits. I mean, they probably.
Which ones would you believe that they held to then, Jeff?
I think they would believe in that he was omnipotent and that he was able to. I guess it really doesn't matter because boil all the omni traits down to basically all the same thing.
Well, right, and the thing is like, and I've said this a lot and been told, I don't know whether it's by messenger or other people that it's not true, but in my mind, omnipotence entails all the omnis. If you're omnipotent and you're all powerful, that entails any omni you can think of.
Yeah, omnipotent is all powerful.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but it would also include being all knowing, all present.
But we're talking about omnipresence and we're talking about omniscience too.
Having all the power doesn't require you to be constantly, forcefully using it. Like, where does that? I see a conflict.
No, that doesn't matter. It doesn't. There's
talking about ability rather than use of that ability.
Right. There's one thing to say that there's an all powerful being is all active or all capable. But when we're talking about omniscient, it's all capable, not always acting.
100%.
Okay, so then I don't see how it relates to the interference with free will, and I mean, actually
that gets worse because
it's not interference with free will; it is negation of free will.
There is no free will.
Yeah, actually, the problem with it is that there's no such thing as will to begin with. The God that created us doesn't have will; it simply does things. It things.
So you believe
the
in
God that
God
exists.
Who
the
is
God that
compulsive
exists
in his action?
Does it have a
Victor? Hold on,
dude. I was trying to speak one sentence, and he's going hip 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 as I'm trying to talk. That's not me interrupting. Shut up.
Sorry, that's probably my microphone.
It's not you. It's just him trying to police every damn thing I say now.
The God that exists doesn't need to decide stuff.
No.
So there you go. It didn't create things because it wanted to. It created things because there was no other way things were going to happen. It simply was going to happen by virtue of its nature.
But that doesn't.
So it doesn't have a will, and it doesn't decide.
But that doesn't prove a compulsion. That could still be his will.
Exactly, because if you're trying to say that there's a compulsion, you're assuming compulsion. You're assuming a characteristic of a being that can do anything.
Yeah,
there's no
does
reason.
not
There's
mean-
no reason to assume that. There's also no reason to assume it can't. So
Right. So how does
creation
that
is
interfere
inevitable.
with anyone's free will? How does having the power,
doesn't.
having the
No,
knowledge, and having the
simple-
presence interfere
It
with
chuck-
anyone's free will?
It chucks free will right out the door.
No, it doesn't. It
the
doesn't.
God, no, hang on.
Free
hang on.
will
Whoa,
is a
hang-
myth.
whoa, hang on,
I can
hang on.
prove
The
it from
God
even
that-
a
the God
psychological
that
standpoint.
created- Hey, whoa! The God that created the world around us does not honor or understand the concept of quote unquote free will as humans understand it. The idea of being able to make a choice between A
As
or
humans
B
understand it,
doesn't exist for the God that created the universe in which
Well,
you and I can make a choice between A or B.
That's only because you understand it as if you are allowed your free will, then what you say goes. But that's not what it means.
No,
It just
that's
means
not-
that-
doesn't believe in close free to what will. I just said, dude.
It just means that you come up with your own motivation and
No,
your,
I
your
didn't.
own goals.
No. Did you just hear what I said? The idea I can make a decision between A or B because there's limited knowledge and I can make choices based on factors for those choices. A God that created literally everything doesn't ever have to make choices because all of the options available are the options it presented itself. It never has to make a choice. It can't ever make a choice.
No, see, you're
What are you
speaking
trying to
from-
fucking
you're
draw a
speaking from a
bowling
human
ball through
point
that
of view.
vape pen, dude?
You're speaking what?
I don't know. Somebody was sucking their vape pen. Sounded like they're trying to.
I don't know.
draw a
But when you're
bowling ball
speaking
through it.
from the point of view of a human being who has to take a piece of lumber
Yeah, I
and
can't
drive
even
nails
sentence with
and
this
drive
ball.
nails through it and decide how it's going to operate and decide when
Because-
it's going to operate. You assume that God can't create something that has its own will, that has its own drive, that has its own creativity.
No,
within it,
no.
because
Hang
you
on.
couldn't
Oh,
do that.
hang on, bro. Hang on. I can assume that it can do that. However, here's the problem: if that thing is going to operate in a certain way, it's going to operate in the way that being created it, which means
No. That's
God's
you
going to
again.
know how it's going
That's you
to
again.
decide.
Oh my God, Victor! If you
Victor,
don't stop
come on.
interrupting people, I'm going to put you fucking backstage again.
Please do.
Victor,
Do
I don't understand why this is so. I don't understand why this is such an issue with Christians. If you're gonna give your God these powers, fucking embrace them. If Superman has the ability to pick up Earth, just give him the ability to also toss it into the sun. Embrace the superpowers of your God.
But their issue is
God-
this, Jeff. The issues with Christians, and this is every Christian that's having the contention that you're saying just embrace. They believe in free will. They believe that if God didn't offer them free will, then God must be evil, and since God can't be evil, I must have free will. They're all about fairness, equality.
And no, you're assuming a couple of things. First of all, you're assuming that free will is actually a virtuous thing. It doesn't make any sense for that particular God, from its moral perspective, would provide you with free decisions in a
Yes,
way
it
that
does.
makes it virtuous.
Yes, it does.
Secondly, if you have the ability to make decisions from your limited choices based on the world that this God has created for you, you may be judged one way or the other based on the choices that you make. Cool.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But you're being judged by an epistemology that God cannot possibly apply to.
No,
that
because
God does not have an epistemology. that matches its
having free
creator.
will.
All right,
having
look,
free will isn't virtuous in itself. It's that having free will gives the person the ability to make a virtuous choice.
And how does a God make a virtuous choice unless there's a virtue to which that God can appeal to? If the
Wait,
God in and of
people,
itself is
wait.
the virtue,
God
is the
it's just
author of
whatever the
virtue.
God decides to create.
Jefferson, what if the greatest good that one can
Stop, Sunflower. Stop.
Come on, let me just
No, I'm
No,
not.
no.
No. People, no. There's people here that are waiting to talk. You didn't put your fucking hand up in the side chat. Do it, and I'll bring you in. Lisa's next, and Victor right now gets to respond to what Jefferson was saying.
I also was going to
fucking
say
idiot,
is,
dude. I don't
is
like the way it
when you-
works.
When you say that God has to create these options for you and whatnot, you're still making the same mistake that people get into all the time when they're trying to express, how they think God operates. You're limiting him to your abilities. You stop interrupting. You can create something and you have to program in all the options.
Yep.
You assume that God cannot create something that has exponential options. You
I'm not.
assume that he has to create things in the way that you would create them, and that
Nope.
they would be limited the same. You say nope, but then when you describe your position, that's the position you hold.
That's not what he described.
I'm saying, but
You said
by
God has to give you the
definition,
options.
Victor, by definition, whatever confines that being creates for me to make decisions within, it knows what decisions those are. Do you understand that?
It knows what decisions you are.
It is
going
a- it
to
is
make,
a-
but in the same way that you have the ability to choose whether to pray to Jesus or not, you have the same ability to wake up tomorrow and move to California, and then all of your options become different. And he's aware of those too.
Because he built them.
He didn't build them and say, "Now this is the path you're going to go down."
Do you
He
believe?
left
Do you
them there
believe?
for you?
Dude, my man, I know this is probably going to lead to an existential crisis for you. But here's how this works.
Oh yes.
If you believe,
You're
hang
not
on.
that impressive, bro.
If you believe that this being is responsible for the entirety of reality around us, all of it, right? There is no sense in talking about his choices in contrast to our own. Our contrasts are based on finite epistemology. We have limited knowledge. We have limited experiences. We can only make our choices based on the limited experiences and life experiences that we have within our own reality.
Seeking
right?
knowledge is also a choice that everybody can make.
Get that. However, that does not change the perspective of the fact that the seeking of that knowledge is based on the perspective of the seeker. If a human being is seeking that knowledge out and making choices, that's interesting. But the God that you're talking about does not need to seek knowledge. It is the font of all knowledge. You were talking about something categorically so different from the people that you're talking about making moral decisions. You are conflating things. And I don't think that you realize that you're doing that.
All right,
quick,
wait, Victor, quick response, and then we got to move on because there's other people that want to get in. But go ahead, Victor.
Relating God's decision-making process to ours is irrelevant to the conversation. We're talking
I'm questioning the existence of the decision-making process of a God in the first place. A God that is responsible for the creation of everything in reality does not have a decision-making process, quote
not
unquote.
like yours and mine. No. Not like
Exactly.
yours and mine.
No, not even close. So what are we even talking about?
Well, you're the one that wants to talk about it. I
on
mean,
that note,
I'm
it's-
challenging
it's-
your
on that
notion.
note,
Let it go, come on. It's something
on
that
that
you
note,
said because
on that
we-
note,
we-
on
wait,
that
let me
note,
wrap up right now.
On that note, okay, on that note, Lisa.
Thanks, John. I want to go back to
You're next. And oh, wait, Lisa, Messenger came up with a good idea. So when I go to a new person, is there a particular person you want to address, Lisa?
No, I'm addressing the panel.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So, so I want to go back to the idea of free will. I do not believe in a theistic God, but you can get me to a deistic God. Can, not necessarily will, but I am willing to say, and I make this point on my channel, I am willing to go as far as to say there may be a deistic God. Having said that, I do not believe in free will because if you study any amount of psychology, you're talking about an enormous amount of neurochemicals in your brain. You're talking about genetics. You're talking about epigenetics. And so, sorry, you can't. So, okay. I'm deaf out of one ear. I do not have free will to hear out of my deaf ear. That's off the table. Okay? That is a physical impossibility. And when people say free will, it doesn't, as a agnostic, it doesn't make sense to me that people would assume that we have free will, because if we go down a certain path, then that that by definition limits our paths in the future. So we don't have free will. Now, that doesn't even get into the science of free will. That doesn't even get into the neurochemicals and the genetics and the epigenetics.
Well, I mean, and I think I know what you're talking about, although I don't know much about that, that there is some studies out there that when we have thoughts, when we make decisions, that there is like a chemical precursor, and that you're actually, have made the decision before you're aware that you made the decision. And I said that probably in a very rudimentary manner that anybody that was scientifically minded would say a hell of a lot better than I would. Sunflower was next. And he did state that he wants to engage Jefferson. So please, everybody, let the two of them engage on their own for a few minutes and don't interrupt. Go ahead, Sunflower.
Okay, yeah. So what I want to bring up is the fact that I think it's certainly hypothetically possible, and I would say it's even almost empirically verified, that the greatest amount of well-being one can feel is the well-being that follows from an agent feeling as though they had the ability to do the right thing or the wrong thing, and although maybe the wrong thing was enticing, upon choosing the right thing anyway, the well-being that follows from that is the greatest amount of well-being that anything can ever experience. So let me elaborate on that. One could imagine something as simple as a mouse or an insect or an animal finding food they like, and whatever well-being fires in their brain, and that would be some level of well-being. But what I'm saying is, if God just made a bunch of dogs that are chewing on their favorite bone forever, that's not necessarily nearly as much well-being as the well-being that ensues from a moral agent that perceives that they have free will, deciding to do the right thing, even though it's less maybe tempting in the moment, and then the feeling of well-being that follows upon realizing I chose to do the right thing. So God creating these moral agents that have the capacity, it's necessarily a part of the ultimate form of well-being, to have at the very least the perception that one can choose. So I don't see why that isn't a possibility.
I didn't say it wasn't. Actually, I agree with you. What you're talking about is essentially you are engaging in a pageantry designed by a God that isn't bound by the same epistemology that you are. You are making choices because you have a limited epistemology. You're making choices within a reality that God has invented for you, which means if you're doing things correctly or incorrectly, I don't know if that really matters for that particular God, because that God should be directing you to make those choices correctly, quote unquote, or incorrectly, according to its will. That's what needs to happen.
As though you did it personally.
It doesn't matter. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't matter that just because you felt you decided it personally doesn't mean a thing.
Actually, that's the clincher here. Yes, it does.
Why?
Because there's a feeling of self and the fact that you chose out of your own free volition to do the right thing.
And does that matter? If God gave you that feeling and gave you that sense of self-satisfaction, and it was programmed into you based on the fact that you chose the right action,
you'd never feel like you chose it. Then you'd be able to trace it back to.
How would you know one way or the other if that God created you that way?
I'll explain it to you. Because ultimately, then you would just be able to track all of your behavior by, basically deterministic physics in the brain.
Deterministic from a God's will. How would you be able to trace that as a human being?
Well, if we observe that some people aren't doing it and some people are.
What difference would it make? You can't make a distinction between what people are doing and are not doing as anything other than what God wanted. How do you make the distinction between God's will and those decisions?
how do I wait? How do I make a distinction between God's will and those decisions? Because God recognizes that at the very least the illusion of free will must be present.
Why would God recognize the illusion of free? God doesn't need to recognize. There is no illusion for free will for God. God simply has created reality. The illusion of free. Hang on. The illusion of free will exists because humans have limited epistemology. So, what difference does it make what people do if God's will is inevitable? Then whatever you decided to do, whether bad or good, is ultimately part of God's plan. Do you agree?
No. What? No. My entire
So you can take God by surprise.
No, God can look into the crystal ball and see what you ended up doing, but he's not.
God has a crystal ball.
Jefferson, slow down, buddy. Okay. Here's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, hold on one second before you go on, Sunflower, because I want you two to continue this. I want to let Gurren for a minute because he wants to leave and he just wanted to give a final word and maybe plug his online sex shop or something. I don't know, but go ahead, Gurren.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I do appreciate that, John. I've got to get going. This has been fun. Please do continue. I will listen as I go to sleep. If you guys want to check out my channel, it's GRR Mania on YouTube. All right, take care.
Yeah, I mean, and guaranteed, if Gur keeps talking, you will fall asleep relatively fast.
Fuck you. Okay, bye.
Yeah, but and then real quick, I got to call Knock back into the room. Knock, and then we'll go right back to you, Sunflower, and let you finish up with Jeff. Knock, I need you to come back in the room. You're muted. Quit playing with live chat. Holy fuck, man. Am I going to really have to send him a message in live chat? To get
What's up, dude? I stepped away for like...
Oh shit, he came back.
45 seconds.
Okay. All right. So anyway, Sunflower and Jeff are still going at it. Messenger had a really great idea a little while ago is, as you see the names in the in the private chat, ask them when you go to them, or Sunflower, had the forethought of mind to... when he heard me mention Messenger's idea, he went ahead and put it right in the live chat or in the private chat that he had his hand up, and then he put, I want to address Jefferson when I get in. So yeah, maybe, and we've been having some really good one-on-ones by doing it that way. Good idea, Messenger. But I called you back because I saw in the live chat that you posted not too long ago that you intend on going another couple hours, and this boomer ain't gonna make it that long.
Yeah, people are waiting to come in. I see we lost one spot, so I'm gonna do some shuffling.
Yeah.
I'll put the link in the side chat. Yeah. John, we don't have to wake up early in the morning. The conversation has been great. So many dumpster fires. Yeah, I'm gonna go probably until about 2. So whenever you can't come in or continue,
I'm gonna open a spot up right now. I gotta get going, or else the next sound you hear will be my head hitting the keyboard.
And you don't want to be caught on camera taking your shirt off and going to bed.
Right. Like Jeff, I don't want to end up in Jefferson's hell of taking my clothes off and falling asleep on camera.
Yeah, so, you don't want that. You don't want that.
And I got to tell you, nobody wants to see my tits.
Nobody wants to see my tits.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you all so much. It was a bit of a dumpster fire for a while, but I like how things have gone here lately. These are interesting if we just get some one-on-ones going, and Victor's actually been being a good boy for the last half hour or so. So, Knock, it's all yours, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, bud.
All right, man.
Bye.
Yeah, make sure and check. Hey, Tioga, thank you. Make sure and be checking your Twitter DMs, Knock, because of what's going on with your phone situation.
Can we
see those tits? Let's see those
no
tits.
All right, I'll be on Twitter, and I'll fix my phone. Fuck yeah, I'm not too worried about that.
Wait, did somebody just say they wanted to see my tits?
No, I said, can me and Jefferson continue?
Oh yeah, I told you right before when I interrupted that you're going to get to continue. Yes, man. Yes. Sunflower.
John's leaving, so I'm a terrible moderator. We'll try this hand shit in the private chat, but I don't be looking at private chat, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying goodbye. It's on Knock. Whatever happens now. But
good night, John. Thank you for your moderation.
Yeah, but right now the floor is Sunflowers and Jefferson's. Let them work their shit out for a couple minutes, and have a nice night, everybody.
All right, John.
All right, John.
Yeah, so it's pretty much like a free for all. I will try to moderate and keep it like at least not people not talking over each other. I did put the link in the side chat. We have 2 spots now. I'm gonna move fucking Messenger reveals into the spot of honor. So let me do that real quick.
When did you put me in my place, Messenger? When did that happen?
Ooh.
When did that happen?
What is the spot of honor? Is that dead center?
It's not your turn to talk, Victor.
It's he gets John's spot, which is glowing on on the YouTube screens. So,
ooh,
yeah,
fancy times. Okay,
but we do have 2 spots open now. Math Pig, if you want to come in and mod, it's been dumpster fire galore. So I mean, come in at your own peril. But I know a couple people has wanted to come in. So come in. I know Randolph wanted to come in. Jay wanted to come in. There's the link again. You better hit it and get up in this bitch.
Okay, but anyway.
Yeah, continue. You guys go ahead. I'm not John when it comes to moderation. I will not look at private chat. I will try to let you guys have your go. You know, so.
I'll moderate the order, and that's about it.
Okay, so I'm just saying, like, if a God recognized that the greatest sense of well-being can come from a person fully believing they have the will to do either bad or good. And that
you know what? I was giving you guys the link to. I forgot. I went on Twitter. Sorry, Sunflower. Go ahead. I will put the damn StreamYard link in the fucking side chat and not the link to the video you guys are already watching. Yeah,
Twitter login information.
A high on moment right there for real. So continue, Sunflower.
Okay, so yeah, the greatest sense of well-being can come from an agent that feels as though they can choose between actions they believe are right and actions that they believe are wrong, and the greatest sense of well-being comes from those agents deciding to do the right thing and the well-being that ensues after that.
Sure.
I don't see why God wouldn't create agents that have that capacity.
It wouldn't matter to that God. The fact that those agents have that capacity, that's only a component of the capacity that God has in terms of its epistemology.
I don't know what you mean by that. Can you explain that?
Anything that you're talking about in terms of like whether or not the thing cares for things or whether or not there's goodness and all that kind of stuff, that's just a component of the knowledge that this God contains, right? That God, the God that created everything, is ultimately the God that created all of reality. So everything in reality is ultimately is the responsibility of this being. And so anything that is actually a component of it is his responsibility. So the idea that there are individuals that have, good natures or bad natures or any of this other kind of stuff, that's up to him.
No, we all have bad natures.
Well, wait a second.
No, we all have bad natures.
What I'm telling you is that if everyone has the perception that they can either be good or bad, and if this is a necessary precursor to the greatest amount of well-being that an agent can feel, and that would be upon realizing they can do either good or bad, they choose to do good. Then
so is the opposite of that the definition of bad?
You can't be good. You can do good by being obedient to God. So the opposite of that is
Ooh, that's interesting because that's actually where we get things. That's where we get into really.
They
good
can't
stuff.
hear me, but
the
you guys
motivation,
can.
the motivation to do something that is good versus the act.
Yeah,
of
we are
doing
full.
something
It filled
that's
up
good.
real quick.
Well, the good things
maybe
lead to
somebody will
life.
leave again, Math Pig, and you come in here
when you
and,
do
and
good,
yell at people.
those things.
But
at
did
the
it
end of
matter
the
that
path
did it matter that you
is life.
wanted to do them, or did it matter that you did them?
Well, in the world, when you grow wise, you realize even sometimes, apart from the Bible, that some of these
so
things
does
that
it
described
does it
as
matter
good, they're good. Hold on.
There you go, Math
They're
Pig, right
good
there.
because they lead to life, and things that are bad because they lead to death.
So does it matter to Jesus that you want to have sex with somebody of the same sex, or that you are having sex with somebody of the same sex?
Wait a sec.
Which one matters more to God?
Both
Why are you saying that is bad?
Keep it between two people, not four.
Let's slow down. Jefferson, can you just please respond to my question? What was it again?
Does it matter to so in this system that we're talking about, the one that God's created, does it matter that you are having a homosexual relationship, or does it matter that you want a homosexual
They
relationship?
both matter. I mean,
Wait.
Oh, they both matter. Are they both are they both bad?
yeah.
Well, let me respond
So
to
the
this.
desire for it and the action on it is bad.
Yes.
Ooh.
And
Okay.
you know what? In order to be a Christian, first you have to be a sinner. So it's not like if you did something bad, you go to hell. That's a false.
Nope, not saying that. Not saying that at all. I'm just
It's
saying.
not really that big of a fine when Jesus says that if you look at your brother with hate, then you've
Sure.
committed murder
Sure.
in your heart.
Sure. So if we've
those
got
things are just as serious, they're serious sins. And
So
you
we got
work to eliminate
a guy. He's a professed Christian. He's been a Christian all his life. He's always sexually desired members of the same sex, but because of his Christian faith, he married a woman. They've been married for more than a couple of decades. They've had a couple of kids. Is his desire holding him back from heaven?
All right, real quick,
it
there's
depends.
one
They don't
spot
have-
open, and it is MathPick's spot. So MathPick's going to refresh. It might be a bit of a delay now because it did happen earlier, I believe, with Victor. Victor couldn't get in when we were at 9. So MathPick's going to refresh. If somebody comes in and it's not MathPig, I'm going to kick you out because I'm going to bring MathPig in. So, yeah, just keep trying MathPig. It could be like, just like some kind of a delay. I'm not sure. That it did happen earlier. So
I'm curious about something Victor said.
Could I just finish my sentence real quick?
Okay.
I don't
Well,
think
hold on real
there's
sec,
not
just for
even-
order. Victor, go ahead with your point, and then Sunflower and Jefferson wrap up because Lisa for Truth would like to address Victor.
Fair.
There's not just
damn, John is taking John's place nicely. Go,
There's
you
not a-
go, girl.
There's not a human being. Well, he's wanted the job all night. There's not a person in the world who doesn't desire to sin. There's not a person in the world, saved or not. We still desire to sin. So and yes, it's bad. And yes, we ought to not do it. And if we can figure out why we desire that sin, we ought to trace and eliminate that desire from our life.
Didn't answer my question.
Okay, let me.
My answer.
That was in addition to
my
answering
question
the
was, what's worse, doing it or desiring it?
Doing it, obviously.
Oh, okay. So the desire for it is not a sin.
No, I didn't say it wasn't a sin, but succumbing to temptation is obviously worse than having temptation.
Okay, so there's a bad and a worse.
Well, that's my opinion. You know
Pretty
what I mean?
much. That's pretty much true.
Is that true for most Christians, though?
All right,
They can't speak for all Christians, so let's not get into that.
I'm gonna final statement, then I'll shut up. If the person, as at least I know myself and most people I've talked to, if it came to the point where they were compelled that every single thing they've ever done, every single thing they're doing, and every single thing they'll do in the future has nothing to do with their own will or decision making, and is merely deterministic chemicals, so on and so forth.
Hey, Yo-Yo, I'm gonna need you to leave. I don't want to boot you because you're a nice Christian. All right, cool. If MathPick for some reason can't come in, but he was gonna restart his computer. If for some reason he can't come in, yeah, obviously it's got to be something with you, MathPick, because Yo-Yo was able to come in. So let's give it some time. If MathPick can't come in, then Yo-Yo, please come in. Yo-Yo is a Christian that I like, and I love his African accent. P. Mars said you can't understand Yo-Yo, but that's because P. Mars is a fucking racist. But all right, so saving that spot for MathPig, and the reason I'm not doing that is to be some kind of fascist. The stream would not look like you see it right now if it wasn't for MathPig. So I give respect where respect is due, and I love MathPig, so I'm saving that spot for MathPig.
Yeah, MathPig.
Can I
He's
finish my final statement? Okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sunflower, you go ahead and wrap up. And who are you addressing, Jeff or Victor?
Jefferson, yeah.
Okay, so after Jefferson responds to you, then let Lisa go and ask Victor her question.
Perfect. Okay, so what I'm saying is, if a person were compelled that all of their previous actions, every action they're making in the present, and every action they ever will make has nothing to do with personal decision making or will, but is merely the result of deterministic chemicals and biology, they will never feel the sense of personal accomplishment or achievement, or of I did the right thing even though I was tempted not to. And if that feeling of I did the right thing even though I was tempted not to is the greatest feeling one can feel, then it makes sense that God would create agents with that capacity. That's all I have to say. I really appreciate the conversation so far. I don't want to drag this out. Everyone else is trying to talk too. I'm not trying to get a zinger into the last minute, but that's how I feel. Thank you so much for everyone's moderation and comments, and let everyone else continue. I appreciate it.
Jefferson, you got a response to that, or do you want to let Lisa go?
I do have a response to it. So basically what Sunflower was talking about was God as a moderator for morality. And that's not necessarily a good motivator for morality if it's one that you think in the actions of the particular actors that you're talking about, in which they know that they're going to get a good reaction out of this. They're going to inherit eternal life. So that's not good. And even if it's not that case, if it's the case where they just recognize that this is an eternal power that simply demands this kind of thing, and whether or not they get a beneficial thing out of it or not, they should probably do it because that holy power demands that they should. So based on that particular argument, that's not a good take on why people should or should not do something. It's just fascism.
That was my point. That people have recognized that choosing to do what God has prescribed as good also leads to life and abundance, and that the other things lead to death and desolation.
All right, we'll leave it at that, and let's go ahead before we continue to go on. Lisa, did you still have a question, or do you have something to state?
Yeah, two things. First of all, for the Christians in here, I respectfully disagree fundamentally with the concept of sin. That being said, Victor, are you telling me that if you get a wrong thought in your head, that you think you have sinned? Because you cannot control
Let me
the
ask you a
thoughts
question
in your
first.
head.
Do you think that when I say you've sinned, that I'm saying that you're going to hell?
I don't
Do
believe
you
in
think that's
hell,
what that
so I don't
means?
care.
No, what he's asking you, Lisa, for clarification is, how do you define sin so he can answer your question?
Like, if I tell you, hey, that's a sin, do you think that's me saying you're going to hell? Is that synonymous?
Not particularly.
Because I sin. I sinned today.
All right, real quick.
I'm not proud of it.
Oh, sorry. Continue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm just saying, I'm not proud of it, but me saying that I acknowledge something as a sin isn't adding all this. I think you're bringing context into that.
Hey, Victor, lay off the porn, buddy.
Real quick. It seems like my channel hates Math Pig, and it's probably because he's Irish. It's probably because he's Irish. Racist ass fucking OBS here. I sent the link on Twitter, Math Pig. You should be able to get in. Like Yo-Yo got in. I don't understand why my shit won't let Math Pig in outside of it's racist and bigoted.
He's gonna come here and steal the show. That's why. This is all up front. Rage doesn't want.
And we
Matt
lost
to
another
come in and
spot. Who
steal
did we
the
just
show
lose?
with that silky, buttery Irish accent?
We just lost Sunflower. So Sunflower made his exit. So yeah,
So-
you should be able to get in, Math Pig.
So I just want to know why is it a sin for you to think something when you can't control what thoughts come into your head?
Well, I'll let Victor go first, and then I'll respond since I'm a theist second.
I just want to emphasize that calling something a sin doesn't bring along with it all this condemnation and judgment, because I acknowledge that we all sin. If you can't acknowledge that you sin, you can't be a Christian. You can't, point blank.
I'm not a Christian.
Well, I'm talking about myself and the people that I know.
There he is.
If I
Math
told you
Pig.
they're a Christian and they said they never
Yes.
I wouldn't consider them a Christian.
And now Yo-Yo, you can come back in if you're still in the side chat.
Yeah, it's fuck. I believe we've emailed Dave and myself have both emailed StreamYards about this. They should have a back room for 12 when they have a room for 10.
Hell yes, they
It's not-
should.
It's not just Matt Pig, it's Captain Northern Ireland. Yes,
Oh,
for the win. Yes.
Good
Sorry.
to
All right,
have you
we're-
on, Matt Pig. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for
So,
having
so
me.
Lisa is addressing sin and asking specifically if sin in the thought or in the heart is going on. Why is that wrong? Because you can't control that. And I don't know if Victor had a response for her, but I'll go after Victor.
I mean, you could read my response into what I said, but I mean, it's just that acknowledging is something it doesn't align with God's will and his nature is a sin, and that doesn't carry with it all of the prescriptions that some people might throw at you when they tell you that, you know.
This seems less than compelling for people that think that the world is coming to an end, though, bro.
What?
This seems less than compelling if somebody's looking at like, oh, the world is coming to an end, and I need to pray to a God.
Well, we all think the world's coming to an end. We just have different methods. You guys think it's going to burst.
Right, but no,
into
but I
flames
mean,
too.
if you're offering up the Jeebus as like a solution to this, there's not a real
not a solution to that.
Okay, we're bunny trailing. We're bunny trailing. Let's bring it back into the question, which is the sin within the person's mind a sin, or what's the consequences of that sin? Maybe Lisa's asking.
Yeah, the consequences are the same for every sin. It's not the consequences of sin. I mean, sin is a symptom of a bigger problem, which is that you're not trying to obey God in your life. You know what I mean? Sin isn't the reason why you're going to hell. Not agreeing to go to heaven or to paradise with Jesus is the reason why you're going to hell, really, because nobody gets saved and then quits sinning. That's not what happens, and that's not what gets you to the afterlife. It's something that you're being afforded for free if you want to go with him. If not, then your life ends and you go poof just like you wish for, you know. But if you want to go with God, then then you must follow God if you want to go to where he's going. That makes sense.
So let me respond to Lisa.
You're not understanding me. You're not understanding what I'm asking.
Let Messenger try then.
So Lisa, go ahead and clarify why you're bringing up the question in regard to. I mean, is and for me to clarify, are you asking if sinning in your thoughts is bad? Are you saying it because are you making the suggestion that it wouldn't be fair for that to be wrong if you can't help it?
That would be my argument. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, and my response to that goes to goes to Scripture, and I'm not going to pull the exact one. I'm going to paraphrase it, but Jesus basically talked about everything that one does comes from inside. So he's saying the problem isn't what you put into your body. Your problem is what's inside the body that comes out. So he's saying if you have a problem in your heart, which means let's say you want to hurt people or you want to do things that are malicious or negative or evil, then you're really not of me in your character and your nature. So therefore you're not part of his body or part of being a follower of him. So different than what he thinks he can continue to go on sinning and have relationship with Jesus. And I would say if you aren't like Jesus and you're not trying to perfect that inner nature that creates the outward behavior in a healthy way, then you have no place with him.
So, Messenger, you would say like the desire for same-sex relations would be bad?
No, because I don't hold that to be sinful like a lot of Christians do.
Okay.
Messenger has a slightly different doctrine than
I have the right one. I have the correct doctrine from Jesus.
He gets direct revelation from God, so he knows that we're all wrong.
You got it, buddy. You got it. And I'd love to share with you what Jesus really meant when he was teaching the people in his
I know
groups.
you would, but I already turned you down when you offered to be my guru the last time we met.
I believe that because you don't want to know the truth because you want to keep watching porn and still go to heaven.
I want to follow Jesus and nothing.
But you don't follow Jesus.
What does porn have to do with it?
I'm curious about Victor's porn habits now.
I admitted that I sin, and he went right to porn. I wonder who's got the problem.
Victor, 100%. Revelation from God. You heard it here first.
Still curious about Victor's porn habit. Extra curious about the next.
Tell the truth.
I think, Messenger, you like Abraham Lincoln porn, don't
Porn
you?
is a problem. Why?
I remember reading a few years ago.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My fault being a bad moderator. Lisa, did I answer your question? And was there any other theists that didn't? Is Yo-Yo a theist?
Yo-Yo is a theist and a pretty decent dude.
Yo-Yo, would you like to answer Lisa's
moderation
question?
is out of the window, really, honestly. So pipe in, y'all.
I can remember a few years ago reading that in the Vatican.
Well, my question was next.
Well,
Christian. My
do
question
let somebody that pipes in let him talk. So Randolph is going.
Try to be.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
go ahead,
I
Randolph.
was making a joke as I read a few years ago that in a lot of the porn server web server logs that the Vatican City shows up an awful lot. But I'm curious. Something that Victor said earlier is that it kind of made it sound like death is a bad thing.
No, death is a thing that from our perspective, it's something that we all have to go through once. So that's, if you're a naturalist, then you could say it's perfectly, even if you're a Christian, I guess you could say it's necessary now.
Yeah, earlier you made it sound like life is a good thing, death is a bad thing, and I found that kind of a strange statement.
Things that lead to
There are
preemptive.
people who they could be in a situation where, say, they have a terminal illness that's only going to get more and more painful. Death would be a very good thing.
But
They'd be
death,
welcome.
when God talks about death, he's talking about the decay of things and sometimes the finality of death. So when I say at least, it doesn't mean, somebody could die and that would be a problem, because we're all going to die whether we do good things or not. But in practice, like for instance, people bringing up homosexuality. The reason why God doesn't like it is because when you put two men together, all you get in 50 or 60 years are two dead people. When you put a man and a woman together in 50, 60 years, you have life in abundance. You could have something.
Not necessarily.
And what
Not
is
necessarily.
and what is wrong with either of those options?
You're saying that sexual relations
one
like,
only
have an
leads-
issue with
I don't think
the
there is any of
creation?
that,
What what is the problem with either of those options?
I'm saying one leads to only death and one leads to the perpetuation of life.
Wouldn't that only be the assumption that all people were gay? Wouldn't that only happen if all people were gay, Victor?
Why
is the perpetuation
that's
of
like
life-
asking, wouldn't people only go to hell if all people were evil and didn't?
No, you're drawing
you
it-
know, like.
However,
We're
why-
talking about individual decisions and what makes something. God
Your
is having
argument is procreation can't happen.
Every
Hang on,
decision is between the individual and God, isn't it? The messenger.
Why
This
is the
not
why is the
democracy.
perpetuation? Hang on. Why is the perpetuation of life an issue when everyone's going to live forever anyway? Whether they're going to heaven or
No. He said God said that death is final. So there's no.
I'm saying that when he refers to death, a lot of times he's not talking about you ceasing to be on this planet. He's talking about the final death, the destruction in the lake of fire.
Okay.
Well, fine. But
there's
what,
no afterlife.
what does that have to do? What does any of that have to do with the fact that this particular God has decided who is going to live forever and those who are going to be punished? Or actually, I should ask you this, Victor: do you believe in it? Do you believe in eternal conscious torment?
No, I believe in eternal destruction, the lake of fire, the second death.
Is that annihilation or is that eternal conscious torment?
Yeah, annihilation.
So you think souls stop existing?
I think you should fear he who can kill both the body and the soul. That's
But
what the Bible says.
annihilationism is an immediate soul death, though. So do you believe we go to hell?
Yeah, what do you picture in your head?
I think
people actually
the word
suffering.
hell. The word hell is an English word that in the Bible could be referring to, I think,
Don't
three
care.
different things.
I don't care. What do you?
I think
Math
we all
Pig
go
is
to
tight
hell
right now.
Victor,
Oh, Math
what do you
Pig. I didn't
think?
know Math Pig is a werepig. This is new.
What do you think?
What do you mean? What do I think?
What do you think happens to those who disobey?
I think they suffer the second death, which is what the Bible says. Fear he
Second-
who
you
can
just said
And
death
is
is
that
final.
is that
who
You
can
just said
destroy
death is final.
both the
What are you
body.
talking about? A
Is
second
that-
death now?
is
Randolph,
that conscious torment?
You're trying to misunderstand me. I said
No,
that-
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to understand you
I said
because
a lot
earlier
of
you
times-
said death
I
is.
said a lot
God
of
talks
times
about
when
death
God-
being final.
I
Now you're
also
talking about a
said-
second death, and
I
I'm
also
finding that
said-
very confusing.
I also that must be easy. I'm finding that in the same sentence I said he also a lot of times is referring to a spiritual death, which is being damned, and other times he can be talking about destruction, the second death. So yes, and that's
which-
bad.
Well, that doesn't sound.
Guy,
fun.
which one is it for eternity in hell? According to you.
I don't believe in eternity in hell. I believe in eternal destruction, where you cease to be forever, and that's what's eternal about it. There is no more you forever.
Do you suffer there?
I think when you realize that that's what's going to happen
you
to
do.
you will
You
suffer
do. Yep,
a
thank you.
lifetime's worth of torment.
Yes, you
before
do.
You're destroyed. Yeah.
Thank you,
I
dude.
mean, if you
You do.
realize that you were wrong all your life,
Yes, you do. He believes in eternal conscious torment. He's
no, I
that
didn't
kind
say
of Christian.
eternal conscious torment.
Brilliant.
You're literally lying, like trying to rearrange my words.
You just said that it requires your realization. If it didn't, you would just be annihilated.
I said at the moment you realize that you're going to be annihilated and that you were wrong, you'll feel a lifetime's worth of torment in that moment.
Ooh, so you get a little slap on the hand, and then you blink out.
But here's the thing: if you have a complete annihilation of pain and then it's over, what the fuck does it matter?
Because
it doesn't. I just kind of wonder, why would there be the addition of the pain if you're just going to be blinked out?
It's not like the Bible says that. I just know that if I'm at the judgment seat of God and I realize that things aren't going to go my way, I'm going to feel more torment than a human body could probably contain, and I'll probably start crying or sweating blood. You know what I mean?
I would agree. I think that you are going to be sweating blood when God has to judge you.
Does Yahweh have an ass to sit in that judgment seat?
I mean, that would be my regret. That would be my human regret.
Dude, I just have to ask you, why on earth would this being care?
That would be. It wouldn't be like God waving a wand, like feel guilty. It would be like me. I mean, how could I not understand in that moment what I had thrown away?
The being based on this, I mean, we've been having this discussion for at least a little while about the calibration and the capacity of this particular eternal being. Why on earth would it give a damn?
What do you mean? Why would he?
Why would it condemn anyone to a place of eternal punishment or even annihilate them out of existence when it doesn't have to?
Because if you're determined to do what is not in God's will, then you can't be in his presence.
Why? He doesn't have a will.
Because then he would have to punish you again and again every time he sees you.
You
sin.
haven't even been capable of demonstrating how this thing has a will like a human being. It's just a thing that makes stuff happen in the universe. If that's the case, then it probably should also just will us to be in its playground for the rest of its life.
We go from you putting blame and malicious intent on this thing that now it's.
I'm not putting malicious intent on it. You are. You're saying that
conversation you have.
Victor, you are saying that this being needs to punish people for not living up to its standards, and I'm saying it doesn't need that at all. And you're acting like I'm the one that's the radical. You are crazy.
All right, so let's chill, Victor. Yeah, little Cray. Lisa's been trying to jump in. I would like to hear from Brojo, who is burning in hell, and Math Pig, who is a werewolf, and Yo-Yo is up in the house.
He's a werepig.
A werepig. Yo-Yo's up in the house.
I've been waiting.
I would like
question.
Other people, please jump in. I want other people to get involved. John's not here. We're not doing no damn system. The other John Messenger is doing decently, but he is also the Messenger reveals and talks to God and shit, and we got issues.
Yeah, the Messenger reveals for 6 months, and then he comes back and he's like, I rolled an ox.
All right, so Lisa for Truth. Yeah, please speak, Lisa for Truth.
I thought it was fine. Victor,
What?
you said that homosexuality was wrong and heterosexuality was right because one leads at the end of 60 years to two dead humans and the other leads in 60 years to the perpetuation of the species. And I am here to say that you are dead wrong.
What about sterile people? Oh.
Because homosexual males can donate sperm and lesbian females.
Only in recent history can that actually happen.
But we're talking about right now, though, dog. So,
and we're talking about nature.
We're talking about right now. Your
And
past
only
don't
if they're
matter.
and only if they have very good insurance or are wealthy.
All right,
So
well, shut up and
that's
let
a
Lisa.
first world
Let
issue.
Lisa talk. You do. Come, all right, dude.
Yeah, come on, you don't gotta go there. You gotta go
Let
there.
her talk. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. And lesbians can carry children. Now, on the other side of the issue, you said heterosexuality leads to the perpetuation of the species. That is also wrong because there are couples who
Don't have kids.
decide not to have children, and there are couples who can't have children.
Yeah, there's other people have health problems. I mean, that's still part of life. There are people who are afflicted, and it's no fault of their own. And those people
So-
have an opportunity to demonstrate mercy.
So why did you even say something that is so fucking stupid?
I don't know, Lisa. I don't know.
Because Christians do what Christians do. I
Does
mean,
Victor-
you want to talk about like really stupid shit, like for sunflowers, like if 100% of men were gay and 100% of women were lesbian, how would society fare? I mean, it like talk
Well, I mean,
about
if it
what aboutism.
If it was in a Western nation in the last 100 years, then the species would be fine. If that happened and it wasn't in the Western civilization in the last 100 years, then there would be no more people.
So you're like a homophobic Christian?
I'm not a homophobe. I'm not afraid of them. I don't think they're more evil than anyone else. I'm just saying the reason why God says that the reason why I believe the Bible says that homosexuality is a sin is because homosexuality cannot bring life.
Does the Bible tell you why?
No, it doesn't say that specifically. That's me.
But I'm saying, why do you believe it only has to do with procreation?
The reason why I think it has to do with life and death is because if you look at the other reasons, the other sins in the Bible, they all tend to coincide with keeping yourself healthy or from dying or from killing other people or from, bankrupting your nation to the point where people are going to die. Everything, all the sins have to do with goodness, with abundance, with life.
Is lying a sin, though? Because lying's not going to kill you.
Well, it leads when people have misinformation, they make bad decisions, and
Is jerking off to porn going to kill you?
Not immediately.
How's it going to kill you, like long term?
I don't know. If you do anything too much, you could probably kill yourself.
Really? Is that kind of like? Do you go blind too?
I don't know.
Are you one of these Christians that say you can die for masturbation? Is that what you just said?
You're
Seriously?
talking about masturbation, man. I don't know why.
All right, I'm going to ask my question now.
Please.
It's a question for the Christians. Christmas is coming. I want to know, is it possible to throw Jesus a surprise party?
Yes. So my answer is yes.
Victor?
I don't celebrate Christmas.
Can I throw Jesus a surprise party?
I don't think he would show up if you did, so no.
Is the general consensus that he was not? It wasn't Christmas. It was earlier in the year, so it would be a surprise party. He would never tell you.
It's a surprise every year.
You guys really don't get the point of the question, do you?
I think at this point, atheists like Christmas.
I got the point of the question.
Messenger, I did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Victor, I've never met you. You're saying atheists say this, that, and the other. I've never met you, so you've no real.
The point is, Jesus is God, and would he be surprised? But if I knew that my wife was throwing me a surprise party, does that mean she's not throwing me a surprise party? My wife could still be throwing me a surprise party, even though I knew about it. So therefore, yes, Jesus can have a surprise party thrown for him.
I will always weigh into the discussion by default toward Mathbig because his lilting Irish brogue usually brings sanity to the discussion.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Can Mathbig go?
Put your lucky charms back in me little bag and put them back into the Ireland.
This avatar looks like it's having a stroke, though. I know that.
way to neglect your kid. She had a bottle. She had a fifth in her hand. It was glued. It's kind of like
If Yo-Yo
So, Math Pig, what do you think about the American election?
And like the audience didn't hear any of the things that I just told all of you guys. So fucking
No, this is John's
all of
channel.
these
This is
different screens.
This is Messenger's channel and Rage.
So we have Yo-Yo and we have
Messenger has taken
Randolph.
over.
Yo-Yo, Matt, Pig, and Randolph are all new to the conversation. So I'd like to hear those three individuals' opinion on what's going on with the election, what their thoughts are with all the process and all the
As of this last 48 hours, I've probably slept about 3. I have stayed up and watched the election as it has happened. I must have texted Manda about 50 times as Georgia was fucking flipping while she slept. It's
no point. There's no point in paying that much attention, man. Just wait.
fuck all else to do. You know?
We didn't ask you.
You said everyone, dude.
No, I said Randolph, Math Pig, and Yo-Yo, who haven't been in here all night. I'd like to hear their opinions on the election.
Yes.
And then if you want to chime in afterwards to what they say, that's perfectly cool, dude. But let them talk.
Yeah, and I
The
totally
reason
agree.
that I'm
I
generally
Christian to answer my question. I think the only Christian didn't answer.
The reason that I'm interested in the election is because of the weight that America carries behind it. Regardless of who is in charge, America has an awful lot of weight behind it. This next 2 years is going to be very, very difficult for the Democrats because they didn't get the Senate. Mitch McConnell is going to be a whingy little fucking sad turtle for the next 2 years and block absolutely everything. Hopefully then we will get 6 years of actual change in America that makes a difference. It is bad how bad it has got with Donald Trump, but it has had to get that bad to show to the other third, the other 2/5 of the country that just don't give a shit, that just get by. It is going to, hopefully, after 6 years, get a better president, be more progressive. Then things will change, and America can lead the system in environmental change, in climate change, in
How do we get more
generally being progressive.
Generally speaking, Matt, I don't know that this is going to lead to a more progressive president. I think it's actually going to.
Jeff, I've also had 2 bottles of wine, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning in Northern Ireland because this is the first day off in a fucking month and a half that I've had.
Okay, does Yo-Yo or Randolph?
I think
let's hear Yo-Yo or Randolph.
All right, so real quick, I do think that this could lead to a progressive president. I think that progressives are going to unite. I am a lot of people I'm talking to are talking Nina Turner or AOC primarying 2024 for the Democratic nomination and letting the two factions of the party fight it out. And we'll see
The
who wins.
Republican candidate will be Kanye West.
You know that.
I tell you that the progressives will go forward, and AOC will go forward, and fucking what do you call her? Warren will go forward, and they'll do the same to AOC that they did Biden, and they'll
Fuck Elizabeth Warren. I mean, fuck Elizabeth
no.
Warren.
That's what will happen now. That's what will happen in 8 years. They'll put Elizabeth Warren forward, and they'll put AOC for the very first female president. And the Democratic Party will do exactly what they usually do, and they'll screw over AOC.
You know,
The
AOC
key
is
thing,
top runner in
sorry to barge in it. The key thing is not going to be what happens in 4 years. It's going to be what happens in 2.
Yes.
The midterm election, if the Democrats are able to carry on sort of their, the kind of constant, party of paranoia kind of thing, they might be able to get people to carry on some kind of voter turnout against what's actually happened. But let's we shouldn't engage in any kind of illusions. State level governments did not change. Any of the state level, government.
I thought the states did very well. I thought there was an awful lot of change in the states. Was there not at least 3 different trans people that got elevated?
No, you don't understand what I'm talking about. If you're talking about reps and senates, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about state level governments, state level senators, state level reps did not change. And because they did not change, they're going to be able to influence the decisions that most of these states are going to be making for the next 4 years. And they're going to be actually influencing the decisions that get made into the new census stuff and into the district count. which the Democrats, more than likely, unless the Democrats actually do carry the 2 runoff contests that are likely going to happen in Georgia, if the Democrats carry those, the Democrats will be able to influence those counts significantly and redistrict. And if they do, they need to gerrymander the shit out of those. But if they don't, they just make them equal, it's not going to really matter all that much. What's going to end up happening over the course of the next couple of years, in 2 years, there's going to be a revenge vote of white people. They're going to want revenge on Trump. And so there's going to need to be a huge turnout in a midterm election for lots of state reps and stuff that usually doesn't happen. The Democratic convention is going to have to organize that. They're going to have to really whip up that vote. I don't know how they're going to do it. They've never been able to do it.
Well,
and then
real quick, go ahead.
2024. By that time, it's going to be Biden running for re-election or Kamala Harris, right? If it's Kamala Harris running for re-election, because unfortunately, Biden has shuffled off this board of foil, Kamala Harris will win. If a black woman ascends even accidentally to the presidency, Georgia will turn blue. I don't know how to actually inform any of, I'm sorry to tell anybody this online. Atlanta will be bright blue before the entire state goes blue overnight.
Manda has expressed on numerous occasions how diverse, how much of a black community that there is in Atlanta. It's just a small community that doesn't have a voice. It is a big community. It just doesn't have a voice. As Jeff says, when this happens, it will go blue.
It's heavily gerrymandered. They know how to reorganize in order to get the vote out. That's what Stacey Abrams has been doing. If Biden gets even if Biden doesn't get Georgia, even if it doesn't flip over to him in blue, if it's just narrow enough where it's only a few hundred votes, that is entirely because of what Stacey Abrams did a couple of years ago.
The
Democrats owe that to Stacey Abrams and to black activists, and they need to recognize them, and they need to start catering to them. Bernie Sanders needs to start doing that, because his election committee, back when he ran in 2016, he didn't take into account that the HBCUs actually had student groups that were willing to organize for him. They blew them off.
Is Bernie Sanders Democrat or independent?
Well, he's independent, but he runs as a Democrat.
Yeah, Bernie's dumb.
He is.
Yeah, dumb.
You don't think AOC?
I would have to disagree with you. I don't.
AOC, her top donor is Google, right?
AOC is not going to be around for that long.
Google, Microsoft.
What?
Her top donor is Google. Go check Open Secret. Her AOC's top donor is Alphabet Inc., who owns Google.
Sure.
But she gets most of her donations from the people.
And then Microsoft.
Actually,
taking money from
The
Google.
problem is, though, right? The problem is,
hang on. One of the things that
fuck
actually
you,
happened.
fuck you! I'm going to take over now. This is my channel. Fuck you.
Amazon too. Her
I
fourth highest donor is Amazon.
wanted to make a claim about. I did want to make a claim about the fundraising. Most of the stuff that's happening in terms of fundraising, most of that stuff is going to change over time And a lot of it has to do with the fact that Democrats really got into the small donor thing.
But as of
they
right
did-
now, it's
and-
Google, Amazon, Apple, a bank in New York, and University of California.
Yeah, but they're only allowed to donate about $10,000. That's a very small amount.
I'm not talking about the companies that are donating to them. I'm talking about the size of the donations that are actually donating to them. They actually
$80,000.
capitalized that, and that's one of the reasons why the election in South Carolina was so expensive. Because
I just think it's a little two-faced that she's trying to get money out of politics and corporate,
Well, that's because we need to get money out of politics so we can actually get our government back.
Are we going to assume that she took money from Google and she's not going to scratch their back now?
All right, that's fancy, pal. The only way that that's actually going to happen is if you
Fancy,
actually
pal?
get
That makes no sense to you. They gave her money for nothing.
if you get elected representatives in there and they vote in a policy to make elections, the money for elections public, that would get you what you wanted.
What?
That's what you're talking about, right? You're talking about, you are talking about public elections.
Wants
You want to get the money out of it,
corporate
right?
money out. Now she runs on a platform of getting corporate money out of politics, and then
But
she's
that's what
taking
you
money from
that's
the
what you
biggest
wanted, right?
corporations.
You wanted
No,
all
I'm
the
saying
corporate
she's-
money out of.
I'm
Oh,
saying
you
she's
did
a
want the corporate money out
hypocrite.
of it.
That's not
This
what I
is
want.
neat.
I don't care.
I love hypocrites. This is
No,
great.
Jefferson, I was the one that said get money out of politics.
She runs against corporate politics, and then she takes money from people like Jeff
Has her
Bezos.
message changed? Has her
no,
policy changed?
Send
That's
She's
the
got really
question.
good dresses though, Rich. Have you not seen her in the photo shots? She's got really good outfits, so she must be rich. She must be taking money. She's completely a showman.
Politicians never do what they say they're going to do. So why does it matter what she's still saying? She's taking.
so why should you I see what this is.
But AOC is actually trying.
I think Victor has a crush.
Oh, come on, dude. If she's
I think you have a
saying
crush.
to get corporate
come on,
money out of
she's a-
politics, then she's taking money from the wealthiest, most malicious corporations in the nation.
Is this not one?
Google?
Actually, I want to ask this. Hang on, I want to ask.
Stupid Whore Energy made a really good point. That's like a list of the people that work for Google. It's not like really like Google the corporation.
It's a parent corporation.
We'll have to look into that. We'll have to look into. You've said a lot of crazy shit, not only tonight but earlier today. I don't trust anything really, but talk shit about my girl because you got a crush. It's fine.
Right, I'll give it to you. She's the cutest congresswoman, but that's a low bar, and she's just duplicitous. That's all I'm saying. Look into it. Don't take
Why?
OpenSecret.com.
No, hang on.
OpenSecret.com.
She hasn't.
Oh, Rich, you would not believe. I was actually told today at fucking about 3 o'clock my time, which is 5 hours behind Florida, to check out 4chan because 4chan is giving the real results on how Trump is doing. Over Associated Press. I'm seriously, I swear to fuck, right? And when I said to the guy, you should check Associated Press or something like this, he said to me, oh, the press is completely fucking biased and they're doing this, that, and the other. I was like, well, who is Associated Press? And I was like, well, I don't know. You just told me about it. And I was like, right, so you don't know anything about it. You automatically assume it's bad.
I've been pretty sure that.
Yeah, the Google's not her top donor. The chat is just like, I'm not even trying to Google this shit, because I don't care. Like, movements need money, and as long as her policy doesn't change, I don't really care who her donors are. But like,
Since the last time I
she
checked,
literally got where she got by fucking grassroots. She wore out like so many pairs of shoes because she was knocking on doors 18 hours a fucking day.
like a lot of politicians, they have good intentions, and then they get there.
Right.
Someone
Yeah.
offers them money.
She's-
and then
she's
Oh yeah,
obviously-
so why aren't
Yep,
you worried
she
about
won.
Trump then?
She's obviously made of Satan. She's obviously got bad intentions. Exactly.
Amazon runs like slave shops. Apple runs sweatshops. Alphabet Inc. is Google's parent company. They slipped.
And who supports that? Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves the slave shop.
They slipped down to second position. Okay.
Yeah, and Donald Trump would love that shit.
now.
This
There's
is all
actually-
like this is like the beginning of the right wing demonization of Hillary Clinton right here, right now. It
This-
starts with
this is-
crackpots like this fucktard.
I just want.
Yeah, this guy is fucking dumb.
Rich,
Look,
you're the
dude,
one who's, you're
hang
saying
on.
you're worshiping someone who's totally two-faced, so don't call me a retard.
What?
Okay?
You're-
Facts are
well,
right
hang,
here.
hang on, Victor. You haven't
Where the hell
actually,
did that come
Victor.
from?
You haven't actually shown
I
that
didn't
she
call you a
is
retard. I
two-faced.
called you a fucktard. There's a
Open
difference.
secret.
Yeah, big
Open
difference.
secret.
There's no. You haven't actually shown any evidence that she's two-faced. The only thing that you've actually managed to show that to
ran out of-
suggest that she, is to suggest that she ran on a platform that you disagree with.
No, she
Big
ran
fucking
out
deal.
of
No
no, she
one
ran
gives a
out-
fuck what
she
you
ran out
think.
of platform. of
I
getting
just think
corporate
that
money
Jeff
out
should
of
take his top off
politics.
on Roman.
Oh, yeah.
She ran on a platform of getting this corporate money out of politics, and now
Yes.
she's taking money from the worst corporations, predatory corporations in the country: Amazon, Apple, and Google.
Actually, the reason
But she
that
hasn't
hang on,
changed what she's
the
talking
reason,
about.
the reason that the
Predatory than
justice
Google.
the reason that the Justice Democrats usually win, and she is one of those quote unquote Justice Democrats, is because she actually is mobbed up into this organization where they take in individual donations, and she doesn't take anything from
She
PAC.
still takes. She's got that's a good thing, right? She's got all this money from Google, and she's still taking your money. She's still begging you for your money too, when you can't afford it. Oh, grassroots! Come
Do you
on,
think
poor
Google
people.
gave her enough?
Okay.
You had Lindsey Graham
All right,
begging
okay,
on
so
Fox News for money.
I don't
all
like
right, so
Lindsey Graham either. I'm not a Republican.
The problem here is
Captain-
capitalism getting into
Captain
politics.
Purity, what do you think should
I don't
actually
like
happen? Hang on, Victor. What should happen based on how you think things should work?
What do you mean? What should happen? In what regard? I mean, in regard.
Who's
to what?
good enough to deserve your vote? Who deserves your
I didn't say. Listen, you guys were talking about Andre Ocasio-Cortez. Like
Nope,
she would be
I
a
don't
good
care.
president.
Nope, I'm
And I
asking
said-
you.
And
No,
I
fuck
said,
off.
you know her.
I want to
highest
know.
Donor is Google.
Did you vote for Trump? You did.
I don't
Yes,
think
you
I
did.
should tell you.
You voted for Trump
Of course I
because you're a
did.
fucking idiot.
It's not a no.
You voted for Trump because you're a fascist
I
dickhead.
voted for the next president.
You voted
of
for
the
Trump
United
because
States.
you are a short-winded, fucktard
And you believe all
moron.
of that.
Listen, 70 million people are not short-sighted fascist morons.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
No,
fucking are.
they're not.
Yes, they are.
Stop
The
your
people
They just don't know.
The
hyperbolic
people that voted for Trump,
judgments of everyone, Jeff. You know that's not true.
the messenger, the people that voted for Trump voted for him after his abysmal first-term record. Anyone who would, if that had been a black man in that first term and had incorporated any of the stuff that happened in those 4 years, no one would have voted for him. The only
You know
reason
Trump's here now,
these
right?
Assholes,
See him in the
Yeah.
pain there?
the only reason these assholes voted for
Oh,
him is
Trump's
because
sorry.
they want to save the government from the Black Lives Matter protesters.
That's the only reason, right?
No, come on, Jeff. You're not that short-sighted.
No,
I'm not entirely that short-sighted,
But dude, I get
your
you're attacking him and his Christianity and trying to push his buttons, but come on.
He doesn't.
I think
You and I both know you're smarter than that.
You're being so broad brushed. Both of you on both sides are being
Exactly.
so broad brushed against
Very
each other.
broad brushed.
I I'm confused, John. Both of you are being very broad brush against each other and going, have you seen the trees? And then ignoring each other.
Math Pig only has the option of seeing news on the television about America, you know, and so
Are
he's.
you desperately serious that I've only had
Victor,
the
don't
option?
be
of doing
so
that?
obtuse, all right?
I'm
Are
saying-
you
I'm
serious?
not-
Like,
I'm
you have
saying I
just
don't
met me
blame you.
tonight, man.
I'm saying-
You have no
You
idea
just met
who I
that
am.
thing.
I've
You
known
have
you
no
for-
fucking clue. I'm gonna take
I've
over. This
known
is my
you
mic
for
channel.
2
Yeah,
years.
hey,
This is
hey,
my
Victor,
mic channel.
Victor,
This
don't
is
make
my
me
mic
mute you.
channel.
Yeah, like
I'm-
when
Yeah.
Math Pig speaks, everybody shuts up.
Shut up.
Matt Pig, you and I are gonna.
That's
have a
Trump's
conversation.
butt, not Math Pig.
We're gonna have a conversation about this later because
Oh no, man! This is all night.
Two
This is
years
all
ago.
night. I have no work tomorrow because I have a fantastic new job where I get tomorrow off.
Good.
Victor,
Nice.
I have
Congratulations.
never met you before in
Yes,
my
you have.
life,
I've
and
been
you
a
are
member of your
already
board
Victor,
making
for
shut
a.
2
up.
years. You asked me to be on your show last year, and I declined.
Damn it, I
Yes,
gotta
last
do
year.
shit.
Susie, give me some muting power.
I'm trying to like turn shit on now.
Yeah, Rage, you need to get the new update. You need to get the new update with pick your picture and mute all. That definitely.
Yeah, I'll get. Yeah.
What I was about to say is, you live overseas, so I can't blame you for your
All right, go ahead, Matt Pig. Shut the fuck up, Victor.
Oh no, let Victor finish his one statement there because he did.
All right, finish, Victor, and then fucking let Matt Pig talk.
What I was saying is, you're from overseas, so I don't blame you for having that media-soaked interpretation of our politics. But Jefferson over here has no excuse. And
Okay, that's fine. That's Jefferson. That's Jefferson.
Are you telling me that Math Pig can't be aware because he's in fucking Ireland? Give me a break.
Hey, that's Jefferson. Right.
I'm not saying
The only
Victor, shut up. Let
information-
him talk.
Right. You've never met me before, Victor.
Yes,
You've
I have.
just had shush. You've never met me before, and you are assuming that the only information that I have been able to receive is via the media.
No, I'm
You
not.
have no please.
Let him finish talking, goddammit.
You have no idea who I am, what I'm going through, who the person is. You have no idea that my girlfriend that I've been going out with for 6 months lives actually in Georgia. So not that I have a first hand, but 16 hours a day I'm listening to what's actually going on outside her front
I
door.
wasn't trying to discount your
Please.
opinion.
I was
wasn't
quiet.
trying to
You have no
discount your
idea about me actually going and looking at the news. You have no idea about me going and looking at what's going on, this, that, and the other.
I wasn't trying to discount your opinion or your capability to observe what's going on. And secondly, I've been a member of your Discord for like 2.5 years or something. We have met. We used to hang out on Discord like nightly almost, and you invited me to
Nightly. Victor, I haven't been in my Discord in about 7 months.
Yeah, I
So
said
everything after that with the amount of weed that I smoke, after about 3 weeks with the amount of
All
weed
right.
that I smoke,
Well,
good work.
we've still met, so don't say we haven't met because it's not true. I could
The
provide.
point he's trying to make is you're making very broad brush statements about him because he's in Ireland.
You cut me off. All I said was you had that.
I didn't cut you off. I asked for my chance to speak.
Everybody did. Everybody cut me off.
Oh, everybody cut you off. I haven't
You never
been-
stop fucking talking.
In the eruption of everybody being so upset about me, the first part of my sentence, I wound up being cut off by like the chorus.
I'm gonna
not
make a.
blaming-
I'm gonna make
If
a
I can
10.
just say one thing, and then I will be quiet and I will hand the floor over to whoever the fuck wants it. Victor, you are more than welcome on my show on a Thursday night for any open mics. I will dedicate the whole fucking thing for you and you can ask questions, everybody. I will give you an interview if you want to come on and put your point of view across to everybody. I do apologize that you didn't get enough light and enough light shone on you and enough attention from me to make you feel validated. But if you want an entire episode and an after party, I will give you that.
I came on your show to talk to you before, and instead of talking to me, you went and got somebody who you thought was more knowledgeable in the Bible to come on and try to bust my balls, and it didn't work out very well.
Open mic nights are called open mic nights because it's about back and
but
forth.
you recruited somebody to come and argue with me on your behalf, is what you
Were
did.
you under the name of Victor or were you under the name of something else?
Can I please fucking say something?
No, Jen, you're not allowed to.
I'm actually
Let her talk. I want to hear what she has to say.
What other username were you using?
I want to hear what Lisa has to say.
Okay. This is not my mojo. I don't get into politics. So, I'm about to go. But please, if you haven't checked out my channel yet, Lisa for Truth, please check it out.
Good night, Lisa. Take care.
Yep. Have a good night, Lisa.
I hope you can hear this.
The dumpster fires have continued. I love it. So
Math Pig, you froze.
Math Pig is Math Pig, and when he speaks, he's basically God here. So
No, at the end of the day, man, I am drunk off my mind. I've had
You chill, Robbie. Goddamn it!
It's
I'm
5
gonna
in the
smack
morning.
you.
I don't give a fuck. So I do apologize to
Matt,
Victor.
do not
Oh, no,
reveal
you're
that.
good. Fuck Victor.
You're charming tonight, Math Pig. Oh, Trump spud.
Victor literally said you can't know shit because you're in Ireland.
not
When
what I
Victor,
said.
like I'm gonna make a 10-minute video of Victor saying, talking about getting cut off and all of this shit. Like it's gonna be brilliant. It's gonna be great.
cut me off in the middle.
I'm just glad he hasn't said anything about us Canadians yet.
I said he's in Ireland, so I couldn't blame him for being more influenced by just
That's
the
an
media.
ignorant statement, though. Come on.
It's not an ignorant statement.
That's
You didn't
not
say
quite what
influence. You
you're
said my
changing
only
words.
information. My only information, not
I
influence.
don't think I said only, but if I did,
I'm
that-
paraphrasing. Man, I just said I'm fucking pissed. Are you not listening to me? I'm an Irish Donald Trump as a
I
spud.
don't care. But
Trump's
I
bud.
didn't mean to say that. So if that's what you think I said, I didn't mean that.
That
What
was
I
the
meant
intention I got because I'm
what I-
feeling all defensive and
Well,
yeah.
no, that's pretty much what he said.
Reed sent me a message saying Victor's an asshole. Don't listen to him and just give him dog abuse. He did.
I don't
Reed.
think
Oh,
I'm
Reed,
speaking out of turn if I say that when you go overseas, the perception of Donald Trump is generally based on the media's perception. You know, what gets blasted out there and what people tell each other. It's all, you know, it's mostly based on the mainstream media. So if you're overseas and you hate Donald Trump, I mean, I don't have any reason to argue with you, and I don't have any reason to blame you for it. And
The
personally,
reason personally right now that I hate Donald Trump is because of what he did to the postal service, and my girlfriend personally had to do 4 days without her medication because of what he had done to the
What did
postal
he do?
service.
What do you think?
And
he
she
did
no,
to the
no,
postal
please,
service?
yeah, fuck yeah. That's
Tell me
what,
what-
personally. That's something that's close to me.
What?
She had to do 4 days without her medication
talking
and
about-
suffer through pain where she couldn't talk to me,
Hold
hang
on.
out with me, go to anybody, do anything. She couldn't even walk down the stairs to
Are
get
you-
a fucking glass of Coke because
Are-
she didn't have her medication
Man,
because of what
okay,
Donald
come
Trump did to the
on,
postal
man.
service.
Are
That's
you
the
talking
personal thing.
about? Are you talking about how they blamed him for pulling up mailboxes and removing mailboxes? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I'm talking about
Yeah.
Because that's something the post office has
Yes,
been doing
yes,
for like 8
yes.
years. It started
No, it's
during the
not.
Obama administration.
No,
It's
it's
been
not.
going on.
Here we go.
It's always the
Here we go.
Obama administration.
the only person who's going to talk more than me. Give it to Leo.
Obama. I'm not blaming Obama. It's the
You
postmaster.
literally just did.
Postmaster
Well,
General.
Randolph did have his hand up a
Been
minute
going
ago.
on. I said
So-
it's been going on all through Obama's presidency. I didn't say he
No, it hasn't.
did it.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, Messenger's calling a timeout. But he's got his fat face full, so
Trump's butt. Oh my God, man. Thank you.
Postmaster General
Fuck
himself
you.
said that Trump had nothing to do with any mailboxes being removed. That's
Wait.
something
So he
they've been
didn't give the
doing.
order to Louis DeJoy to do that?
No.
Nope.
Yeah, but he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Did you hear him say it?
No, you didn't hear him say it, so he didn't get it. Like that's like saying, did you see him sign the bill? So
How
that
about
he
you-
didn't.
This
sign
is
it.
like
you
two streams
bob-
in
argument
How
ever.
about you
Two
bob
streams
up
in
and
one
down on
day.
it, Leo? He
two streams
testified
in one
before
day where
Congress.
Victor doesn't shut the fuck up ever.
It's only been one day. It just seems like, well, I
Well,
guess.
2 streams in one day.
One day.
Yes, 2 streams.
Victor's
in one
not
day.
very good at math, it seems. But I
Victor
figured
is
that.
smoking too much
Maybe
CBD.
I'm not in your time zone.
Victor, stop smoking so much CBD.
Why are you so accusatory, Messenger?
I'm not accusatory. You're the one that's doing the porn with CBD.
Satan.
That's the best.
Listen,
thing
you're
ever,
doing
Trump's
CBD, you're doing porn, and now you're going to act like I'm not telling the truth.
Open OnlyFans/MathPig. Everybody, yeah.
First of all, you're not. And if you were telling the truth,
Is there a problem with people doing like the CBD?
That's not the
no,
point.
but I mean,
Not in
there's
Canada.
no problem if I
You
was,
can't,
but
I
I'm
can't have
not.
you do that on my laptop.
He's like, get behind me, Satan messenger.
Well, you know, you're doing a lot of accusing, you know.
Victor,
I
you so
just wondered.
cray.
Oh, that's why you love me, though.
You so
Oh
cray-cray.
boy, what's is that rigor mortis on Trump's eyes and mouth there?
Who is that? Trump?
That's math fig.
Oh,
Trump looks better this way.
Just ignore me. Just ignore me. I'm totally not
Like
making
7
fun of
a.m.
everything you're saying.
You know, I'm really appreciative that we have had so much Trump tears on the channel tonight. I mean, like Victor, you claim to be a monarchist, but you're just a Trumper. Admit it.
No, I'm a monarchist. I'm waiting for
Wait,
it.
so you don't believe in democracy?
No.
He does.
Wow, you're
Do you
that
think
is
we
the
live?
most
Do you think we live
that
in
is
a
the most
democracy?
cooked thing I've ever heard.
You
Anti-freedom.
know who suffers in a democracy the most?
He was just watching the entire election. Like,
You know,
I,
that
hope
was in
this is-
democracy.
I don't believe in
Yeah,
democracy
the
either.
power mongers
Clearly,
suffer
'cause
the
I'm
most.
not.
Under democracy, the power mongers suffer the most. Yeah.
Under democracy, minorities suffer the most because
No,
majority-
under systemic racism, minorities suffer.
Under systemic racism.
Give me a fucking break, Leo.
If you're in a straight up democracy,
Oh, I agree with
where-
Leo.
where you go with the popular
Of
opinion,
course, just like all the
minorities-
academics agree with me.
minorities get screwed.
Okay. Glad to hear I'm in
Google
good
agrees with me. Google. It's a Google.
Are you friends with P. Mars by any chance, Victor?
What?
Are you friends with P. Mars by any chance?
I don't have any friends who are on YouTube. If that's, I'm
Pete
not a
Mars get his
YouTuber.
baseball bat yet?
No,
You mean-
I was just wondering because he came into my chat with a Confederate flag and called me racist. So I'm just.
I have a different definition of racist than most.
Of
people.
course you do. You probably have a different definition of race.
Okay,
even
let's
though
hear
it's
your
not
definition
something
of
that
racist.
actually exists in biology.
Let's hear your definition of racist.
I think race.
Can I ask one question before we go any further?
You can.
Yeah, John, is that whipped cream you're having on crackers or what is that? Because it looks.
Oh Jesus fuck!
That's not cheese. That's not cheese. Okay, thank you. Victor, go ahead.
That's not cheese. It's American. Oh Jesus, my fucking.
You're just
camera.
not drunk enough, mouth pig.
Oh God.
I'm
damn it.
just trying to keep it light, Randolph. Don't ruin the mood. Shh.
Now we understand what it takes. The secret ingredient of the Trumper is fake ass cheese.
Rage,
Okay,
rage.
that's funny.
Knock. I'm gonna go backstage. I need you to bring me in because my fucking camera froze.
Oh yeah, you
We
should.
look
It should bring you right back in on its own, Leo. So yeah, do your.
Okay.
Leo, this is the best of luck away.
I want to hear Victor's definition of racism.
It's pretty simple. It's like, how a scientist uses a scientific method to
Define it, not fucking analogy it.
Well, a racist uses the false idea that there's separate races on the planet, and that's how he
No.
bases his. That's how he.
There's
you
no
know, that's the
definition that
platform
supports
with
that
which he bases his life upon is that we're all different races.
Race isn't scientific. Scientists
So if you
don't
believe-
use
I think
race.
If you believe that there's different races roaming around,
No, there
then
aren't different
you're
races. There's literally only one race, the human race. Scientists use what's called clines, not
There
race.
you
Race
go.
doesn't
You're talking about the human
exist. It's a
species.
social construct.
Well, technically,
What
there's
does
road
racism
racing,
mean
there's
for
motorbike
Leo?
racing, there's
Freaking math.
So my understanding of racism
Racism means one fucking thing.
that it's
It means that
discriminated
you believe there's
based
an
on the color of
inferiority
people's
or
skin.
superiority to another race.
no, that's
Messenger reveals is very close to P Mars when it comes to the whole race thing. So
Defend or to agree with that.
I really don't think that Messenger has the justification or has any opinion on that because P. Mars is literally a fucking wank stain that should have been just left alone. And he's only appeared in this last month. And John has been gone for 6 months. So
yeah, he doesn't know who P Mars is, but he says some things that are very P Mars ish. I'm just saying, Messenger. Check it out. I've done some streams. I'm just saying. I've done some
Right now,
streams.
I don't think Messenger
I
has
would
ever
just
dropped
say
the
that the
N-word.
Trump spud will stand up for Messenger right
Where's
now.
P.
He's
Mars
only been
at?
back 2 weeks. Give him a
I
chance to
don't
get to
know.
know.
I don't know Smokey and I don't know P Mars. So where are these fucking people?
Well,
You
they
don't want to
know.
No.
They're busy with a live stream of their own right now.
Don't invoke them.
I invoke the spirits of P Mars.
You speak out of turn.
Smoky Saint. Okay.
Well,
Oh,
according to
Icky
P.
Tank, yeah.
Mars, I'm a racist, and according to Smokey, I'm a fascist.
According to Smokey, I'm a racist and a fascist.
According to Smokey, I'm a pedophile, but I'm attracted to a 4-year-old woman. I don't know how that makes me. I mean, she is a really small woman, but she's not a child. So I
Don't get him
don't.
started. He really is fucking obsessed where he won't
I'm not
stop.
obsessed.
You know what's worse than a racist?
Oh,
though, I
I'm
think?
Oh yes, you are.
I'm not. You guys are obsessed with me
You
being
keep bringing
obsessed,
it
even
up.
though I'm not obsessed.
Can I get like
Seriously, Leo, I
is
do
Jeff
think
gonna
it's
come on camera and take?
Oh
his
yeah.
top
Well,
off?
Biden flipped Georgia blue, which that in and of itself increases my chances because that wasn't supposed to happen, but it did.
Do you have a
Jeff,
girlfriend?
come on
Leo?
camera and take his top off.
Do I have a girlfriend? Yes, but she doesn't know she's my girlfriend.
Clever.
Yes,
So
I'm
you're a
fucking
doctor?
joking.
That's not
Clever answer.
So you have sunflowers person where you have to get them drunk and then take advantage of them like sunflower does.
Leo always makes me want to watch season 1 of Game of Thrones again. You know, like
Why?
I don't know why.
Season 5
I'm
clearly
not
the
sure.
best
Maybe it's
I
because
think
you
I
know
know why.
Daenerys got naked as fuck up in season 1. I don't know.
See, I just don't view nudity as being inherently sexual.
I'm totally kidding, dude. I'm
on TV, it's always
balls. I'm busting your balls. You know, after season 1, she stopped getting naked because she was Emilia Clarke's superstar then. But you know,
well, she did get naked again in like season 3 or 4.
But it was on her own terms. You know, like she demanded that it be on her.
Well,
own
she didn't
terms.
demand it. She just went along with it. The only reason she did both of those scenes nude was because it was the female empowerment aspect that was applied to them. That was it.
Okay, and during the side chat says sexual assault is not a joke. I say ask Daniel Tosh.
I would totally agree, and if I must have missed something because sexual assault is not a joke.
I agree.
We said that smoke. Remember the whole thing earlier with Sunflower saying that he would get a girl drunk and take advantage of her. I made that comment, kind of ribbing him, and so Aunt Jur took offense to it.
Oh well, yeah, that's because you're a prick.
It is a bit like it is a bit of
fucking with Sunflower.
It's ribbing
I
people.
don't care who you're fucking with. You
Right.
can still be a prick just because you're fucking with another prick.
Right, but does that
In saying that, if I can just say that both Knock and the Rage had no attention. Everything was going well, and the crack was back and forth. And Justified Aunt Jer made a comment. John justified himself, and now we're having a row where you're pointing out how bad Messenger was.
Every time that
5 minutes
little
ago,
moves, dude, I can't take you seriously.
Sorry, Leo. Was there a chance that you overtalked me there?
You never got a lecture from a potato with a
I can't do it.
wig on before?
Oh, hold on. Okay,
You
right.
haven't lived.
Well, I'm all right. We'll take the potato. What would you prefer? Would you prefer?
No. Keep it the way it is.
We can go.
You're just not moving, Mathig. That's what makes it so much better when you're moving around.
There's lots of. Right, we'll go with this one.
I can't with this guy right now.
I love Leo.
Oh, it looks like Jefferson.
And I just want to say to Aunt Jer, I must have missed it. I'm running a lot of shit here. Messenger Reveals is a prick. We have established this severely. He's probably gonna get me flagged for like child fucking revealing or something. You know, YouTube be all crazy now. You've been away, Messenger.
So I don't want cheese anymore.
Okay, you want some granular without cheese?
They have grown a lot since the last time you was on.
Right? Like weeds. Listen, Sunflower called me a fat, stupid, old, bald bastard. I think it's getting him flagged.
Why doesn't Sunflower hop in here, huh?
Yeah, we do have a spot open. I'm gonna like adjust some shit.
Yeah, you wanted to debate Messenger? Come on in, bro. He's right here. He look at his face. Get that face is saying
Sunflower talk like he has a frog in his throat, or is it just me?
But yeah, so for the quiet people, feel free to jump in. We do have one spot open now. So Sunflower, you've been talking a lot of shit since you left. Come back in.
Come on, Sunflower, bring your Kermit the Frog fucking ass in here.
We won't bite you. Come on in.
We got at
I know,
least
that was
45
terrible.
more minutes. At least 45 more minutes. There you are. What's up, Sunflower? That was almost perfect. We need to get you a virtual tool for Mr. Spanky.
I need Matthew to show me how to get a little Mr. Hanky on my screen to move like what he
Yeah, I
does.
said Mr. Spanky, but Mr. Spanky's better.
Mr. Spanky.
You know, Messenger, for a man as old as you, it's really important to point out, a lot of the people that are here are either the host and they're profiting from the channel, or they have other, prior engagements, or they're young and having fun.
I don't profit very much from the channel.
Messenger, you are an.
I am £1,500 down.
Shut up, Messenger. You are an old, dirty bastard with no income. I guarantee you are on fucking government disability and unemployment. You are
Go off, bro.
No, Messenger. You know what? I'll say it with conviction. You are an absolute fucking loser.
God, you're such a snowflake.
Wow. You have,
What a spoiled little rich boy
you have
sounds like.
no income besides the disability you probably claim for your fucking obesity and
I didn't know you
otherwise
could get it for
inability to
obesity
even work.
when they
Where
add that
did
to Medicaid.
Messenger hurt you? Show me on the dial, please. I'm just saying.
No, you know what? I'm a very intuitive person, and Messenger is a very sad, miserable man.
I think
Sunflower, can you
Messenger
intuit
is
like
what's
me and
known as
Amelia
the
Clark
long
getting
term.
married for me, buddy? Can I get you to do that? Can you like thoughts and prayers that into existence or whatever magic that you do with your intuition? Just make it happen, buddy, please. I will
honestly,
pay
you know
you if
what?
you do.
I will at least try to make you guys meet, and I think that you are charming and sincere enough that you might actually be able to win her over. But
You do realize that Messenger is absolutely loving this. Did you see the smile in that man's face when he ate that cheese?
You gotta realize
Messenger's
Messenger's never had a job. Messenger's never had a job. He's one of those guys that hides behind academia because he's got nothing.
That could be really good cheese, though. Yeah.
I paid John to come and watch me wank off one time, so
Messenger is the most pseudo-intellectual fucking dumb fuck.
Sunflower, what is this, man? What is this?
Tell us how you really feel, man.
Have I
finally got that stick out of his ass and finally let
have I
loose.
triggered anybody more than Sunflower ever on your channel?
I'm not sure. Well, no. Yes, you have. Yes.
Okay.
And not only triggered, but
I'm not. No. We can't talk about that. We're talking about other than that.
No, other than that, fuck no.
More.
Wasn't
Trigger Shay more.
Man,
wasn't Letha cursing
we got to
you every
change
time she got
Sunflower's
the
name to
mic?
Snowflake. I mean, we really got to. I mean, wow.
Are you left leaning?
Yeah,
Are you a
that's
fucking
not
liberal?
accurate. But look, I'm
If you do
responding.
YouTube longer, you will grow a thicker skin. I promise you.
And bigger balls.
Tell me about
I have a very thick skin. What are you fucking talking about? Like,
Do you have thick skin and an elastic heart?
I just don't. I'm really curious what triggered this particular. Yeah, I
The
mean,
Sunflower
Messenger gets on my nerves perpetually, but I mean, what triggered this?
Sunflower gets girls drunk to have sex with them. That's what triggered it.
Oh, well,
I
yeah,
think
you probably
Sunflower's
should
like
stop
5'2",
saying that like it's past the salt.
115 pounds.
Come
I'm
on,
actually
don't you be a
shorter than that
fucking
and
dick,
lighter
right,
than-
John. Don't you be a
You're
dick. We just
still didn't we start on this like 3.5 hours ago though?
Yes.
No, but it wasn't from Messenger. It was from that literally.
Yeah, he was talking about someone else.
Oh,
Wait,
you let Messenger troll you in the side chat. And now your butt hurt.
Rage. Iron Charioteer is actually mentally retarded legally. He's legally retarded.
So am I.
I don't even want to talk about that guy anymore.
And you let him trigger you, so you came on the show so you could cry about it.
Well, wait,
You know, we did something very, very similar. I timed Smokey Saint out of my channel for insulting my co-host, co-owner, and my girlfriend.
Oh, no, I didn't
The
realize
third
Iron
fucking time.
Charioteer.
So I timed him out, and he sent me an email complaining about being banned, and then made it a fucking
is
hour-long video
no,
about how I
seriously.
was a fascist. Whinge up, man. It's fucking Nox channel. You can do whatever the
It's
fuck
like
you
the
want.
third or fourth time.
That pickle is just
Matt Big. It's
No.
it's like the third or fourth time Sunflower's come in here because he's had an argument in the side chat.
Well, I've never met Sunflower before. I have never ever met Sunflower before.
So I have been called some awful shit. Awful shit being in
I
side chats.
haven't.
I'm the raging atheist.
I haven't.
Well, I'm saying like
I
I don't
haven't.
take it to heart. Like when somebody calls me the raging pedo, right? Like I don't go like, oh my fucking god, I'm gonna
because you've
fucking
been
kill
called it a million
somebody. You know,
times.
like
I haven't.
Sunflower's insecure. The
Yeah,
Sunflower
no.
is insecure. And
Messenger.
he have a girlfriend that he doesn't.
Well, I do, but
like
it's not
Messenger
relevant.
reveals like you fuck with people's heads, dude. Like it,
Messenger is
you
actually
will learn that.
scamming the
You
government.
will learn that.
I have proof. I have proof that Messenger is falsely claiming children on his income tax and as dependents that he doesn't actually. No, I have a lot of information
This
on
person
this
should
guy.
be just Check from the stream. Check from the stream.
What's my last name?
Messenger's never had a job.
Put him in the back room.
Messenger's never had a
Put him in the back room
job.
so they can come with evidence.
What
Put him
is
in the
my
back
last name?
Messenger, you've never had a job.
Sunflower.
You've been on disability.
If you have
for
proof of
so
that, why don't you
long.
report to the
You are
IRS?
in a
What is
world
my
of
last
hurt.
name?
All right, chill out.
Listen to me, old man. I looked
Yeah,
into
yeah,
it.
proof.
You have scammed the government for so much money. You are
Sunflower. If you
all right. So I put him backstage. Let me turn my view back on. God damn, you made me fuck up my stream, Sunflower. Holy shit.
If he's actually got proof of tax
I'm
fraud,
gonna bring you back in. I'm gonna bring you back in. I'm gonna bring you back in. Chill the fuck out. Let other people talk. And holy shit, bring it down. Stop being such a goddamn.
Can I ask Sunflower one question?
Yeah, what did
I have a
Messenger
quick question
do?
for him.
Can I ask Sunflower one question?
Sunflower.
I have one question.
The devil.
Actually have.
I have
proof
one
of
question for
tax fraud.
Sunflower.
You should be reporting that to the IRS instead of.
I
telling
am.
them.
I'm in the process of it.
Why tell us about it?
I'm in the process of it.
I am praying to Jesus.
Let
about
Messenger respond.
I just have a question. One question for Sunflower. Can you mute him or her for 1 second?
I gotta fuck everything up because
Now-
they're on the bottom.
Now you all know why I don't want to be famous.
I have one question for Sunflower. Are we ready? Why are there so many songs about rainbows? And what's on the other side?
Me possible.
like hey, I'm gonna sit here and
Oh.
tell you like straight up, like me and Messenger have had some moments, and me and Messenger have been at each other's throats. He has done some shit on my channel, like he didn't come on for a long time, and I was kind of I was kind of a dick, but like. You gotta stop taking shit so seriously. And when you're gonna come on and now attack somebody on a very personal level, as if you've done some like doxing on somebody on this channel, like, dude, you are not making yourself look very good here.
Hold on. Doxing would if I exposed information. I didn't do that. I looked into it and I realized that he's been scamming the government for a lot of money for years. That's what I'm saying. I'm not exposing his personal information, but this man has never
did you
worked.
get this information?
This man doesn't work. He's
Okay, everybody stop.
Yeah.
Sunflower, you're making an accusation, and that's a very serious one because you're accusing him of tax fraud. So you need to let the courts sort that out so that due process can take its course.
I am doing
you
that.
Make it public here. You're committing slander, and
Yes,
you're
you are.
yourself.
That's wrong. That's
as
not-
long as that's not been proven.
Oh, maybe in Canada in your dumb fuck country, but that's not true in America.
It's true in America, dumb shit.
What did you just say? You got a problem with my country? Yo,
What did Sunflower come from?
you got a problem with Canada? Bring it on. Tell me what your problem is.
He's a Canadian atheist. What are you talking about?
Lafreniere gotta go to New York like some kind of
Sunflower
an idiot
is
when he knows the
Sunflower's in the
Kingdom.
back room. Sunflower, fuck yourself. You can just leave, dude. I'm not gonna bring you back in.
Dan, I wanted to ask him a question. Well, I suppose I could still ask him because he can hear it.
I
So,
wish I
Sunflower,
could talk
serious
to him.
question: Who
What a
controls all the
snowflake.
finance in the
Holy
world,
shit.
and why?
I'm gonna leave it as Sunflower is jealous of our freedoms, and I'm gonna leave it like that.
And the free healthcare too, probably.
Man, I've met some thin-skinned motherfuckers. He's not one of. He is definitely
Just like-
one of the most thin-skinned people I've ever fucking met. Ever.
And if you can hear me, Sunflower, like
I was okay with him, but I got an issue with him now.
That's
He's
just
gonna
doesn't
have to
make
make
you-
you-
Nicholas,
I mean,
so
we're
you know
talking-
another's no.
It just doesn't make you look good. You come out of this looking like the bad guy because, like that's just kind of unkosher to come out. And now you've made Raging Atheist a party to like your accusations because now they're on his channel.
Yeah, dude. Like that was totally fucked up. Thank you, Victor.
Did anybody else?
I thought the worst person in this room was Victor up to 3 minutes ago. So, Victor, I do apologize. It's nice to meet you. Would you like to come on? We'll chat.
I'm sure I could stop by sometime.
Did anybody
man, but you
notice
guys treated me
when-
nicer than last time?
Did
I
anybody
think
notice?
Raging Atheist's in the clear here because we pushed back against Sunflower for that and told him what he's doing could be slander. He's
Well, I'm not
solely
saying, I'm not
responsible for
implying
Raging
that. I'm just
Atheist
saying
is
when
not
you break
responsible
in and
for
start.
what that guy
I
said.
appreciate it.
I
know
blame
that. That was
Randolph.
crazy.
Can we all agree that we blame Randolph?
Hey,
Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
as bad as that was, believe me, I'm okay, guys.
Well, I just wanted to point out. Did anybody
It's
hear when he
just
said
icky.
the word government that his
It's
voice
just-
it jumped? He said the government.
It's just icky. I don't want to be like.
I've already ordered a set of flowers.
Obviously, I
Let me
pushed
handle
him off the deep
privately.
fucking end, and he couldn't handle it. and I kept ribbing him about the false accusation that somebody made to him about the whole drinking and getting girls drunk bullshit.
Well, yeah, I
Maybe
want to say,
should-
Messenger, you're a fucking asshole.
Well, like here's the thing. Like if I found out
and
one of
that's
you
fair,
guys
but
was a
you get that guy and don't beat him up so bad, but he walked off the deep end. Like that's like you can't get walking off the deep end any more than that. I mean that
You should not be abusing your knowledge of the human psychology against human beings, Messenger.
You're also
But I guess here's the
You're
pushback.
also
I gave him
poking and
pushback
prodding
because he really believes that he's got this whole alcohol GABA inhibitor thing going, and he's going
That's okay
nuts
for
over
him,
that.
Messenger, rather than help him, rather than instead. Sorry, I am fucking wanker. Instead of
drunk, high
giving him
fuck.
shit, would you not look down your list of ways of possibly helping this person instead of looking down your other list of going ways to wind the shit up out of this person?
As a therapist, if I was his therapist or counselor.
Oh no, but you're not.
Since
you're
you've
not-
been back,
I
you've been
won't
on
hire you.
fire.
Just an empathetic person
But
is
no,
what we're talking about.
I'm gonna keep talking to you. Mute me.
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
Matt.
When I'm talking to people on these channels in this YouTube community, I'm
you haven't
nobody's
for
professional.
6 months.
I'm nobody's
for your
therapist.
work?
I'm
Don't you have a
nobody's mental
passion for
health
your work?
counselor. I'm another human being
No,
who's
and you try
matching
to fuck
people's.
with people's heads.
Are you a messenger?
Listen,
Are you a
if people
messenger of
come at
God?
me sideways, I'm gonna fucking fuck with them.
Are
Don't
you a
come at me
messenger of
sideways.
God?
I gotta be honest. I don't blame
Okay,
you.
I'm gonna ask
So
you
let
a
Matt
question,
pick.
Leo.
Yeah, Matt pick. Go ahead.
Leo,
Turn
you
the
know
other
fucking.
cheek, Messenger.
If I can say, Leo does not know Messenger, so nah.
It's not turning
I've
the
given
other
Leo
cheek,
some
brother.
shit. There's no.
Oh,
if-
fuck your mouth up! It was my turn. Shut your mouth.
Go ahead, Matt pick.
I get Messenger. The reason me and John get on well is because I
John
know
being
exactly.
messenger.
Pardon?
John equals messenger.
Yes, yes.
Not all of them know that.
Oh my goodness, how fucking stupid do you know that? Anyway, right? See, he's doing it now. He's pedantic.
doing it
I'm
now.
putting that in my file.
No,
Putting that in my
no,
file.
no,
His name
no.
is John. Gotcha now, buddy.
There was complete contact.
MORGAN.
Messenger, let him talk. Shut up.
No, he's doing his thing. Let him be Messenger. Let him be. No, sorry, I was going to say let him be John, but we're not allowed to because that's the implication. Because that's the implication you're putting. I get John because John is a fucking wind-up merchant, troll, fucking edgelord motherfucker, but actually has an awful lot of fucking. You put your wee hands down. The only. I get on with John. All right, I don't know where the fuck I'm going with this,
Neither
but
do
he's
I.
a good lad. Where he does like to wind people up, and he will find your weak point. The one thing I can advise anybody who interacts with John is do not fucking tell John what annoys you, because John will go out of his way to annoy the shit out of you, just so you can get past it getting annoying.
Yes, perfectly said. I
Yeah,
have
that's why.
like
That's why.
Messenger reveals himself more times than not, so you just gotta let him do it.
At the end of the day, the worst. There's a video on my channel, Totally Not Killing, and everybody should go sub to me because I'm so close to 1,000. It's unfucking real. But the only time I ever got shit on my channel, and only
Sub
got
to the talking pickle.
the only time I ever
Talking
got shit on my
cough.
channel, I got abuse on my channel, and all the rest of it, and kickback would be the inverted comma sort of way, is because I hosted John when John was at his absolute fucking most hated. Everybody hated John. Absolutely could not stand this.
Your mom
motherfucker.
didn't hate me.
I was doing videos on him all the time.
No, my mom didn't hit me, but then my mom fucking timed out Crafty the other day because she couldn't figure out fucking
Your
YouTube.
mom loved the messenger. Tell the
Yeah,
truth.
I give her mod channel. I give her mod. She doesn't know how to use it. She's no idea. Anyway, stop chatting up
Mom's a
my
mod on your channel.
Yes, my mother's a mod on my channel. The point I'm trying to make is I hosted John
favoritism
at
there.
the height of John being fucking hated, and I get kicked back for it. And I told everybody to go fuck themselves. And then I reached out to Rage, and I was like, right, this is the reason. Let's get it sorted. And we had a 9-person hangout for about 3 hours until we at least got to the point where Messenger and Rage could have a conversation.
This is perfect. We're watching a piece of food with a mohawk telling us about all this.
So you're telling us that we have you to thank for his company tonight, probably, right?
No, I am saying.
Actually, yeah,
no,
you do.
The point. Do you know what the best was? Joe, right? The messenger and Knock got everything sorted. And then what did the messenger do? The messenger fucked off for 6 months, guilt-free, no problem, everything sorted. He was like, right, we've came to a fucking impasse. There's nothing going to happen because we disagree, but there's no point in going forward with the fucking argument because what's it going to achieve? It's just going to achieve each other screaming at each other.
Yeah.
So Joe fucked off for 6 months, went and did his own thing, probably had a lot of sex with the wife because he's not in fucking debates anymore, and then came back and went, you know what? And, oh, Jesus is there. And then came back and went, hi, everybody.
Oh, Quentin combed his little hair. Oh.
But he got it out of his system. There's no point in continuing the fight and the row. They came to the point where they could have a conversation. They got everything out in the air. They got it done. And then
Messenger has other people he needs to make right with, but that's not.
You're
being
making
Messenger.
this private whenever this is finished, Knock. Yeah.
But you know,
Can I get
my
in
my
there?
strict rule is we can't delve
These
too
are not
close
good.
to psychological issues while Messenger is here. Politics, yes, I love it, and fucking theology, yes, I love it. Psychology, we're gonna
heard it
try
here.
to stay the fuck away.
That little double chin there.
These are really not good, but it's 8%, and I need alcohol for this, so it'll suffice.
The problem is with Messenger Reveals, everything in the side chat and half of the shit he says on the stream is all psychological warfare, and people have to realize that, and then you begin to understand Messenger a little bit better. So
I was watching John the other day in chat.
True. Messenger, you've been playing psychological warfare on us all this time? Huh. I had
Yes.
no idea.
Yes, he has. Yes, he fucking has. Yes. Everything. The Trump shit, everything.
Oh, I got to get in the right frame of mind to get offended by all this. Jeez, how come nobody told me?
Hello, Quentin.
Howdy, Math Pig.
Howdy ho! God, that is just not good. Why can't they make the average beer 8%, but they make these fruity little whatever the fuck they are 8%?
Somebody give that man
we are-
white
Oh,
wine.
yeah, 100%. But I'm not going to shut up about it.
We are starting to get to wind up time.
It's fine, I'll
throw
drink
the
my
mic
wine.
outside.
I'm drinking it. I'm going to complain the whole time.
We're talking about how much we hate the messenger reveals. Can you focus, please?
We are getting towards wind up time. Been streaming for a while, but I did put the link in the side chat. We have one spot open.
I gotta run.
What up?
I gotta run. Wife wants to watch some television, so I'm gonna.
We're gonna be winding.
Oh, is
down.
that the code word? Is that
Messenger,
the
it's
code
nice
word?
to meet you.
Randolph, cool. We'll talk, I'm sure, soon. Leo,
I hope so.
you got
All right,
more
so
battle.
Messenger Reveals, real quick. Just because I kicked Sunflower for being a snowflake little bitch doesn't mean that you were in the right there. I just want to make that clear.
I was 100% in the right.
No, you weren't. Like, stop fucking with people so much. Seriously.
I fucking love that. Look, I kicked someone else off my channel because of what they said to you, but just to let you know, you're still a dick.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
And guess what, Robbie? I just like you, buddy.
John, talk to you later, man. We need to sort something.
I'll hit you up on DM, bud.
You stay away
Enjoy
from
the
that.
television with your wife.
Later, Messenger.
Thank you for having me. We had a blast. I moderated a tiny bit, so
You did fine.
I going. Take care, everybody. Knock. You be cool and don't be too mad when Trump wins the election.
Oh, he's already won the election if you only call the legal votes, man.
Yeah, come on. Now, Trump already won. It's a done deal. The rest
Winning by stealing
But the
is not
lawsuit's on the
winning.
side.
Biden's
You
gonna
see,
win the
John,
election.
look, John literally
Cheaters
said
always win as a good guy's
chat
lose.
before he leaves. He's like, I'm going to find the worst thing that annoys the host of the channel, the socialist, fucking Marxist of the channel. I'm going to put it and say the fascist.
If you're socialist or a Marxist.
All right, guys, take care.
I already
Thank you
said
for
I'm,
having
I'm
me.
taking to the streets with an AK messenger. So
Later.
Well, that's the thing, dude. Socialists are not in favor. They're all about arming the proletariat.
All
Like
right,
that's
so-
why.
I'm
You know what I think,
gonna be
Matt?
shuffling people around because I cannot put Victor in the sacred spot. So
Randolph.
Math,
Put
Randolph,
me in there. Go on,
100%.
go on, put me in there. You know that you
Math
want
Pig.
Math Pig is.
Yeah, you know what, yeah.
definitely,
Let's
probably
put the
gonna-
Mohawk pickle in there.
I was
I'm
so
Pickle
glad-
Rick. Fuck.
So close. I could.
Got a better look at his earrings then. You know,
Literally live Rage. I can tell you the exact line of code to post this. I've got your picture and already. If you post this line of code into the certain hack and hit refresh, everything will change and it'll get rid of the pawn, make it Rage. But yeah. I'm gonna be
Math. You know what I think? I think
we will
should
do that
on the streams more often.
I did want to say really quick, y'all missed the most glorious and probably the shortest MDD debate I've ever seen.
Oh, I didn't miss it.
Why did Nate rage quit?
Well, no. Aaron Raw, he didn't rage quit, but
no,
he didn't. Nathan was just being the typical, like, complete piece of shit douchebag, fuckhead, reprehensible scumfuck douchebag that he is.
He was being ridiculous.
He was being ridiculous, and he kept calling for the moderator like he's calling for his mommy because Jimmy won't share his toys with me. Moderator, he keeps talking over me, even though I keep talking over him every time he goes to help explain my own model because I can't do it because I thought I said
I'm gonna have to watch it. Yeah,
but then it wasn't physical. But then I didn't know what it was. Like literally, all Nathan did was just say something, backpedal, say something else, backpedal.
Leo, I thought you said you were going to say something real quick.
About 5 minutes
Really
after
quick.
Aaron Raw left,
Leo.
about 5 minutes after Aaron Raw left, I noticed that the live view count dropped.
But it continued to drop.
Yeah.
That's what people were there for, to see Aaron just obliterate this dumb fucking twink-looking piece of shit.
I kept offering to James to put me in to fill the void left by Aaron Raw, and I kept trying
That would have been glorious.
I would have had fun with Nathan.
Really? You thought you were
that
a
would have been
sufficient
pretty
shoe
fucking
filler for Aaron Rowe.
Quinn, do you just turn on your camera so we can watch you yawn?
Well, it's not like a soul's gonna come popping out.
I keep pushing the wrong button. What's up?
Quentin usually puts his camera on to show us his nipples and then goes off again. So you
It shows that.
You're thinking of
second chin
Gavin.
of his.
Oh, guys,
Oh, yeah, you
I
wanna
am
see my
debating
nipples?
Gavin
Got you.
tomorrow on David P. Neff's channel. And the topic, he picked it. It's a little weird, but I decided to roll with it because I just want to have fun with good old Stapler Boy like Rage did in their debate. Yeah, the debate topic is, are the laws of nature prescriptive or descriptive? Obviously, I'm sure we all know what position I'm taking. He's going to try to argue both, so good luck to him on that one. But it's going to be fun.
He's already been practicing on
It's
Praise
7 o'clock
channel.
Eastern Standard Time, 6 o'clock
Yes,
Central
Master.
Standard Time.
This must be.
Who's Stapler Boy? I don't get it.
Gavin Herman.
Leo,
Yeah, you debated Gavin. Yeah.
Why they call him Stapler Boy?
Because he looks
Because he looks like Milton from Office Space. He looks like Milton from Office Space.
Oh, a character from a movie. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's my name for him, Randolph. Stapler Boy.
Oh, poor guy. Oh
Leo.
boy. Wow.
my name?
Yeah, he fits. He does definitely look similar.
What's up, Red Fang? I think that was you.
Hey, yeah. If you go to Praise I Am's channel, he'd been practicing with Praise over your guys' debate.
They had a 12-hour live stream. They had a 12-hour
you'll get
live
to
stream.
watch.
They had a 12-hour live stream immediately after that debate.
Yeah.
And Rage got in there, and then when Rage was in there, they cooled down and they're all diplomatic and very careful what they said. After Rage is gone, they went right back to all the horrible vindictive.
So basically, what you guys are
Nonsense.
saying,
Hilarious.
so basically, what you guys are saying is, ever since I unsubscribed from Praise's channel, I haven't missed shit.
No.
That's what you're telling me.
Why would you unsubscribe?
I never
the best
subscribed.
content on the fucking interwebs.
No, dude, I'm sorry. Right now, it's Icky Taint because he yesterday he went after SFB mod like a week ago. Yesterday he went after Nephilim Free. Today he went after Otangelo. He's going, oh my god, it's so fucking glorious. It's so fucking glorious.
I timed that fucker out. He sent me an email whinging about being fucking kicked from the
Yeah,
channel.
you showed me that, and I was just
showed
like,
you
God,
that, right?
this guy is
He
such-
then
yeah,
reached out to me
douche.
today. I haven't interacted with him in 2 weeks. So he reached out to me the other day to insult both me and Manda just to get a reaction. He is a sort of person that nobody should be talking about. He's
No,
a
I
waste
just-
of
I
fucking
agree.
time.
Yeah, no, I just
I
like
agree.
all the drama that flows
Who's
from
that?
him and just watching it and kind of trolling it a little bit because it's so
He literally
fucking.
just calls
Smokey
people
steak.
What are
names
you
and
talking
says
about?
you're a dick. That's not content.
Who's
We're talking
that?
about-
Who are we talking about?
Smokey,
Icky Taint.
Oh,
Smokey
yeah.
Saint.
He's been going after everybody. In
I
his
haven't
own
watched
circle,
him
and
in
it's
2
fucking
weeks
hilarious.
straight. I haven't watched him in
I
2
haven't
weeks.
either. I haven't really been over
Right.
there.
Literally not went near him. Literally done nothing. Not done a fucking goddamn thing.
I was
And he
just
had to reach out
wondering,
to me yesterday to tell me and insult me and Amanda just to try and get a reaction. Like,
Yeah, he's like a Matt Powell. Like Matt Powell, he's like desperate for attention. So if I go too long without talking about Matt Powell, he'll make sure to get my attention. So I'm talking about him again. You know, like that's.
and guess what? We're all sitting here
Rage,
doing
you missed it.
Rage.
You missed it on Togg's channel. Smokey was talking shit about Down syndrome's kids, and Tog has one.
Oh, that
Please
doesn't
tell me
surprise
Tog put him in his
that-
place.
The whole
Smokey is that
situation-
kind of douchebag, right?
Right.
I don't know why
His
Tom
beef
is
with Down syndrome kids.
Smokey and modded P Mars and modded these other people and then brings them on to the channel and fucking listens to the bullshit.
Well, what I found funny was Smokey fucking read at me on Togg's channel because I told him I didn't give a shit about his opinions. That was pretty fun.
According to Smokey and according to Jill in Togg's live chat the other day, the reason that I have conversations over debates is because I don't like losing because I'm a little Irish Euro trash motherfucker.
What does Smokey
That
Saint
checks
have
out.
against Down syndrome kids?
Have you guys
Let's not focus on why he
Who
doesn't.
cares?
Yeah, who
built
cares?
an entire fan base for these angry preachers on YouTube? Because that's kind of what it
He's
seems like.
he's the incel equivalent of a fucking Christian preacher. Okay.
Stop
I hate
talking
watching
about the waste of time.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of shift here and ask Victor a really, really quick question.
I would much rather talk about
real
the
quick.
mole on the back of Leopoldus's back.
Real
than
quick,
talk about
real quick. I'm gonna do something, Leo, and then you can ask Victor a question.
Right on.
But
Right on.
we talked about Stapler Boy, so I'm gonna put it right there, and then
I see. Yeah.
we're gonna get us over here on the actual screen here, so the audience can see what we're looking at, and then I'm gonna get back over there and I'm gonna blow that shit up. So this is why I call Gavin Stapler Boy.
I will burn you to the ground.
I don't care if they lay me off either because I told
This is
them
good
that
for
if
the
they move my
company.
desk,
Oh, is this
Oh,
good
it's
for the
so
company?
low. Why is it so fucking low?
quit and
Because
they
I'll show you.
moved my desk 4 times already this
All right,
Yeah,
so
see,
that
the-
ruins it, but the joke is still there, y'all.
But,
The joke is still
The
there.
best part is
Gear?
the
Go to
best.
the gear.
The best part. The best part.
Rage.
If they move my desk again, I will burn this place to the ground.
Do you see that scene that you're on now, Rage?
You can change the resolution if you click that little gear there.
Well, no, it's for some reason it's super low.
Yes,
I think when I used it before, I put it in Premiere and actually turned it up. I'm using that same clip, and now that I'm thinking about it, I think the actual clip is extremely low. So
Is the clip saved on your fucking computer?
Say what?
Is the clip saved on your computer?
No, like I was pulling that right off of YouTube.
All right.
Yeah. I think that's what that was.
These are just not good. So the first thing I want to do before I ask Victor my question is, have you guys ever seen the episode of South Park where Stan has to coach the Little League hockey team, and they keep running these clips about Rob Schneider and all these movies? For my debate, because I know David would let me do it, I wanted to do the one with Rob Schneider and say, there's a new movie starring Rob Schneider coming out about my opponent, and wait until it gets to the end where it goes, Rob Schneider is a stapler. But anyway,
I remember that. I knew you were going there.
Yeah, that's fucking funny. Victor, my question for you is, who controls all the finance worldwide, and why is it the Jews?
Why every time?
Wow.
Every stream, he's got to bring something up about Jewish people.
No, I don't. I'm trolling Victor. I'm sure he realizes that. I was a troll.
When we find out Leophilius is secretly
Another one to do is who is perpetuating this hoax of climate change, and why is it the Chinese? That's another one. Because no, the thing is, what's up?
So the Chinese are blamed for climate change, and the Chinese are blamed for the coronavirus. What else are they blamed for?
The Chinese
ruining
Star
media
Wars.
campaign behind the alarmism behind climate change.
What do you mean alarmism? What is alarmism?
The stuff that's like, well, we gotta act now or be dead in 12 years and stuff.
Well, who said we were going to be dead in 12 years?
I think Ocasio-Cortez
Jesus
said
Christ,
that.
man.
I don't recall saying
No,
that.
she didn't say that. She said we have, and
Oh,
the
Jim,
science,
that's
the science says that we have 12 years to make some very serious changes, or we can't make those changes anymore.
Yes.
That's what she's saying.
And that's exactly what literally all of the science.
Okay, but the direct quote is the world will end in 12 years.
Well, do you not know what?
Hey, everybody.
Do you know what the word colloquial means?
Just for a second.
She may be misspeaking.
Take
but
a look at
that's
how
the point-
awesome
that's the
that
No,
point
Victor,
behind
you're
what
just
I'm-
stupid and wrong. But go ahead,
No,
Randolph.
come on. No, give me a break.
Just
Go
take a
ahead,
look how
Randolph.
awesome Mouth
Randolph,
Pig
go ahead.
He's talking
Just
about.
look how awesome Mouth Pig looks right now.
I came into.
That's all I wanted to say.
Math Pig came in and stole the fucking show. I'm just
He did.
saying. I'm just
This
saying.
is science,
I told
all right?
you not
If we
to let
didn't
him
have
in, man. I
science and
told
we
you.
didn't figure out what zero was, this is all science.
See what happens is Math Pig smokes,
Weird.
and then he becomes the fucking star. That's what happens.
Yeah. All right,
But
go, all right,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Leo.
Where?
Go ahead, Leo, and then Victor,
I was-
speak up with your stupid ass shit again.
I was gonna say
I
to
hate
Quentin, just
you.
to explain to him, the reason why I'll troll that is because if you've ever had like actual conversations with
I know.
like Nazi
Leo, you
bulls,
told me.
neo Nazis and stuff like that, because they always drop the JQ, the Jewish question.
Why do you
So
think I'm a
when
Nazi?
what happens is you just preempt it and you'd be like, okay, because they'll start once they mention worldwide finance, you're just like, okay, so who controls worldwide finance and why is it the Jews? And then it's funny. Anyway, Victor, why is climate, or who perpetuates that climate change is a hoax and why is it the Chinese?
I just want to respond to Leo real
Probably
quick. You
financial
told me that.
reasons, but I was
Oh, I
just
did?
saying that about alarmism. That's the point. Is like people. You could say she misspoke when she said the world would end in 12 years, but that's like the.
But what
allowance
is
always-
alarmism?
the
I've
allowance is
never
always
heard that
on
term
the-
in any of the technical literature.
When you're speaking about climate change, the allowance is always for alarmist language rather than.
But what
you know,
is alarmist? I don't know what that means. I've never read that in the technical literature.
language that would get people alarmed over something?
Well, they should be alarmed over this.
Damn it, I was hoping alarmism was whenever you could talk to a fire
That's my
alarm.
point, is that the media has convinced people to be alarmed over it.
Yeah,
And
but
when
we
you are
should
alarmed,
be
you're
alarmed over this. We
so
should
you're
be.
not, like, you're not disproving my point when you tell me that you're alarmed.
Yeah, because I should be. We should be alarmed. We're
should be
drastically changing the climate to the point that over the next 300, 400 years, we could see a huge
we're
drop
not.
in the human population and an acceleration of the mass extinction we're already in.
Do you know of a guy named Tony Heller? He
No,
does a lot of, he reports on a lot of good science that doesn't come from climate change supporters and people who give them money.
What that makes no sense.
Does
I'm
he?
glad Amanda's not here.
Is he part of Project Veritas too?
Well, like for instance, I think he's got a web page where there's like 100+ academic papers that show that carbon dioxide is actually good for the environment.
So I have a quick question for you.
There's some
First off,
more-
let me ask you this: are you stating that increasing the levels of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere doesn't heat the Earth up?
That it would actually increase trees and plant
No,
life,
actually, it would.
vegetation to grow.
Too much carbon dioxide means that I would actually end up poisoning trees. Just like if you forced a human to drink a whole ass, like one of those big ass Culligan water jugs,
if
you
went
kill the
to-
human.
if you
But
went to
we need water to
extreme.
survive.
We're
right?
also cutting down a lot of
If you
trees,
went
so
to,
it's
like,
not really
serious extreme.
evening out.
So there's a lot of contradictory science that's
No,
not
there's not.
sponsored by. Yeah, there is.
No, there's not.
No, there's not. Yeah, there is.
No, there's not.
Sponsored by
Out of
the UN or
13,700
anything like that.
papers published on this subject, about 150 of them say there is no climate change. If you went to
Yeah,
1,000
I didn't
doctors
say there was
and
no climate
990 of them
change.
told
I
you
didn't
you
say
had
there was no
cancer
climate
and
change.
10 of them told you you didn't have
I
cancer,
didn't-
who
I
would you
didn't-
believe?
I didn't say there was no climate change. I said that we're not causing climate
Yeah,
change.
we are.
And there's no reason to be
Yeah, we are.
alarmed.
We can see the parts per million of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere increase over the Industrial Revolution. We can see over the Industrial Revolution the slow reduction in the amount of ice in the North Pole. So,
like seriously, the amount of stupid coming from you right now, Victor.
How old do you think the world is?
What do you mean by the world?
How old do you think the world is?
It's irrelevant to my question.
I don't think the world is any age. I can tell you how old it is.
The popular prevailing opinion is that it's 34 billion or what is it?
4.54 billion years old is the age of the Earth.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so on an Earth that's that old, and we've been keeping records of the temperature that we've been able to measure accurately for probably less than 100 years.
Nope.
And not even.
Nope. We know what the climate was like 800,000 years ago, my guy. It's called ice samples.
That's based on what we can look at now.
No, that's based on the ice that existed back then.
800 years would still be a very
No, I said
small-
800,000 years.
Okay. The point
We can
is
also
that-
extrapolate
point
what the
is that-
climate was
the
like
point-
millions of years ago based on things
point
like
is that
fossils, soil
just like
samples, all that
anywhere
stuff.
on Earth, just like anywhere on Earth, you have a cycle that happens. Just like if you stand anywhere on the planet, the weather will not stay the same. Of
course
not. You can extrapolate that.
We're not talking
and it
about
would
weather, though. We're
affect
talking
the
about
entire-
climate. Those are two different things. Do you know what the difference between
There's
weather
an-
and climate is?
There's an ebb and flow. There's high tides and
Do
low
you know what the
tides.
difference between weather and climate is, Victor?
There is no difference between weather and
Yes, there is. Weather is what happens on a day-to-day basis over like a week or a month. Climate is what happens over years, sometimes generations. Yes, there is a literal, scientifically defined difference between those two, my guy.
They're both the same thing.
No, they're not. They're
One-
literally not the same thing. You
one you want to say
want me
that
to Google it for you?
takes a little
Here,
bit longer.
how about
That's fine. We don't
how
have to argue about
how
that.
about we
don't have
Google it
to-
right now?
I'll agree with you. I'll
Difference
agree with you on that.
between climate
I'll agree
and
with you
weather.
on that.
Let's Google
We
this.
can agree on that.
Whereas weather refers to short-term changes in the atmosphere, climate describes what the weather is like over a long period of time in a specific
is a
area. Yeah,
real
they're different.
point.
They're literally different.
Yeah, they're different, but they exist
Victor,
in the
my-
same,
my
they exist
dude.
on the same planet.
Victor,
Okay,
my
what
dude,
does that have to do?
You have
Cycle is
subjected me
happening.
to like
the same cycle is happening
Victor.
on a small scale and a large one. What?
you have subjected me to many hours of stupidity today, my dude. Like I can't take too much more, man.
Do you want me to go? Do you
No,
want me
no,
to
I
go?
no. Stay here. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just saying. I have listened to a lot of stupid shit today, and most of it has come from you. You
Look,
are
it's
being
not
very stupid.
It's something that you haven't heard before, and you just call it
No,
stupid.
No, I
as a
have literally
reflex.
heard
No,
all
we've heard it before. We've
That is
oh,
stupid.
No, we've heard it before. Sadly, it's really sad. It's really, really sad.
I mean, if
You know what's sad?
Knock
is
if you
that
want,
the-
I could
you
just
know
say
what's
some
sad
stupid
is that
shit
the
to make you feel
resistance
better.
Marxist communist is the guy who agrees with all the
The
mainstream.
Marxist
opinions about
I'm a
everything.
fucking democratic
Yeah, I'm a
socialist.
socialist, my guy. I'm not
Whatever.
On
You know
the
what I
very
mean.
far edge
Whatever.
of that spectrum, I'm more
You
progressive
are
than a
the
socialist.
you're the guy who wants to tear down the government, go out in the streets with your AK, but yet you believe
If,
the reports from the
if
government.
a fucking
you believe
fascist steals
the
a free
mainstream
election, I
media
say yes.
stories.
No, I
You're
believe
the coward that wants the fascist to be a
I'm a
fascist.
coward now. I'm
No,
a
yeah, you're a
coward.
little bitch ass coward that talks shit and you don't
Yeah,
stop talking.
Yeah.
I
Hey
believe.
guys, I fell down the stairs today.
Is that how we do arguments here?
Well,
Are
no,
you
yeah,
okay?
I've
Right.
always called a spade, my friend, and I called you that
Okay.
earlier when you
Okay.
said this same shit
You know what
earlier.
I think? Somebody who's more willing to kill.
Hold
than
on
to
here,
die
Victor.
is a
Really,
coward.
really quick.
That's
Wait.
what coward is.
Wait.
Who would rather
Hold on.
kill-
Hold
if
on.
you would rather
If,
kill
hold
somebody
on.
else
Wait.
than
Hold
they're gonna kill you or
Hold
not,
up.
then you are
He
the
doesn't
coward.
stop. He
Hold up.
doesn't stop.
If you went to a mechanic,
You don't decide when I'm
would
done
you
talking.
go to a mechanic if you had car problems, or would you go to a dentist? And why?
I'm a mechanic.
Obviously, I would take it to a mechanic.
Okay, so if you wanted to learn about climate scientists, climate science, you'd go to like a climate scientist, right?
I would go to meteorologist.
Yeah,
because
meteorologists are a type of climate science.
Climate science is this new thing that's
No.
Leo,
Climate science is an
if
overarching
I can jump
topic.
in, a climate scientist is not a meteorologist, and Manda will kill you tomorrow.
I didn't say they were the same thing. I said a meteorologist is included under climate scientist, just like a psychologist
Yeah,
is
it's
included
a
under
field-
cognitive science.
It's a specialized field that broke off to worship around the altar.
No, actually, the field of
Your hair
climate science has
disappeared.
existed for a long time.
So many
They've been
dumpster
talking about,
fires
yeah, you
tonight.
know what? Because back in the 70s and 80s, they were talking about global cooling and how that was going to kill us.
No, they weren't. No,
Yes,
they weren't. In
yeah,
fact,
they
in the
were.
70s and 80s,
They
scientists were talking about how the Earth is warming up, and the oil companies suppressed that data because it threatened their profits.
Look it up. They were talking about global
Yeah, I have
cooling.
looked it up. I've looked up all of this.
Not
I
even 50 years
actually
ago,
had
they were
discussion
panicking. The
with
same
actual
scientists were
climate scientists
panicking about
from
global
that era.
cooling. You know why?
No,
Because
they
it
weren't.
goes up and it goes down.
No, it actually doesn't do that.
Will Victor suck my penis for proof of God? I have trees.
I don't need your proof. I have my own.
You don't have proof at
Well,
all
no.
for God. You just don't.
He did not say he would not suck my
Yeah, He
penis.
did not say that.
I said I don't need to.
No.
Need and want are two different things, my guy. You might not need to, but might still want to.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, John
I'd be
Anthony.
curious
We
to know
have
what
been
this
going a
proof
long
of God
time.
is, though.
All
We
right,
have
let's
had
just clear
so
this up.
many
No, I will
dumpster
not do
fires
that.
tonight. Thanks to Victor and Sunflower and Messenger Reveals. I'm like I could probably make like 60 fucking clips from tonight's show if I like had time to do such things. So thank
Be
you,
careful.
Victor.
You
Thank you
be
for
careful.
coming
You're
in
making
and
things-
continuing this bullshit.
You invited
Make sure you get the
Oh no, I love it. I love
interaction
every
from
moment of it. I do.
What you're telling me is
I was,
that you-
I was surprised
I love
you guys
it.
were still doing this. This is
What
great.
you're telling me is that you like to invite guests in here and then chop up the conversation and try to humiliate them afterwards. Then I won't be coming back.
Well, don't come back if you don't want to. This ain't your first rodeo.
Have you not seen the Rage's content? That's literally what he does. He does hangouts, then he picks the best bits, and then we all laugh at it. That's
That's kind of what I do.
literally the Rage's content.
No, I love you being here and arguing, but like I'm gonna call a spade, and you're pretty fucking stupid.
Victor, send me a message. OnlyFans/MathPig.
I'm on your Discord, Methpig. We don't have to go all.
No, I don't do the money that way. If you want to,
OnlyFans. Oh yeah, I get it. I don't see. I don't normally.
But I did also want to ask Victor, because you mentioned like Marxist, socialist, communist. Do you do realize those are all three completely different things, right?
That wasn't
My
a slur.
OnlyFans is
What
better
I was
than Matt
saying
Biggs,
is,
just saying.
I threw them all out there because I don't know exactly which one he is. And
No,
it
you
wasn't
threw them
that
all out there because,
slur.
like every other dumbass, idiot, conservative, you think they're
Now
all the
you
same
know,
thing.
and now you tell me what.
now
my-
you're being insulting, Leo.
Of course
you're
I am.
like, you're like a child. Do you understand? You don't know people as well as you think you do. And you
I
don't
didn't
know
think that I knew
when
anything.
talk.
Okay, so what does each of those terms mean? Why don't you educate me?
I would say actually that fair enough, but did you attack one of those things in particular, or did you
No,
attack
my
all of
point.
them?
My point was that the people who align on the far left side are anti-government. Generally, they don't trust the government. They think the government's trying to keep them down.
Yeah, but don't conservatives hate the big government too?
But then on this issue, the all of the biggest corporations, the UN, all of the biggest, most powerful people on Earth are pushing for this climate change.
Actually, no. The oil companies are not pushing for it because it threatens their profits, my guy. Are really? You're really going to say that oil companies and fossil fuel companies are pushing for climate change when they've literally been covering it up for generations? Literally?
They're still going to be allowed to operate while this all happens.
Well, of course, nobody's saying that they should be shut down. I mean, I don't think the corporation should be shut down. I think that they should be
People in Canada say they should be shut down.
I think
they're
there
on the wrong
could be
side of this
different.
argument, but that doesn't change the fact that all their pals, all the most powerful people, are pushing what you're pushing.
Yeah, that's because they trust the scientists, unlike you.
A lot of the reason why I'm apprehensive is because of that, and that's what gets me suspicious about.
Wait.
something.
So if all the mechanics were saying that there's 4 strokes in the typical engine in your car, we should ignore that because that's what that's what the establishment believe, right?
All of those mechanics worked for
Good
the
example.
state. If all of those mechanics worked for the state, that would be a
Yeah, but
reason
most
for me
climate
to-
scientists don't work for the state. They work at private universities.
You can't find one climate scientist who is affiliated with the state who's willing to disagree or.
Actually, yeah, I can. Most that are willing to disagree are more likely to work for a government than for a privatized higher education institution.
Yeah,
Literally.
and I actually work. I work for a state government, and I can find plenty of people that work for this government that will go all Ron Swanson on your ass.
An official who is willing to go out there, testify before Congress, those people are all pushing for climate change. You might be able to find a scientist working in a lab somewhere who would agree with me, but he's not going to stick his neck out and lose his job over it.
Everybody's pushing for a cure for cancer. Does that mean that the cure for cancer is a big government hoax? perpetuated by the Chinese.
Their job over it.
I don't think it's a hoax because the climate is clearly getting warmer, but the panic and the blame and the measures and the
You
measures.
just conflated. You just said the climate's getting warmer, but earlier you said climate and weather are the same
It
thing.
goes up and down.
Yeah, but it kind of actually really doesn't go up and down.
Jefferson was trying to get in, so let
Yeah,
Jefferson.
go ahead,
pipe
go
in.
ahead, Daddy Jeff.
Yeah, most of the stuff that you're talking about sounds like absolute bullshit. Like most of the stuff that usually.
No, let him
Just keep
talk.
talking,
Let him
Jeff. Just
talk.
keep talking.
That's
Victor,
fascinating.
let him
Look, here's the problem with this. But before, this stuff was actually easy to use, but it was boring. Politicians would talk about pollution, and pollution was something that most people could agree about that was bad.
I agree with that.
But the remedies they didn't like. And now when we're talking about like not putting carbon into the atmosphere and all this other kind of stuff, it's the exact same solution. Don't pollute. And now all of a sudden it's turned into some kind of anti-religious campaign where, ding dongs like you are trying to tell people that that's not actually it's not a reason to actually live. Now, we can do this. We can get this done. We can actually pollute less, put less crap out there in the atmosphere.
Pollute as little as possible. And, having a conversation with somebody, it's not generally a good idea to call them a name every time you speak a sentence. But
You mean ding dong?
I don't have a problem with cutting down emissions if we like using technology, but not by signing agreements that we're
Okay, so if
if
we find some technologically sufficient reason to do this that just supersedes, hang on, it just supersedes like the litigious reasons behind it. Like
You
that's
interrupted
cute. That's
The point
fucking
of the
dumb,
agreement.
man.
The point of the agreements is to try to encourage people to start taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Because then
No,
it puts
no, it's not.
the
The point of the
deadline on it.
agreement-
It's not instantly saying shut it all off now. It's a gradual
the
process.
agreement is a
Because
well-
otherwise, people aren't going to do anything.
Wait. Wait, hold on here. When people start a business,
Four people have interrupted. 4 different people have interrupted Victor before he's finished his sentence. Just
because
saying.
he won't stop talking. So when people start a business, they shouldn't enter into an agreement.
Well, yeah, so Victor, finish up and explain yourself, and then
a nation. You don't enter into trade. You don't enter into economic agreements where you're
It
all
wasn't an economic
tied in
agreement.
with other nations and agree to adjust your business to standards that don't have to be met by other nations that are.
We all live on the same planet, right?
Yeah, like this. You are a Trumper. You're a nationalist.
And everybody's going to keep coming to USA for aid, even while our economy struggles to make it.
Well, not everybody.
Our economy is struggling.
It's
Wait,
not
Oh
reliable
my
yet.
fucking god!
Our economy is like the single largest, most lucrative, and most profitable economy on the planet is struggling. I mean, it kind of is because of how terribly our president has handled the virus that's ravaged it.
When you
But,
cut power off, it will be.
But cut power off. Why would we cut power
The
off?
airlines
Why
are
would we
doing
need to do that?
You're talking about you don't want to have carbon emissions. I mean, that.
I didn't say that.
Switch
I didn't say
over
we
to-
have absolutely zero carbon emission. I mean, that's the goal. We should work to that, but it's
Well,
not going
then
to happen
we agree.
overnight.
We should as very little as we have to pollute, we should. But as very little as we have to kill, we should. But I also want to have steaks at some point this week. I'm not going to go out shooting every animal I see and then take home one of them.
That is a terrible analogy, my guy.
Yeah, like you guys have to remember. I'm gonna be wrapping this up soon, but you have to remember when you're talking to Victor, about 11 hours ago, give or take a half an hour. Victor came on this channel leading with evidence from Project Veritas. So I mean, you have to remember this. Bullshit.
Yeah, Victor, if you do think that Project Veritas actually is,
You guys wouldn't believe corruption existed if a cop was there standing there to catch him. 'cause
Well,
you know-
let me just add this. Project Veritas's last project actually said that Michigan did this thing where they post dated the ballots.
Two
Yada,
workers have come out.
That's,
and said that
that's not how Michigan ballots work. Michigan doesn't care about when the ballots are dated. They just take them based on the time they come in.
Yep.
It's bullshit from the jump.
Yep.
It was bullshit from the jump, bro.
They're dating them in case of a recount.
They don't need. Oh my god. Oh my god. He did not listen to a single thing you just said, Jeff.
He didn't. I'm pretty sure he didn't.
The time that they come in has to be before November 4th. doesn't it?
No, bro, no. It doesn't matter what the date is. All they do, they take in they take in the ballots up until they have to arrive at the township halls for counting at 8 p.m. What arrives then gets counted. What shows up after that fact
and if they wanted
Gets thrown out.
gets thrown out.
But if they wanted to sneak some in, they would need to be dated on the 3rd or before.
It doesn't matter when they're dated. It matters when they're delivered, dude. It doesn't matter when they're dated.
Know that they were being snuck in after the 3rd.
Oh my guy.
Yeah, whatever,
It
dude.
doesn't matter when they're dated. The state of Michigan does not give a fuck about when they're dated. It only cares about when they arrived physically to be counted.
If I was planning to cheat the election, I would want to do it thoroughly in case there was a recount. So they dated the vote.
You're full of shit, and you might actually be. Have you been drinking lead on a regular basis lately?
Like the Romans. These postal workers came out and said that this happened. 2 of them now. So you're
No, they haven't.
I believe.
No, they haven't.
To a statement.
The sources that have quote unquote come out have actually all been disputed. They have been disputed.
Of course they've been disputed because the Biden campaign is not going to dispute it. They're just going to sit back.
Dude, they've been disputed. There's no reason to think that this has actually happened. Michigan actually
disputed.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Michigan has a uniquely weird
Yahoo or whatever the hell you call me.
Yeah, you're stupid as fuck.
Yeah.
Michigan has a completely weird and odd and actually strangely strict vote counting mechanism in place that does not account for any of the crazy conspiracy theories that you're coming up with, or for the ones that Project Veritas comes
saying
with.
that because Biden is in the lead. I understand that, and I forgive you for it. And it doesn't.
No, it wouldn't matter if he was in the lead, even if Trump were leading. If Trump were leading and he was going to get this vote, and all these votes are quote unquote counting, and they were trying to dispute this stuff, none of this shit would actually count.
Let me ask a quick question.
That I'm sure that no cheating happened, or I'm sure that cheating happened.
Why do you think the Democrats are cheating, Victor? Let's just assume they are. Why are the Democrats cheating?
Well, I was suspicious from the beginning because
why are the Democrats cheating?
Because of their obsession with sending out all those ballots. And
why are the Democrats cheating?
I'm
sending out what ballots?
Trying to tell you, dude. Calm down,
guys. Okay, hang on. I just want to point this out. The ballots that were sent out by any of these states, and that includes like places where actual ballots were sent out, like Nevada and North Carolina, where the Secretary of State didn't just send out applications for ballots, which was confused because people like Trump are like, oh my God, Michigan is just sending out ballots to people. No, some states sent out applications for ballots, and other states sent out actual ballots. And in Nevada, they sent out the actual ballots. In some of those cases, those ballots were filled out by Trump supporters. Now, here's the weird thing about that stuff. What I think is, really interesting about that. When they filled that information out, what do you think they filled that information in with?
What do you mean? You just said they were Trump supporters, so they would fill it in with their vote for Trump.
Right. So if they're mailing that stuff in and they get denied their count, that denies a vote to Trump. Stupid.
It also denies their right to participate in the democratic system.
Deny it?
Exactly. So why would anyone want to shut off the vote when Trump is going out and tweeting, "Stop counting the vote"? That doesn't make any sense because a lot of the ballot
and declare a winner. He didn't want them to no longer count the votes ever. He wanted them to stop so that a winner of that state wouldn't be declared. And people are just, Trump doesn't want them to count votes. He wants them to
okay.
Like what did you just fucking say?
What did you just say? Are you fucking retarded? What
the fuck?
Wait. He said to stop counting votes.
Yeah, because if they kept counting, then somebody would declare a winner.
Yes,
that's
exactly the point. Literally the whole point. That's how the electoral college works.
Stop counting
What?
vote.
I gotta blow it up. I gotta blow it up again. We're covering the whole goddamn screen.
Can I? Hey guys, wait, guys.
I have a 2 bottles of wine and I am still not drunk enough for that.
I got a question. First of all, what fresh hell have I walked?
So amused by it though.
What fresh hell have I walked into? And number 2, has anyone noticed? Has anyone Did anyone miss the tweets from Trump praising Florida's mail-in ballot system?
I have to ask Victor one really quick question here, if I may. This is really, really simple. Did one of the you said there were some postal workers that came out and talked about all the fraud. Was one of them named, and everybody shut the fuck up, was one of them named Derek Alden?
I don't think
Who the fuck is Derek?
So hold on. Wait. Another question. Because you didn't answer it the first time. Why are Democrats trying to steal the election? What's the purpose? What's the reason?
So that Donald Trump won't be the president anymore.
So it's
Then
not.
why wouldn't they do that with the House and the Senate?
Wait. Hold on. So it's not because they want power.
Red Fang tried that.
Obviously. I mean, come on. Why are you asking?
So it's just to get rid of Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with
Why wouldn't
What
they
happens when they get rid of Donald Trump? They're going to call another election?
Why wouldn't they steal the elections at the state level rather than?
God damn it! You guys are not letting me try to carry this guy down this path. You're jumping way ahead of where I'm trying to be.
Dude,
Leo, we're trying to move this conversation along.
Leo,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. But I'm trying to take.
Wait, can I say something? Wait, hold on. Can I say something? Can I say something?
Go ahead, Jay.
Leo, you need a caterpillar to fucking carry him down that path.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take it slowly.
They wanted to extend the deadline for voting so that they could see how many people come in on election day, and then they know how many votes they need to come up with. And
How do they come up with votes?
And
How
that's
do they do
where
that?
you queue up the video.
They pulled them out of their ass, Leo. That's how they come up with the vote. They pulled them out of their ass, man.
Supposed vote counter sitting at tables filling in ballots with pens.
Where are they getting those ballots from?
They're pulling them out of boxes in front of them.
What boxes? Where are the boxes coming from?
Go look at the video.
Everybody shut up.
What
Let
video?
Leo go. Let Leo go.
What video
Let
do
Leo
I need to go look
I
at?
like where Leo's going. Leo's doing a whole jungle jargon versus me.
Then stop and listen.
Yes, I know.
You said that they're trying to extend the deadline so that they can fill in extra ballots. Then these ballots are coming in boxes. But if you want to know where they're coming from, just go look at the video. Like that tells me nothing. Where are these boxes of empty ballots coming from?
There's several videos of people.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question. Where are the boxes of empty? You've watched these videos, so you can tell me.
Just let it go, dude. Let it go.
YouTube videos. Matt Powell, Jungle Jargon,
where are
Victor.
the boxes of ballots
YouTube
coming
videos.
Let the fire rage, Don. Let the dumpster fire rage.
Oh man, so many tonight. It's been beautiful.
No shit.
Gobble.
Thank you for
Let's
letting
all
me
say
be
gobble,
part of
gobble,
this.
gobble.
Where are these boxes of ballots that have apparently have not been filled out? Where are they coming from?
The video doesn't follow the vote counter from the time when he wakes up in the morning. It's a video of a vote counter.
So you're saying you don't know?
I assume they printed the extra ballots.
Where'd they print them at?
No.
Where are they printing these ballots at?
No.
I'm not answering this stupid.
Yeah, because you don't have an answer.
Don't answer
have
that
no
question.
trail here. That's the point I'm getting at.
I could scan and copy and print out a ballot right now.
Yeah, and if
that
you
would-
tried
that
to
would-
fill it out and mail it in, you'd probably be arrested for voter fraud, or they just wouldn't count the ballot.
The state of Michigan, so I don't have access to all that official
Wait a minute.
paperwork.
Wait a minute.
But
Hold
you're
on a
making
second.
statements that would require you to have that information, but you just
very
don't have
smart,
it.
but you sound
Victor, were you ever in the military?
No.
Okay, there's a saying in the military. Do you know what happens when you assume?
I've made an ass out of you.
And me.
And you.
Ass out of you and me. Yes.
Out of you twice.
The assumption is the motherfucker of all fuck ups.
Yeah. You
You
make
know what they say about
claims that they're filling out these ballots and they're just pulling them seemingly out of nowhere. But then you said that you don't have the information that they have, but you would have to have that information to know these things. So I'm trying to figure out, how do you know these things? You say that you don't have to that you don't have the information you would have to know it.
I see a guy pulling papers from a pile in front of them, filling them out, and placing them on another pile.
Yeah, but you don't
That
see
person's
that.
obviously a communist and must be.
Yeah, that person's obviously a communist and is a Chinese plant.
Who's being filmed?
What if that person is a
And the
Trumper?
Republicans watching over
Wait a minute.
him
Wait a minute.
don't say anything.
Wait, hold on a second. Is he talking about the colored conservatives video on YouTube?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay.
There's been
The one Veckel posted?
You should actually watch the other one, the 11-minute. Wait, there's another one on that channel. There's 11 minutes long, and one of the colored conservatives is going off about the election because he assumed that when the election results on the map were showing pink, they were called as red.
I knew Biden would be announced as the winner from the beginning. I had no doubt in my mind when they started.
So you knew that Biden was going to win the election?
Yeah, I did.
Awesome. Cool. So did I.
Jeff and I didn't.
Really?
No, I was watching. Did you guys ever look up? Did you guys ever look up election odds? Did you guys ever look up? There's a website. There's a gaming website called Action, and it's a gaming. It's literally it does a betting. It does an odds spread. It's a betting spread, and man, you should as those votes came in, you can go down the entire string of the odds and watch how they fluctuated throughout the couple. Well, actually, it's been now 3 days now. And it's incredible. Right now, I think Biden is sitting on like a 95% chance of winning.
Dude, if Biden loses this election, then there really is fraud going on. I mean, straightforwardly. He's got Georgia, he's got Nevada, and he'll probably keep Arizona.
This election is proof that there's fraud going on. Okay.
Why not the last? Wait, Victor. Why not the last one?
What?
Why not the one in 2016? Why didn't they push Hillary in?
Because I think they underestimated the amount of fake votes they would need.
What are you talking about? She won the popular vote by 3 million.
And we
gobble. What are you smoking?
Electoral college.
Gobble.
I need a different avatar. It can't be dumpster fire all the time. I need a little video for just stupid idiot fuckface. I
might be able to find something
Put
for
a
you.
Girl Define.
Rage,
Yeah, Girl Define would be perfect for this. Yes.
Rage. It needs to be sideshow Bob from The Simpsons stepping on rape.
I mean, I have love for you, Victor, as a human being, but it's kind of hard. I'm just gonna say.
Victor, I have a question.
You say that about them. That's not
Victor.
What?
Okay. You said, are you saying that the Democrats rigged the election?
Yes.
Very.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Hold on, guys.
Wait a minute. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
backpedaling.
I'm saying that the military-industrial complex / deep state rigged the election, and the Democrats and the Republicans.
Oh, wow.
Have you noticed?
Okay, hold on.
And when
I
they
am
rig, they go
registered
all
Republican.
Republicans
I voted for
right now.
for Joe.
They
What do you say about me?
What?
I am.
You rigged the election. What are you doing?
I know, right? No, I am registered as a Republican, and I voted for Joe.
You're a rhino.
I would say that
you don't count.
I'd say that you're within your rights, and I think you folded to media and peer pressure.
No, I did not. What changed my mind was how Trump handled the COVID case and how he behaved about it.
That's because
he was immature. He did the wrong thing, and he would not man up and say he was wrong.
And now almost 250,000 of your fellow citizens, Victor, are dead because of that. 250,000 people.
My dad.
But nobody's going to talk about how my governor.
250,000 people
live with the elderly.
250,000 people.
Thousands and thousands of elderly people for
250,000 people.
Substantiate the lockdowns.
I'm going to call
250,000 people.
Can we get
Victor.
some serenity here? Because
Matt
really
is bringing it. I mean,
yeah.
Girl Defined is bringing it.
I can't.
So, Victor, quick question: who is trying to rig the election, and why is it the Jews?
Your Discord.
Wow.
Why are you so racist, man?
I'm the racist. Oh.
No, asking a loaded question does not mean the other person is necessarily a racist, dude. It's just a loaded question.
Rage, what's your Discord? I'll post some video clips there for you.
I would have to pull it up. But I will definitely send you a invite on Messenger. I'm gonna actually be opening it up to some more people that are like close. And,
that's a funny video, Matt. That's fucking hilarious.
So yeah, I'll send you an invite to it.
Good ones here for you.
I should have asked this question: who is rigging the election, and why is it the communists?
I'm gonna take off, guys. I can't deal with all this over
Well,
talking.
yeah, we are going to be closed out.
Soros.
I have streamed for a lot longer than I planned to.
Soros is Jewish.
To everybody that's here, you guys can continue as we go off air. I don't have a closing screen, so I'm just going to close it out. Victor, don't run away as soon as we go offline. If you want to continue the fucking arguments,
Why would I run away?
we
You
do
guys.
stay in the room and we do continue arguing after the shows. So
I mean, you have been running away from all the
Oh, now
Um,
it's just the gloves
we
come
are
off.
going to end it for the audience,
so
though.
nice
I want to
to
thank Victor. Let me close the
Oh,
show,
why
and
do
then
I have to
we'll argue some more.
Please.
I'm going to close the show, and then we'll argue some more.
Okay, I might not
Thank
even-
you, audience. Victor, shut the fuck up for now.
Never.
Thank you, audience. No closing screen, no Patreon screen. I was setting all this new shit up.